we don't have the best news here, ladies and gentlemen. One, Javonte Williams will be a game time decision. This makes it where pretty much everybody in Denver is a stay away. Like not really wanting to play any Denver running back, or at least plan on playing any Denver running back, more so using them as a last resort. Two, Derek Carr will play week 5. Kind of what we were expecting, right? It's not will Derek Carr play or not. It's more like, oh, okay, well, will Derek Carr be any good or not? Those aren't the bad things. But the bad things are, one, Khalil Herbert expected to miss multiple weeks. Two, Jameson Williams expected to only play around 20 snaps. So if I told you to start Jameson Williams last night, I apologize. I promise you, I would not have done it if I knew he was only going to play 20 snaps. I would not have ever thought about playing Jameson Williams under that circumstance. So Jameson Williams maybe as a ceiling that we like to see with no Amon-Ra St. Brown, but the floor in the median projection must be so low that we kind of should just go through and honestly, just bench Jameson everywhere you have him. Cannot play Jameson under that circumstance. And then Khalil Herbert expected to miss multiple weeks. I mean, brutal. Now, we were hoping that Khalil Herbert was going to get the 10 days off, then maybe would have been a game time decision week 5, then maybe would have played week 6. But yeah, sounds like Khalil Herbert's not coming back anytime soon. And the worst thing of all, Saquon Barkley not expected to play week 5. Dear God, can we get Saquon Barkley back? We have Jahmyr Gibbs not expected to play. Amon-Ra St. Brown not expected to play. We already kind of knew that, though. I was expecting to get Saquon because in week 4, Saquon has three games where he's going out there and getting a limited practice in. So I'm thinking, okay, well, if he's getting limited practices in week 4, 3 weeks, probably going to go week 5. But sadly, when they said, oh, it's a low ankle sprain. No, it's a high ankle sprain. Sounds like it was probably a high ankle sprain. Sounds like it's a little more serious than they initially let on, which is a little disappointing. But thank you so much for everybody coming out and getting out here early with us. I'm trying to wake up at the best we can, ladies and gentlemen. So just give me 1 second and let's start answering some questions. Tyler says, Zach Ertz or Hunter Henry? If I'm remembering correctly off the top of my head, we have these guys ranked back-to-back at tight end 12 and tight end 13. Not going to fault you at all in which direction you would like to go. Personally, I have Hunter Henry at 13. I have Zach Ertz at 12. I'm going to go Ertz in a full PPR league, maybe Henry in a non-PPR format, given chasing target volume in one, touchdown upside in the other. And then are we going to go Adele with Stroud or Jacoby Myers? Definitely going to be playing Jacoby Myers over Dell now that we have Jimmy Garoppolo back in. And it looks like there's that outside chance Devontae Adams misses. Adrian says, still Hook'em Horns. Hook'em Horns, good luck, everyone. Yes. Tough loss yesterday. I mean, hopefully we can win out. Hopefully we can still get to the playoffs. But I was telling a buddy before the game, I was like, okay, well, all we have to do is not lose a game. But we win out, then they have no other option but to let us into the playoffs. Once you lose a game, you're kind of in that gray area where if you're in the SEC, you can lose one game and you can pretty much be locked into the playoffs. But any other team is like, okay, well, we can make an argument for it, but they can make an argument against it. Well, I don't want to go down the UT rabbit hole, but it is a little frustrating. But Tawny coming out, thank you, my man, says, get offered Kyron Williams and Devonta Smith for Bijan Robinson. I'm definitely going to keep Bijan, even if you're in a spot where, I mean, you're excited about the Kyron Williams workload. You're excited about the Devonta Smith, not only volume, but also offense. And we have Jalen Hurts. Bijan's Bijan. It's a 10-team league. Please keep our guy, my man, top 5 asset in fantasy football at the moment. And typically, if you are going to sell one of those guys, you need to be dramatically overpaid. Like if this was, say, a Devontae Adams and Kyron Williams for Bijan Robinson, then maybe we can have a conversation. But no, definitely keep Bijan here. And now Dred Chabo says, is Zay Jones playing? Let me see. We'll pull up any report that we have that's most recent here on Zay, my man. I mean, should know very, very soon, right? That game kicks off in about an hour and a half. So if it kicks off like in an hour and a half, yeah, I guess they have to make him active or inactive at least in like 7 minutes. Let me search his name to see if we have anything now, though. Okay, Zay Jones will be playing. Zay Jones is playing. He's out there warming up on the field. Where are they playing today? It's not London again, is it? Can y'all let me know, where are the Jags and Bills playing? Is it another London game? Okay, Germany. Thank you. Okay, so now our next question coming out from Hero says, full BBR, pick 2 wide receivers, a flex, and a running back. Chase, Kupp, Hall, Wilson, Puka, Mostert. We're going to be going Breece Hall at running back. We're going to be going Jamar Chase at wide receiver. And in a full BBR format for the other wide receiver slot and the flex, we'll be going with both Cooper Kupp and Puka Nacua. Right now, we have them both ranked as low-end wide receiver ones. I think as Cooper Kupp fully cements himself in this offense, Cooper Kupp will be moving up to being more so a mid-wide receiver one for us in our rankings. And we will have Puka moving down to being a high-end wide receiver 2. But for the time being, I think that we definitely want to go ahead and we want to be playing both guys. Ben says, should I start Kincaid or Ferguson? We are going to go Jake Ferguson this week now that Dalton Schultz is good to go. We'll go Kincaid for the long term. And then also Matt Breida or Javonte Williams. We will go Matt Breida now that you have no Saquon Barkley. As sad as it is, my man. Trust me, I did not want to be in a spot where we were telling people today to play Saquon Barkley, but that's how the cookie crumbles, as they'll say. Now, Funky Chunk says, Breida or Algier, basically just hoping for a touchdown. We're going to go Breida. The reason being is Breida's also going to have some target volume, right? Like Tyler Algier is not going to be used at all as a receiver in this offense. Whereas you will get that usage from Matt Breida. So let's go Breida here, my friend. Flo says 16-team full BBR. Hunter Henry or Dalton Kincaid. We just answered this question, my friend. Maybe it was a different play. I don't know. Dalton Kincaid's not someone that we can start right now. He will be better than Henry later on in this season. But for the short term, you want to be going Hunter Henry. You want to be going Dalton Kincaid for the long term. Cora says Spears or Jaleel today. We will be going with Jaleel under the assumption that Javonte Williams may miss. And even if Javonte Williams does play, I mean, I think we can assume that, I don't know. Maybe Jaleel has a little bit of an expanded role. Oh, people saying the game's in London. That's what I thought it was in London. Not Germany. Who lied to us and said it was in Germany? Gotta expose this guy. You kidding me? Chris. You trying to sabotage us like this? Trying to bring the live stream to a halt. Dear God, my man. Can't believe you're doing us like that. Can't believe that. Andrew says, Goff with everybody hurt or Burrow? This is a very interesting question. Because we did get the updated report saying that Goff is actually, that Burrow is actually healthier than he was last week, and that Burrow may look good to go. Let me pull up the updated lines that we have in these respective games. I want to see how much Vegas is projecting out the injuries to hurt this offense in Detroit. Okay. Lions are still favored by 9.5. Vegas is saying it doesn't matter. Cincinnati still only favored by 3.5, even with the positive Burrow news. Probably still want to be going Goff, as crazy as it sounds. I mean, it's nice to hear that Burrow's doing better, but until we see it, I don't know if we can believe it. Nithink says start 3, Mixon, James Cook, Connor, Etienne, Taylor. And then quarterback, we're going to go Lawrence or Stroud. We'll go Stroud over Lawrence this week. And then we are going to be going with Etienne, Taylor, and James Cook. Etienne, Taylor, James Cook. We're going to go with the young, exciting running backs that are playing in better offenses, right? Like, you could be excited about Joe Mixon if Burrow was 100% good to go. But if he's not, I don't know how pumped we can be about Mixon. Yeah. Well, we'll see if I can forgive you, Chris. Well, thin ice, pal. Thin ice. John says, a full BBR, who would you flex between Michael Thomas, Gus Edwards, or Matt Breida? Probably going to go ahead and flex. The thing is, the Dolphins are now 12.5-point favorites over the Giants. So Vegas is telling us the Giants just simply are going to get boat raced in this game, and it's not even going to be close. If it is a full BBR league, I may still end up going Matt Breida, just given the fact that we saw the target volume and what that can look like in a game that has no Saquon Barkley. By no means it is a spot that you are just fully guaranteed about, right? Yeah. So we will go ahead and we will take Matt Breida here, my friend. Parker says Aaron Jones, Matt Breida, or Miles Sanders in a non-PPR format. Let me see if we have any Aaron Jones news, because the issue is obviously we don't want to have to roll the dice if we don't have to. Now, with that being said, in a non-PPR league, we're just going to go with touchdown upside. So if Aaron Jones is playing, we're going to start Aaron Jones. I do not see anything with Aaron Jones right now. I think the play is we're going to go ahead and we will play Aaron Jones if we get news that he'll be playing on Monday before we have to make this call. And if not, in a non-PPR format, we will go with Miles Sanders, as I believe he has slightly more touchdown upside than Matt Breida. Eric says, sit Kirk if Jones plays. Thoughts on Matt Breida? I think Matt Breida may be viable as a last-minute dart throw in a full PPR league, given the target volume he'll have in his offense. And then if Aaron Jones plays, I would definitely play him over Christian Kirk. Obviously, it's difficult to know, though, because, Christian Kirk plays in about an hour and a half, whereas Aaron Jones plays tomorrow night. If there's any Aaron Jones news I'm missing, let me know. And Mr. Peabody says, full BBR start 3. Bijan, Pollard, Montgomery, or Kyron going against Fields this week. So we're chasing the upside. We are going to go Bijan, Pollard, and David Montgomery. Brutal to bench Kyron. He does have a tough matchup. Obviously, is the guaranteed volume, which you really like to see. But still, you have the guaranteed volume with the first 3 guys. And David Montgomery's going to go out there and crush with no Jahmyr Gibbs. Now, Nick says full BBR, Kyron Pittman or Garrett Wilson for the flex. We will go with Kyron Williams with that guaranteed volume. Between Michael Pittman, Garrett Wilson, if you really didn't want to go Kyron, I would go Michael Pittman over Garrett Wilson as well. Jack says full BBR down bad this week. Are we going to go Jaleel or Breida? I'm going to go Matt Breida, because even if Javonte ends up missing, you're going to be in a situation where you could see that backfield split between Jaleel as well as Pirine. But the fundamental issue is Javonte is going to be a game time decision. So the last thing we could do is plan on playing Jaleel. And then all of a sudden, Javonte's good to go at kickoff, you know? Lord Deathquake says, 12-team PPR, double flex. Who do we start? Between Taylor, Hall, Adams, Watson, Ayuk, Dobbs, Stevenson, Bourne, Higgins, and Gabe Davis. We're going to be going with Taylor, Hall for the 2 running back slots. We're going to be going with Adams and Ayuk for the 2 wide receiver slots. We're going to be going with Ramondre and Christian Watson for Romeo Dobbs for the 2 wide receiver slots. I think we do have to go ahead and we have to play Romeo Dobbs over Christian Watson this week, even if we prefer the long-term upside. I mean, even if you look at the underdog pick'ems, that's what it's saying. They have Romeo Dobbs at 47.5 receiving yards. Whereas if you look at where they have Christian Watson, they have Christian Watson only at 40.5. So yeah, I think we go with Romeo Dobbs over Christian Watson this week. Christian Watson over Romeo Dobbs long-term. And of course, ladies and gentlemen, if you have not done so already, please go down there. Drop a like on this live stream. It is 5 in the morning West Coast time right now. I may not live on the West Coast, so we're not going to go there. But nonetheless, hit that like button. Subscribe to the channel if you play fantasy football, of course. And if you want to check out any of these pick'ems over on Underdog Fantasy, you can find that link in the live chat, in the description, in the comment section. Promo code FLOCK, 100% deposit batch up to $100. Plus our updated rest of season fantasy football rankings and tiers. Plus today you will get hooked up with a Tua special pick'em, more than less than half a total yard. And on top of that, ladies and gentlemen, everybody that used promo code FLOCK, whether that was 2 years ago, last year, yesterday, or today, is going to get hooked up next week with a Justin Herbert special pick'em, more than less than half a total yard coming out of the bye against Dallas. So please make sure y'all are taking advantage of that. Super happy we're able to get that for y'all. And we are 1 like away for 200 likes. Keller says, start who? Single flex. Bijan Montgomery at running back for sure. Wide receiver, we're going to be going with Waddle and Debo. And then for the flex between Garrett Wilson, George Pickens, Gabe Davis, Breece Hall, probably going to end up going Breece Hall. You play Travis Kelce at tight end, and we're going to go Stroud at quarterback over Lawrence. Tough spot. I'm sure you want to get in Garrett Wilson with an exciting matchup. I completely understand why Zach Wilson looked better last week. It's just hard to start him over those guys. Heinkrid says, flex Gabe or Kirk, big bonuses for long touchdown passes. If it's like a 3-point bonus, then no, we're not worrying about it. If it's like an 8-point bonus, we've seen some of those crazy leagues, then we go with Gabe. I think plan A is just Christian Kirk, unless the bonuses are like crazy. Bangin' Brass says Christian Watson, Chris Olave, Zay Flowers, Kirk, Dell. Also start to Achane, Pollard, and Montgomery. We're going to be going Pollard and Montgomery. And then wide receiver, we are going to be going with Olave and second wide receiver will be a little bit tougher. Probably Olave and Kirk. And then for the flex, we would go with Devon Achane. Love to flex a running back there. Okay. Braden says latest on Adams. Don't sweat it out until Monday night or start Michael Wilson. We would go Devontae Adams because, like, worst case scenario, right? Devontae Adams doesn't play. Then you have to pull up and you have to play Hunter Renfrow. And is there that big of a difference between, and that's worst case scenario. You may have another option, right? Yeah, we have no update with Devontae Adams that I can find. But if you are looking at this, like worst case scenarios, you have to pivot to Hunter Renfrow. That's not that much of a fall off from Michael Wilson. Whereas the fall off from Adams to Wilson is massive. Eric says, meant Zay Jones. Good morning, Mason. Okay, let me go ahead and pull this up again, my man. I apologize about that. Sit Kirk if Jones plays. So Jones will play. However, with that being said, I don't necessarily think that you need to go ahead and you need to panic. It's going to be his first week back. I think you lower expectations for Christian Kirk. This is why we were saying to sell Christian Kirk earlier in the week. But you probably still end up having to play him. Landon says for the flex, here we're going to be going with Kyron Williams, my friend. John says trade Wilson, Purdy, Roschon for Olave. I would go ahead and get Olave if we have some decent quarterback play where we don't need Purdy. James says, I asked Thursday, but with the Modern News, are we going to go Miles Sanders or Jameson for the final flex spot? If you would have asked me last night, I maybe would have told you to go ahead and maybe would have told you to play Jameson Williams. But the report that we got over the night that I just woke up to is that Jameson Williams is only going to be playing 20 snaps. So you probably have to go ahead. You probably have to play Miles Sanders, my friend. Duval says Edwards or Breida in a non-PPR format. We will go Gus Edwards over Matt Breida in a non-PPR league. We'll go Matt Breida over Gus Edwards in a full PPR league. Mark says Zay Jones, Tutu Atwell, or Jameson. Tough spot to be in. We probably go Tutu Atwell in this instance. I mean, I'd rather go with none of the above, but if we have to choose one, we probably go Tutu Atwell. Bang and Brass says Cup, Olave, Collins, Flowers, James Cook. 2 wide receivers in a flex. We're going to be going with Cup, Olave as our 2 wide receivers. And then for our flex, it's going to be down between Collins and James Cook for you. Definitely cannot pick Zay Flowers here. It's your call for Collins or Cook. Full PPR format, maybe you go Collins. Non-PPR league, maybe you go Cook. Top right says James Cook or Brees. The matchup's so... I agree with you. The matchup's great, right? But ultimately, we've had the volume with James Cook kind of locked in. We've seen this over a larger sample. So I probably am going to end up just playing it safe and going James Cook. Landon says JT Mostert, David Montgomery, Zay Flowers. Pick 3 in a full PPR format. We're going to be going with the 3 running backs. I think you definitely have to be playing Raheem Mostert over Zay Flowers at this point, now that Jeff Wilson Jr. will not be playing. And they are 12.5 point favorites here. Jonathan says, Buddy wants my Lockett for his Jordan Addison 1-for-1. I'm trying to do Lockett and Sutton for Addison and Higgins. I would love that. And what do you think? I would do the deal that you're offering, no brainer. Like if we can get Higgins, let's send it. If you're looking at Lockett for Addison, I think Lockett runs laps around Addison in the short term. Maybe there's a chance that Addison has more long-term upside. But it is up to you there. It is up to you. Lucas says, happy BR 12-team league. Dobbs with the Herbert bye. Mixon, Etienne, Achane, Lamb, Ridley, Kittle. And then on the bench, we have Myers, Roschon, Warren, Charbonnet, Dell. Any upgrades? Not necessarily. I was confused on what you meant with Dobbs with the Herbert bye. This is Joshua Dobbs, D-O-B-B-S, not Romeo Dobbs, D-O-U-B-S. So this is the team as is. We don't have a ton of depth to make a lot of moves. And yeah, really, we just need to get through the Herbert bye, get Herbert back, and hopefully we have a spike week coming from Kittle sometime soon. Now, Brian says, 14-team at BBR, 2 wide receivers and a flex. Traded JT Nico for Tyreek before yesterday's news. Did we pay too much? Nope. Great deal. 14-team league, a little bit tougher, but still you got the best player in Tyreek. Rest of season, we have Fields, Diggs, Olave, Gibbs, Kamara, Hockenson, Kittle, Zay. Yeah, so now Tyreek slides into our flex spot. Great, great team. And obviously, I can understand how it's a little bit nerve-wracking. Like you trade away Jonathan Taylor, and then we get the news that, oh, Jonathan Taylor signs like perfectly. But if you sold him for like Tyreek Hill, you got out of the risk. You got a similar amount of upside. So it did make sense for you to make that move at the time, especially. Lito coming out saying 2-2, full PBR, 10-team league. We have Jalen Hurts, Chase, A.J. Brown, DJ Moore, Puka, Amari, Connor, Ramondre, Laporta, Cole Kmet, Javonte, Judy Spears. Need running backs. Any suggestions? Obviously, it'll be very difficult for us to go ahead and make any trades right before kickoff here. You're kind of already doing what I'd want, rostering as many running backs as we possibly can. If you would have asked me this last week, I would have said, let's go through and let's sell Puka for someone like Swift or someone like ETN. But for how we stand now, I think that honestly, we just play James Conner, play Ramondre Stevenson, send up a prayer that Ramondre is able to turn it around, and we'll see. We'll see. Okay. Now, Ethan says, PBR, pick a wide receiver and a flex between JT, Hopkins, Flowers, and Pacheco. Flex, we're going to go JT, and then wide receivers between Hopkins and Flowers. Really close now that all the Baltimore receivers are going to play and Burks won't. I may actually pivot to DeAndre Hopkins, even if we would have not said that previously. Okay, so now our next question coming out from, I believe, TJR, who says, 12-team PPR, bench 2 of these guys, Hall, Pierce, Taylor, Dobbs, and Debo. Romeo Dobbs would definitely be a bench out of this list. I think we may end up benching Dameon Pierce as well, but it could be a sneaky spot for Dameon Pierce in that now the Houston Texans offensive line is finally healthy. So the Texans offensive line is finally healthy. Pierce is a little bit more intriguing. Out of this list in particular, though, with these like loaded up options, you probably still have to bench him. Scully says, start Pacheco or Jonathan Taylor. We will go Jonathan Taylor even if he's on a potential snap count. Go Bills says, bother starting Barkley or do we roll with Hollywood? If you want to motivate your team, if you want to send a message, you can start Saquon Barkley. Typically, I don't play players in fantasy that aren't going to play in real life, however, so I'd probably go with Hollywood, my man. And just in case you don't know, yeah, you do not have Saquon Barkley playing today, ladies and gentlemen. That Big Cat says Matt Breida or Aaron Jones. If we get no news regarding Aaron Jones before the Miami kickoff, you may end up just having to go Matt Breida with the guaranteed volume, unless you have like A.J. Dillon to pivot to. Obviously, this is a question just because the timing of everything that very much depends on your exact situation. Grant says James Cook or Puka at the flex and half PPR. We will go ahead and we'll play Puka this week with Kupp having his first week back. Carlos says half PPR flex, Breida, Rice, or Warren. We will go ahead and we'll play Matt Breida now that you have no Saquon Barkley and we have the guaranteed target volume. Isaiah says, full BBR 10-team league, 1-3, traded Kyron and Ridley for Devontae Adams with the starting lineup of Adams, Jefferson, Hurts, Saquon, JT, Hawkinson, Brees at the flex. Phenomenal team. I mean, obviously we go through and we start Jalen Hurts at quarterback. We start Jefferson at wide receiver. Jonathan Taylor, Brees at running back. And then we figure out what we're going to do at wide receiver 2 if Devontae Adams misses. And then the flex. Obviously, I don't know what our bench is, though. Now, D-Blag coming out saying, picked 2, Josh Downs, Josh Reynolds, Shaheed Spears, Zay Jones. We are going to go Josh Reynolds with Noah Monroe, St. Brown, and now Jameson on the snap count. We are going to be going with Zay Jones as well, as long as we don't get any reports about him having potential limited usage. And then who are we going to drop between Everett or Shaheed? We will drop probably Gerald Everett. We have Charbonnet, Roshan, Pollard, and Spears. Should I trade Henry? Probably going to be holding Henry for now. And yeah, I mean, I'm just more so thinking about that second starting wide receiver. I think you probably end up having to go Zay Jones, but it obviously is very scary with his first week back from injury. But it's not like we're super pumped about anybody there, right? And real quick, We are one like away from hitting 300 likes on this live stream. Please, if you have not done so already, ladies and gentlemen, go down there, drop a like on the stream for us. I mean, we have live streamed every single day since April. We have live streamed for 163 days in a row. Not going to miss a single day until 2024. Sundays are by far and away our most important days for us. So if you could go down there, hit that like button, I would really appreciate it. And of course, if you want to check out any of these pick'ems over on Underdog Fantasy, you can find that link in the live chat, in the description, in the comment section. Promo code FLOCK, you're going to be getting a 100% deposit match up to $100. Plus, you're going to be getting our updated rest of season fantasy football rankings and tiers. And on top of that, ladies and gentlemen, everybody's going to get hooked up if you're new to Underdog Fantasy with a Tua special pick'em for today, more than less than half a total yard. And we got everybody hooked up. Doesn't matter if you sign up to Underdog today or you did 2 years ago. As long as you use promo code FLOCK, you are going to get a Justin Herbert special pick'em next week, more than less than half a total yard, which I am really excited to be able to get y'all. Ron says JT or Jalen Warren, definitely going to go Taylor. And then do we drop Burks for Marvin Mims? Would not fault you at all if you wanted to make that play. Mab says trade Dobbs for Sky Moore. We have Christian Watson still. Probably want to keep Romeo Dobbs over Sky Moore, my friend. J-Man says pick one for the flex. Dobbs, Edwards, or Gabe Davis. Half PBR format's a little bit closer. Full PBR league, I kind of tell you go Romeo Dobbs. If you wanted to go Edwards, I think that you are going to be fine in the half PBR format to do it. Very close. Good morning, David. Happy to see you out, my man. Chase says 10-team non-PBR. We have Tua, Fields, Hill, Monroe, Waller, Palmer, Rashid, CMC, Breeze, Pacheco, Ford, White, Hogginson. Starting Rice due to the Amon-Ra injury. Palmer on bye. Do we trade a running back for a receiver? We're not going to do that just for this week. What I would look to do to be, especially in a non-PBR format, non-PBR league, obviously wouldn't be building around running back. What I would rather do is trade Justin Fields and go get someone like Devonta Smith, right? If you can trade Fields and go get someone like Smith and then pair up, and still have Tua to start every single week at quarterback, I think that'd make a lot of sense, my friend. I snapped. Happy to see you, my man. Says, what's up, Flock? Congrats on 200K. I remember when you were 5x smaller than this. Rank Ramondre, Hollywood, Ridley. Also, do we start Stroud or Lawrence? I'm finally ready to throw in the towel, especially in a bad Lawrence matchup. I think that we are going to go ahead and I think that we are going to be taking Stroud over Lawrence. And then between Ramondre, Hollywood, and Calvin Ridley, we are going to be going with Ramondre, then Ridley, then Hollywood. But you can flip Ramondre and Ridley depending on your format. Okay. Drager says Richardson or Stroud. You can go back and forth and you can make an argument. Oh, Stroud's better than Richardson. Or, oh, Richardson's better than Stroud. From a real life perspective, that's a very valid argument you can make either way. Both of them have been phenomenal. But from a fantasy football perspective, you go with the guy with the rushing upside and it's not that close. Go with Richardson. Travis says Laporta or Kirk for the flex spot. We will go Christian Kirk, even though Laporta looks like he's going to crush with nobody in Detroit. Thomas says PBR, we have buys. Me, Flowers, Myers, Sanders, or Warren for the flex. Or are you saying that this is just who we're starting? That'd be brutal. If it's a full PBR format and we are picking out of these guys, we would pick Jacoby Myers with the possibility that Devontae Adams misses. Right? I think we'd probably have to. Now, Mr. Timothy says flex Michael Wilson or Miles Sanders. Keep grinding, bro. Appreciate you, my man. We will go ahead and we'll take Miles Sanders over Michael Wilson. Joe says, what's up, my man? Should we trade Saquon for Jonathan Taylor? Honestly, at this point with the Saquon injury, I think probably so, right? Even if Barkley's good to go, Saquon's just in a horrendous offense. They're dead last in points scored. Also, we need a flex with Saquon likely out. Should we start Watson, Michael Thomas, or Josh Reynolds? Thanks. Thank you, my man. If you would have asked me earlier in the week, we would have said to go ahead. We would have said to play Christian Watson. But now that we are getting Noah Amon-Ra St. Brown and Jamison Williams on a snap, only playing like 20 snaps, we probably want to go ahead and play Josh Reynolds. Isaiah says, pick two in case to know Devontae Adams. Christian Watson, Tank Dell, Jordan Addison, and Javonte. We're going to go, or Jameson. If you would have asked me last night, I would have told you Jameson, but now that we know he's only going to play about 20 snaps, we can't. We would go Christian Watson and Jordan Addison. IB Russ says 10-team PPR 2 and 2. Pick a running back and 2 flex. Algier Addison, Gus Edwards, and Matt Breida. We're going to be going with Matt Breida. And in a full PPR format, we're going to go Addison Edwards. If it was a non-PPR league, we could go with Algier over Addison. But full PPR format, go with the Addison upside. Aaron says, start Ramondre Pierce or Matt Breida. Full PPR format, we'll go Ramondre, even if it's close with Dameon Pierce, as the Texans' offensive line is getting healthier. Anto says, pick 1, JT Pacheco. We're going to go JT. Pick 2, Watson, Gabe, Pacheco. We're going to be going with Watson and Pacheco. Evan Storm says, PPR flex Dell, Breida, Reynolds, or Miles Sanders. We're the Barkley and Amon-Ra St. Brown owner. We're going to go ahead and we will be playing Matt Breida. Oh my gosh. It's either Matt Breida or Josh Reynolds with all the injuries in their respective offenses. The thing with Matt Breida is he does have the guaranteed target. I mean, he is going to get used as a pass catcher out of the backfield, which you kind of like to see. But still, he's Matt Breida in the worst offense in the NFL, so I don't know how excited we can be about it. If you want, honestly, just go Josh Reynolds. You can go Josh Reynolds or Matt Breida. Up to you. Up to you. Kevin says, should we trade Olave and Ramondre for Jamar Chase? Yes, you should. Go get Chase. Mumble Dragon says, keep up the great channel, Mason. Thank you, my man. Need some help. We need a receiver, running back, and a flex. Choose between Mostert, Taylor, Debo, Pittman. We're going to go with Taylor, running back. We're going to go Debo, wide receiver. If he's fully healthy, we have no Elijah Mitchell. I think maybe we get some more rushing volume. And I know it's going to surprise some people. I'd probably go Raheem Mostert in that flex spot as well. Because if you do look at Mostert, now that you have no Jeff Wilson, and the Giants are favored by 12.5 points. I'm sorry, the Dolphins are favored by 12.5 points. They're going to be run the ball consistently. B says, Saquon, Gibbs, Moss owner, and Walker. Dear God. Start 2, Breida, Moss, Chuba, Dillon, Tank, Singletary, Latavius, and Justice Hill. We're going to go Matt Breida. Then we're going to hold out on making the other decision. If Aaron Jones is ruled out by the time we have to make this decision, we are going to go ahead and we will be taking A.J. Dillon. If he will be good to go, then we actually probably play Chuba Hubbard in a full PPR format. I mean, he should have some volume. There's still like 9.5 point dogs against Detroit, so he probably will have some passing volume going his direction. Fantasy Football 101 says, flex play Odell, Jameson, and Wandale. So last night, I was a little more excited to play Jameson than we are right now based off the projected volume that you have with Jameson only running 20 routes. But I still think we probably go Jameson Williams here because these other guys aren't necessarily guaranteed to see a ton of volume. Yeah, and we're just looking for a big play, so we'll go with the player in the best offense. Cap says, 10-team at BBR. I'm 1-3 going against the 0-4 team, so this matters. We have Amon-Ra St. Brown out. We have Bijan, Achane, Ridley, Watson, Dameon Pierce in the flex. And then on the bench, we have Flowers or Mike Wilson. What are you doing? I think we keep it as is. I mean, if you really wanted to make a swap here, if you're telling me, Mason, I really want to get Zay Myers in, you would go through and you would play Zay Flowers over Christian Watson. But we probably keep it as is, my friend. And real quick, we are 1 like away from getting 400 likes in this live stream. This is day 163 of live streaming every single day in a row. So please go down there, drop a like on this stream. Help us out. I mean, Sundays are by far and away the most important days for us live streaming, ladies and gentlemen. Jack says, down bad, London, Ingram, or Raymond for the flex. We will go Drake London and set up a prayer. DM says, wide receiver at BBR. Which one should we hold for rest of season? Puka, Olave, Wilson, Dell, Dobbs, Michael Wilson, and Deontay. If you were going to cut someone out of this list rest of season, you are going to end up cutting Michael Wilson. And we've been saying over the past few weeks that if you can sell Puka for Chris Olave or Devonta Smith, you go ahead and do it. But with that being said, I very much am an idiot, and we've been saying that, and Puka just goes out there and continues to freaking crush. Connor says, hey, Mason, how are you today? Great, my man. Just trying to wake up. Happy BR, Zay or Sky? Thank you, and I hope you enjoy week 5. Hope you enjoy week 5 as well, my man. Really, I'd be on the lookout to try to see if we get any indication of the usage of Zay Jones this week, his first week back. If it looks like he'll be fully good to go with no limitations, we probably go Zay Jones. If there'll be any limitations, we pivot to Sky Moore. Obviously, very difficult to know with these guys coming back from injury. Anto says, have BBR pick 3, James Cook, JT, Pacheco, and Achane. We're going to go JT, James Cook, and Devon Achane. I know Pacheco is very appealing. I think this could be a shootout against Minnesota, though. Now, Barrett says, Morning Mason, Breed is available in our 12-team Superflex. Who should our drop be, Jaleel or Michael Wilson? I definitely would play Breed over these guys. If you are not planning on playing Jaleel, I'd probably drop Jaleel. Just given the fact that it looks like even if Javonte misses this week, he'll be back next week. He's a game time decision right now. And if you're not playing Jaleel currently, there's no reason to roster him in that case, you know, if that makes sense. Like if he's playing in an offense with no Javonte, it's either start him or let's down. So if you weren't going to start him, or I would rather start Matt Breida over him, you can drop Jaleel and go get Matt Breida. Or honestly, I'd probably drop Mike Wilson, but I just personally would always rather roster the extra running back. Omar says, Daniel Jones or Zach Wilson at QB1. I think Zach Wilson may have the better real life day in a very good matchup where, I mean, I believe the Jets are only 2.5, 3-point dogs, whereas the Giants are 12.5 point dogs. But from a fantasy football perspective, when Daniel Jones has the rushing upside, we're going to go Daniel Jones. Harry says, hey, Mace, decimated by injuries. We need a running back, a wide receiver. Latavius, Dalvin, Bigsby, Raymond, down, Sky. Oh my gosh, my man, that is brutal. Thank you for dropping that like. I mean, this is tough. We're going to go with Sky Moore at wide receiver. And then for running back, I think we're going to go ahead and we may end up playing. Oh my gosh. If Michael Carter Jr. wasn't in there, it'd be easy to play Dalvin. But with it being a 3-man split backfield, I don't think we can. Latavius is in a 3-man split backfield, though. Bigsby's playing like 7 snaps. We may end up having to go with the least efficient running back in the entire NFL in a 3-man running back by committee. We may end up having to go Dalvin Cook here just based off the matchup. But obviously, it's concerning given the fact that you won't have Breece Hall on a snap count anymore. Tough spot to be in. Harrison says, Levy Mason, pick 1 full BBR. Ramondre Hollywood Hopkins. Stevenson has been aggravating. I'm leaning towards Hollywood. Started Brian Robinson. We need some help. Completely understand where you're coming from. I personally still go Ramondre Stevenson over Hollywood Brown. They're not that far off for me. Just to give you a sense of the expectations for these guys this week. Like if you are looking at their underdog pick'ems right now, you have Hollywood Brown at 53.5 total yards. Whereas if you go on the other end of the spectrum and look at what you have with Ramondre Stevenson, you have Ramondre Stevenson at 72.5, you know? So the projections strongly favor Ramondre Stevenson. I think it's a little close, but I don't know. I think we probably want to listen to him when there's that large of a gap. You probably want to play Ramondre. Now, Jacob says Pitts, Jameson, or Wandale in the flex. 1.5 tight end premium. Oh my gosh. I probably still go Jameson even if he's going to be playing only like 20 snaps. The thing is, if Jameson plays only like 20 snaps, but he runs like 18 routes, which is obviously very aggressive for projection, but still, if that could happen, I think Jameson could get there off a big play. I would love to tell you Kyle Pitts in a tight end premium format. But still, I don't think I can. Caesar says, Sup Mason, 1-3, 10-team PPR. We need a starter receiver and a flex. We have Jameson, Judy, Dell, Hall, Kamara, Sanders. Already started Brian Robinson and benched DJ Moore. Okay. Our wide receiver, we will be going with Jerry Judy here now that we have the news that Jameson's going to be limited. And then between Hall, Kamara, Miles Sanders in a full PPR format, I think we're going to be going with Alvin Kamara. If it was a non-PPR league, I think we'd be going with Breece Hall. I think Breece Hall has more touchdown upside, but Kamara has the guaranteed target volume. Ladies and gentlemen, we are 1 like away from hitting 500 likes on this live stream. Go down there, hit that like button. We're going to live stream every single day until 2024. And of course, if you want to check out any of those pick'ems over on Underdog Fantasy, this is actually one of my favorite ones of the week right here. Raheem Mostert for more than 8.35 fantasy points. Now that you have no Jeff Wilson Jr. in this game and they are favored by 12.5 points, I really do like Mostert for more than 8.35 points. You can find all of those over on Underdog Fantasy. Links in the live chat, links in the description. And if you use promo code FLOCK, you're going to get a 100% deposit match up to $500. We get our updated rest of season fantasy football rankings as well. And if you're new to Underdog and use promo code FLOCK, you're going to get hooked up with a Tua special pick'em, more than less than half a total yard. And on top of that, ladies and gentlemen, you'll be getting a Justin Herbert special pick'em, a Flock exclusive next week coming out of the bye. And this Justin Herbert one's not just limited to people who are new to Underdog Fantasy. I got everybody hooked up with this, whether you signed up to Underdog with promo code FLOCK 2 years ago, last year, yesterday, or today. I mean, everybody's going to get that next week, which I'm really excited about. That use code FLOCK. Now, the deal coming out, I apologize if I mispronounced this, my friend, but Thaddeus says, good morning, sir. Full BBR pick 2. Saquon, Mixon, Taylor, or James Conner. Appreciate it. No, appreciate you. Saquon will not be playing, so we are going to go with Jonathan Taylor. And between James Conner, Joe Mixon, they're legitimately ranked back-to-back in our rankings this week. I think you probably end up having to go Joe Mixon. League says Swift, Achane, or Mixon. Pick 2. We're going to be going Swift and Devon Achane now that we have no Jeff Wilson Jr. to worry about. Elijah says, morning, full BBR start Kirk Still or go with Hopkins Dobbs. We'll still go ahead and take Christian Kirk. Harbor Roofing Florida says, want to sell high on DJ Moore. What is a good running back range to target? If after this week we can go sell DJ Moore and get to like an injured Saquon Barkley, I think that'd make a lot of sense if the Barkley owner is really frustrated. Outside of that, obviously, if we could package with another running back, like package with a James Conner level player and get to Tony Pollard, get to Bijan Robinson, that would be ideal. And if not, I'd love to go get JT, especially if JT starts a little slow. That could be possible. I really like the idea, but I mean, you shoot for the stars if we're making that move. Mitchell says, full BBR, should we do Pittman and Connor to get Olave? And if it's like a 10-team, 2 wide receiver, 1 flex, maybe you just go ahead and take the best player. I feel like we're overpaying a bit here. And I love Olave. Ahmad says, PBR need 3. JT, Kyron, Kamara, Puka. Also, we traded Andrews, Achane for Lamb. We have Lamar, Adams, Olave, Kelsey as the rest of the team. It's a 3 wide receiver single flex league. What are your thoughts? We're going to go JT, Kyron, Puka. If you wanted to make a swap, you'd actually know full BBR format. We have to go Kamara over JT, even if it sucks. We're going to go JT over Kamara in the long term. Kamara this week. And then because this is such a loaded team, I'm fine with the CeeDee Lamb trade. And yeah, phenomenal squad. David says, Aaron Jones scares me. So we're going to go George Pickens or Gabe Davis instead. What time does Pickens play? I believe it's noon, right? Yeah, he plays at noon. We're at least going to be waiting until noon to see if we get any more news with Aaron Jones. So we're not going to be playing Gabe Davis here. I think we hold out, see if we get any news. And if it sounds like Aaron Jones is good to go, we plan on Aaron Jones. And if not, we play George Pickens at noon. Kent says, pick 1 to start, Kupp, Wilson, or Nico Collins. We're going to go Cooper Kupp, no hesitation. Gorilla Kid says, pick 3, Watson, Wilson, Flowers, Pacheco, Dell, Puka. We're going to be going with Puka, Pacheco, and Garrett Wilson in a very good matchup. Tim says, big fan, Mason. Appreciate your artwork. Appreciate you, my man. Full BBR, not favored, but 4-0. Hell yes. Pick 1, Pierce, Moss, or Jonathan Taylor. We are going to go ahead and we are going to take Jonathan Taylor. I mean, Pierce is a little more appealing now that you have the Texans offensive line fully healthy, but still. Edward says, in quotes, Sports Illustrated, Adams didn't practice on Thursday or Friday and was a limited participant on Saturday. There's little doubt he'll be in the lineup. Okay. Let me try to find this again. Because obviously this is going to help a lot if we know that Adams is playing when we go through and have to submit our starting lineups this morning. Just always frustrating when we have a game time decision type guy on Monday night. I'm going to go to some like Twitter doctors and see if we can find something here. Obviously, Davante Adams has been known to play through these injuries, which does give you a little bit more hope. Okay. Okay, don't see anything here with Davante Adams. We do have some other injury news, though. Zay Jones is active. So that is official. We saw him warming up. Now we know that he is officially good to go. Let me see if there's anything on Sleeper. No. Okay, please keep me updated in the live chat. Like if y'all are seeing anything like this, please let me know. Okay. Now our next question coming out from, I believe, SX Young says full BBR, Jerry Jeudy or Matt Breida. We will go Matt Breida even if it's disgusting, my friend. Even if it's disgusting. Trey Lee says, love the channel, Olave or Pittman. Thank you so much, my man. We will go Olave. I'm standing by our guy. I mean, this is someone that, yeah, the volume fell off last week. I think it'll be better. Hopefully, Derek Carr is better. Seth says, hey, man, 12-team full BBR. Team is Fields, Montgomery, Pollard, Jefferson, Waddle, Waller, Ayuk, Sutton. Do I trade P. Ryan and Ayuk for Olave and Justice Hill? P. Ryan, Justice Hill, who the hell cares? Ayuk for Olave. Give me Chris Olave. And, yeah, solid team. Let's go get Olave there, my man. And we're one like away from 600 likes. Hit that like button, ladies and gentlemen. JI MVP says, hey, Mason, PBR pick 1. Hopkins, Moss, or Jaleel. Thanks for the help. No, thank you, my man. I think in a full BBR format, we probably go Hopkins now that it looks like we can't really rely upon Jaleel, knowing that, I mean, Javonte Williams may play. Javonte's that game time decision. X-Men says full BBR, should we trade James Cook for Olave? Fair deal, really up to you and your overall roster. Josh says, need to PPR. We have Sanders, Warren, Addison, and Jaleel. We will go ahead and we will be playing full BBR, Addison, and Sanders. If Javonte plays, I want nothing to do with Jaleel. Michael says, Jeudy or Boyd in the flex. We will go Jeudy with Burrow not at 100%, even if Higgins is missing. John says, we need 2 receivers, 2 running backs, and a flex. Jefferson, AJ, Olave, Waddle, Ayuk, Kamara, Barkley, Kyron. Running back, we are to be going with Kamara, Kyron. Barkley's not playing. Wide receiver, Jefferson, A.J. Brown. And then for the flex between Olave and Waddle, I like both guys as bounce back candidates, but we will be going Olave. Jake says, choose 2 in a PPR league this week. Achane, Swift, Kyron. We're going to be going with Swift and Kyron for the guaranteed volume. Daniel says, good morning at PBR. Do we start Miles Sanders, Zay Jones, or London for the flex? We will go Miles Sanders in at PBR format. We have St. Brown, but Reynolds earlier in the week, just in case. Yeah, you can play Josh Reynolds over Amon-Ra St. Brown now, especially if Jameson's not going to be 100%. Angel says 2 running backs and a flex. We have Etienne, Achane, Brees, Jaleel, Warren, and Ayuk. We're going to go Achane, Etienne, and then for our flex spot between Brees and Ayuk, kind of going to be up to you. If it's a full BBR format, I probably want to go Ayuk. If it's a non-PBR league, we probably want to go Brees with this matchup. Jordan, thank you, my man. Says 12-team PBR 1 and 3. Give Connor, White, Garrett, Laporta for Moore, Andrews, Sanders, Jeudy. Okay. So Garrett, let's go best player on one side, best player on the other side. Best player on your first side, maybe it's Laporta, maybe it's Garrett, maybe it's White, maybe Connor. I don't know. They're all about the same. But all I know is the best player on, let's go with Garrett Wilson, best wide receiver on side 1. or DJ Moore. DJ Moore by a mile. Sam Laporta or Mark Andrews. We're going to go Mark Andrews, even if Laporta will crush this week with the St. Brown injury. Sanders and Judy versus Connor and White. Probably Connor and White. Another league, I'd give Connor and Pacheco for Javonte and Fields. Burrow at quarterback currently. That other league, I think the second deal is a fair one if we were going to go ahead and get Justin Fields to play over Burrow. The first one, it really does come down to your personal preference. Obviously, we were paying up for DJ Moore after the massive blow-up game. I thought you are paying a fair price. With that being said, it is up to you. I mean, I do think in the long term, Laporta to Andrews is an upgrade. May not look like that this week, though, with everybody injured in Detroit. Cruz says, should we trade Ridley and Achane for Adams or CeeDee Lamb? I would go get Devontae Adams here. DX Vin says, good morning, Mason. Wide receiver 3, pick 1. Judy or Michael Wilson, drop a like. Appreciate you, my friend. We will go Jerry Judy. I know people got mad at us for saying this yesterday, but if you look at the underdog pick'ems too, Jerry Judy's like 20 yards ahead. Trustlock says Najee or Jaleel if Barkley misses. Barkley will most likely miss, and we may end up having to go Najee because Javonte is a game time decision. And Najee plays at noon. Javonte plays at 3. Welcome to the flock, John. Happy to have you, my man. Tatered Sandwich says flex Gabe Davis, Dobbs, or Tank Dell. We will go with Romeo Dobbs in a full PPR format. We'll go Gabe Davis in a non-PPR. Nicholas says 2-point PPR, who in the flex, Dobbs, Kirk, Addison, or Dell. We will go ahead and we will play Christian Kirk, even if we expect him to take a step backwards with Zay Jones being good to go. KJ says start sit Judy or Javonte. Appreciate you as always, my man. And we will start Jerry over Javonte, even if Javonte plays, because Javonte will probably be limited and it'll turn into a running back by committee. Herpal says full BBR start Kirk, Gabe, Dobbs, or Wilson. Full BBR format, we will go Christian Kirk, even with Zay Jones. Definitely lower expectations, though. Applejack says Anthony Richardson or Lamar. We're going to go with Lamar, even though they're close. And pick 2 between Waddle, Watson, Wilson, and Smith. We're going to go Smith and Waddle. This isn't too close for us. I know a lot of people want to go ahead and play Garrett Wilson, though, given the great matchup he has against Denver. Stefan says pick 3 in a standard league. Mostert, Jones, Taylor, Edwards, Pacheco. We're going to be going with Taylor, Mostert, and Pacheco. No reason to roll the dice here with Aaron Jones if you have these great options. Mark says, at BBR, Ramadre or Montgomery rest of season, is it close? Not close at this point, especially in at BBR format with the Gibbs injury. You go David Montgomery. Barrett says, just picked up Matt Breida. Are we going to go Wilson, Breida, or Jaden Reed? We will go Matt Breida with no Saquon Barkley over Michael Wilson and Jaden Reed, given just the guaranteed target volume that we have here, my man. It is gross just because this Giants offense is going to be horrendous. Peter says, my daughter says good morning and good luck to all. Tell your daughter I hope she has a wonderful Sunday, my friend. And yes, good morning. Good luck to all. Great sentiment. And should be a really fun football day. I think there's a lot that we can be excited about, especially if we're looking at the fact that, I mean, we have Cooper Kupp back in. We have Jonathan Taylor back in. Will be really exciting. Just Sherman says drop JSN for Clyde Edwards-Helaire. Hell no. Or pick up or trade Pickens for Warren. It's bad. I would rather do the second one. I mean, Clyde Edwards-Helaire is getting phased out of KC. Clyde Edwards-Helaire is not someone we want on our roster. Okay. Hearsay says 12-team at BBR, 1 and 3. We have Lawrence, Kyler, Bijan, Achane, Javonte, Spears, Wilson, Pittman, Amari, Mingo, Ferguson, Henry. What should my plan be next week to improve the roster? We don't have a lot of firepower to work with here, my man. All I would say is if Kyler's on our bench and not our IR, cut Kyler Murray and go pick up another running back off the waiver wire that has upside if an injury were to occur in front of him. Just another guy that looks like Tajay Spears. I'm sure that we'll have some exciting waiver wire options. If Kyler's on the IR, though, then honestly, probably not looking to make too many moves. Like, we don't have a ton of value we can trade away. Derek says, hey, Mason, 2 questions, full PBR. Hunter Henry or Dallas Goedert. We will go Dallas Goedert, even though they're close. And then for the flex, Pickens, Sutton, or Reed, thank you. No, thank you so much for everything, my man. I really do appreciate all the support. We're going to go Pickens over Sutton and Reed. Sutton does have a really tough matchup. And now that you have Kenny Pickett good to go, and then we can rely on Pickens a little bit more than previously. Eric says, what are your favorite pick'ems for the week? So you'll see that I did highlight my favorite pick'ems over here when they scroll by for everybody. The ones that I did not highlight, though, that I really do like now that we have some clarity on Jeff Wilson Jr., I really do like Raheem Mostert for more than 8.35 fantasy points with no Jeff Wilson Jr. this week. I think that is a very interesting pick'em. They're going to run the ball a ton in the second half. They are favored by 12.5, and Mostert was the #1 scoring player in fantasy football going into last week. And then out of the favorite ones that I've highlighted, I also do like Christian Watson for more than 40.5 receiving yards as well. There are a couple else that I've highlighted that you'll see as they go by with the scrolling, my friend. But yeah, and of course, one thing is we are 2 likes away from 700 likes on this live stream. Go down there, drop that like, ladies and gentlemen. We have live streamed every single day since April without missing a single day. And also, Sunday mornings are by far and away the most important for us. So if you're ever going to hit that like button, please make sure you are doing it on a Sunday morning for us. And if you wanted to check out any of those pick'ems on Underdog Fantasy, you can find that link in the live chat, in the description, in the comment section. Promo code FLOCK, you're going to get a 100% deposit match up to $100. Plus, you'll get our rest of season fantasy football rankings and tiers. If you're new to Underdog Fantasy, you're also going to get a Tua special pick'em for today, more than less than half a total yard with promo code FLOCK. And on top of that, we got everybody hooked up. Doesn't matter if you signed up to Underdog 2 years ago with promo code FLOCK or you sign up to Underdog today with promo code FLOCK. Everybody next week will as well get a Justin Herbert special pick'em, more than less than half a total yard. Super happy that I'm able to get y'all set up with that, so please make sure you take advantage. Now, Will says, 4-0, 8-team, full BBR, single flex. We have Allen, CMC, Swift, AJ Watson, Hawkinson. For the flex, Mixon. And then on the bench, we have Evans, Flowers, Rice, Love, Ferguson, Spears, Dillon. Any changes? So if we wanted to start someone down there on the bench, it would end up being Zay Flowers. Can we play Zay Flowers over AJ Brown? No. Can we play him over Joe Mixon? No. The one thing, if you wanted to make a change, and I'm not telling you that you have to do it, but you can if you would really like to, you could go through and you could play Zay Flowers over Christian Watson if you wanted, my friend. Benny says trade St. Brown for Laporta and Ayuk. Probably not unless you're really worried about the St. Brown injury and you really are like maybe 0-4, need points right now. Psychosis says Kirk or Thielen, full BBR format. We are going to go Christian Kirk, even though they do look really close now that Zay Jones is playing. Cal says, non-BBR, do we flex Wilson or Watson? We're going to go with Garrett Wilson in a good matchup. I'm already behind as my opponent had DJ Moore. Brutal, my man. And I had to start Algier over Gibbs. My other receivers are Hill and Adams. I'm feeling like a big Wilson week. Yeah, I mean, it is a good matchup. Obviously, Zach Wilson looked better last week than he has throughout his entire NFL career. Still expect this to be a bad offense, but if you're ever going to start Garrett Wilson, it probably makes sense in this circumstance going up against the Denver Broncos. Alex says flex 10-team BBR format. We have Tua, Mixon, Jones, Kamara, Brees, Diggs, CD, Keenan, Pittman, Nico, Pitts, Ertz. Any trades? I'm 4-0, Brees over Aaron Jones today. Yes, we're going to go Brees over Aaron Jones. I think they're close even if Aaron Jones plays, but obviously we don't know if he will as of now. So let's go ahead and let's play Brees. And then honestly, in the long term, if you really wanted to sell like Nico Collins and Kyle Pitts or Nico Collins and Zach Ertz to see if we could get to Hawkinson or Andrews, I think we could on a team that's loaded like that. Queeran says, happy BR, pick one for the flex. Jameson, Ramondre, or Jerry Jeudy. We'll definitely go with Ramondre Stevenson. Jameson Williams was someone I was excited to play last night, but we got the report coming out saying he's only going to play about 20 snaps. So it will be very difficult to go through and play Jameson Williams. Okay. Now, Yasha says, any chance Kyle Pitts becomes good? Deep tight end sleepers. There's a chance, but I can't keep saying it. So I'm not going to be able to say on a live stream, yeah, Kyle Pitts is a deep tight end sleeper. He can improve. He's running his own routes, yada, yada, yada. Can't count on it. He does have some upside to do it. And if we're going to go like a deep tight end sleeper, I think now that you have the Donald Parham injury, Gerald Everett may be viable coming out of the bye week. Joel says, Ridley or Garrett Wilson? Love the content, bro. Appreciate you, my man. If you look at my flex rankings, we do have these guys relatively close this week. We have Ridley at 36 in our flex rankings. We have Wilson at 39. So it is really up to you. I probably end up going Calvin Ridley. John says Andrews versus Pittsburgh or Laporta versus Carolina. So long-term, I would much prefer having Andrews in fantasy over Sam Laporta. However, this week with no Amon-Ra St. Brown, with no Jahmyr Gibbs, I will go Laporta over Andrews, as crazy as that sounds. OG says Jaleel or Zeke. We're going to go Jaleel. And then start to Dell, Reynolds, or Addison. We will go with Reynolds and Addison. A Ghost Issa says, JT or Tank Dell. We're going to go JT, no brainer. I know JT's risky with the pitch count and matchup, but it's still JT, so I don't know. Yeah, because the thing is, like, JT has a low floor, but is it like Tank Dell has a high floor? No, not at all. Like, look what we saw last week, you know? So we're going to go with the player that we know has an elite level ceiling. Let's go JT. Hunter says Waddle or Zay Flowers. We will go Jalen Waddle. Eric says full BBR, Igby or Musgrave this week. So Higbee gets a step down with Cooper Kupp coming back into this offense. We still will play Tyler Higbee. And then the thing in rest of season, we'll go Higbee as well. The issue with Musgrave is he looked good early on, but at the same time, you had no Christian Watson in this offense. You had no Aaron Jones in this offense. So long-term, as we get these players back in, what will he look like, you know? Like, how good will he be? Hearsay says, have BBR Dynasty rebuild. Would he trade James Cook for Jahmyr Gibbs? Hell yes. Dynasty rebuild, that's a phenomenal move to make. Go get Gibbs ASAP. Cranebo says, full BBR, are we starting Judy over London and Dell? Okay, so we will start Jerry Judy over these guys. I mean, it's a really tough matchup going up against the Jets, but Judy can lead his team in targets. I don't think it's going to happen with Tank Dell versus Nico Collins. And London, they're just going to run the ball against Houston. Eddie says, do we make this trade? I get CMC. I give up DJ Moore, St. Brown, and Bijan. You're giving up too much. We have Montgomery, Javonte Puka, Nico, Ayuk, and London. Love the idea to go out there and overpay for CMC. I would trade DJ Moore and Bijan for CMC. I don't know if we can add in Amon-Ra St. Brown, though. Love the idea. And usually we say you can't overpay for CMC. It's not possible, but maybe we're doing it there. Josu says, Morning Mason, Ridley or Addison at the flex? We will go with Ridley, even in the tough matchup against Buffalo. Alex says, 10 TBBR traded Kupp, Khalil for Sanders and Ridley. Kupp to Ridley downgrade. Khalil's nothing at this point with the ankle injury. Miles Sanders isn't much either. I honestly probably would have held on to the upside that we have with Cooper Kupp. I mean, we've seen Cooper Kupp lead the NFL in receptions, receiving yards, and receiving touchdowns. It does kind of come down to what you think Cooper Kupp looks like in this offense with Puka, though. I mean, I think that Cooper Kupp's the wide receiver one. I really have no hesitations. Fred says start Puka and Kupp or Kupp and Achane. Full BBR format, we're going to go with both wide receivers. Walden says Wan'Dale a good sub if Amon-Ra's out, and then Warren or Edwards. We're going to go Edwards over Warren, and then Wan'Dale's someone I drafted in a ton of underdog best ball drafts in like round 18. So I'm going to be printing money if Wan'Dale Robinson turns out to be any good. But the issue is this just looks like it's the worst offense in the NFL. They're 12.5-point dogs against Miami right now. Very difficult to get excited about anybody in New York. Now, real quick, we are one like away from hitting 800 likes on this live stream. If you have not done so already, please go down there, drop a like on this stream, ladies and gentlemen. I mean, we've live streamed every single day since April. Not going to stop until 2024, but Sunday morning streams are by far and away the most important for us. So drop a like, subscribe if somehow you're not already. And if you want to check out any of those pick'ems over on Underdog Fantasy, you can find that link in the live chat, in the description, in the comment section. Promo code FLOCK, you're going to be getting a 100% deposit match up to $100 on Underdog Fantasy. Plus, you're going to get our rest of season fantasy football rankings and tiers. And if you are new to Underdog with promo code FLOCK, you're also going to be getting a Tua special pickup, more than less than half a passing yard for today's game against the Giants. And we got everybody hooked up as well. If you sign up to Underdog today with promo code FLOCK, or if you signed up 2 years ago with promo code FLOCK, doesn't matter. Everybody as well is going to get hooked up next week with a Justin Herbert special pickup, more than less than half a total yard. Super happy that I'm able to get y'all that, so please make sure you are taking advantage. Daniel says, with news, choose one for the flex. Reynolds, Reed, Raidman, or Boyd. We are going to go Josh Reynolds with Jameson only playing 20 snaps and with no Amon-Ra St. Brown in this offense, my friend. Okay. Baseball NC says Jaleel or Gabe for the flex this week. We're going to go Gabe Davis. The issue with Jaleel is Javante's a game time decision and Javante plays at 3. Christopher says Breida, Jaleel, Hubbard over Saquon. We are going to be going with Matt Breida. We don't know if Javante will be playing or not by the time we have to make this decision. And Matt Breida at least has the guaranteed target volume. Isaac says JT, Warren, or Jaleel. We're going to go JT even with them on a snap count. It's a no-brainer for me. Chris says better stash Rice or London. We will go London even if Rice does have some upside and looks like he's in an interesting spot. King Rick says full BBR. We only have Tutu and Pittman. The sub for Barkley. Breida is currently on the waiver wire. Should I just start Pittman and don't overthink it? Blast. Appreciate you so much, my friend. We are going to go ahead and we are going to be playing Pittman, especially in a full BBR format. Much better offense than what we're going to get with Breida. Much better player as well. Let's not overthink it. Go Pittman. Isaiah says, with Walker on the bye and Gibbs out, should we play Zeke or Moss or Bigsby? We will go ahead and we are going to be playing most likely. Oh, it's brutal. We're going to go Zach Moss, I guess, if he's going to have a role, right? Tough matchup, though, and obviously he's not going to have a larger role than JT. Chris says, do we start Ramondre, Breida, or JT? I personally am going to roll the dice with Jonathan Taylor here. I understand the risk of the situation. I get it, but still, it's Jonathan Taylor. Euro says, do I trade Amon-Ra for Josh Jacobs and David Montgomery? It's a 12-team PPR format. My other receivers are A.J. Brown, Watson, and Sutton. Love you, man. Love you, my man. I mean, here, I think that we are going to go ahead and we will take the Jacobs and Montgomery side just from a value perspective. Also, you're kind of diversifying where we don't have to worry about the potential injury escalating for Amon-Ra St. Brown. And if you have no Jahmyr Gibbs, David Montgomery looks like a borderline top 5 running back in fantasy. Yes, JT is on a snap count. I think everybody knows this, but still, I'd rather have JT on a snap count than like a Jaleel Herbert. I would rather have JT on a snap count than Jaleel McLaughlin. Now, our next question coming out from Ninope says, happy BR for the flex. Pitts, Kittle, or Zach Moss? 99% of the time we say do not flex a tight end, but I think we do have to go George Kittle here, with Zach Moss having the tough matchup and at the same time with JT being good to go. James shrugging on says non-BBR, 1 receiver, 1 flex. We have Nico, Kirk, Sanders, Edwards. We went up against Fields. We're going to be going with Nico Collins and Christian Kirk in that instance. If we went up against Fields, actually, yeah, we're going to go with the receivers. We're going to chase the highest ceiling possible, even if they have a little bit of a lower floor. Now, Tabenya says, sit one of these receivers, Olave, Wilson, Waddle, Ayuk, or Michael Pittman. I hate to say this. I may end up benching Zach Wilson here. Zach Wilson has a great matchup. I think you can get excited to play Zach Wilson against Denver if you really wanted to. But he still has the worst quarterback play. He's still in the worst offense. They may run the ball a little bit more with the combo of Brees and Dalvin. Yeah, so I probably actually go ahead and bench Wilson, even though, I mean, it does look somewhat interesting. Now, Nicodemus says, Ridley or Pittman for wide receiver 2. We will go ahead and we'll play Michael Pittman in a pretty good matchup here. Top right says, need to Wandale, Mims, Jamison, Boyd. Oh, brutal, my man. We will go with Jamison and Wandale. I mean, right now you only have Cincinnati favored by 3 points over Arizona. They're telling us that Burrow's not back at what you would want to see. Adam says Kirk or Sutton in the flex. We'll go Christian Kirk. Both guys have tough matchups. Kirk has been better. Obviously, we do need to be a little bit concerned about what we are going to have in terms of the usage specifically with Zay Jones, though. Tyler says, half point BBR. Would you trade Keenan for Evans and Brees? My running backs are Henry, Sanders. My receivers are AJ, Kelsey, Andrews. I don't think so. I think Keenan's the best player in this deal. I think that Keenan's going to crush whenever we're in a spot where you have no Mike Williams rest of season. I think the trade that we need to be making is if we have both Travis Kelsey and Mark Andrews, we need to figure out a creative way to go through and trade one of those tight ends. Steven says Reynolds or Tutu for the flex. 100% we're going to go Josh Reynolds now that you have no Amon-Ra St. Brown and you have Cooper Kupp playing as well. I want nothing to do with Tutu. Ty says, aloha, Mason, aloha, my friend. London or Sky, we're going to go London, even in a spot where they're going to run the ball. And then Connor or Mixon. Honestly, up to you. I go Mixon, but we have them ranked back-to-back. And then Kamara, Flowers, Dobbs, or Rasheed in a full PPR. There, in a full PPR format, will not be close. We will go ahead and we will be taking Alvin Kamara. Fred says, should we start Pollard in a tough matchup or start Devon Achane? I understand Pollard is in a very tough matchup, but I think Pollard is matchup proof given his workload, given the involvement as a receiver as well. So we will go ahead and we'll play Tony Pollard. Danny says PBR down bad, Gainwell or Spears? Full PBR format, I think we probably go Spears. P Love says drop one to bring up Kupp, Kirk or Christian Watson. Brutal, my man. We probably drop, oh my gosh. I think Christian Watson has higher ceiling than Christian Kirk. So even if maybe I'd rather have Kirk this week, clearly we're not starting anybody this week. If we're just chasing like absolute highest ceiling possible, which is what we want to be doing at the last spot on our roster, there we probably don't care nearly as much about the floor, and we probably want to have Christian Watson over Christian Kirk. Flu says Breida or Thielen for the flex. Up to you. Up to you. Both guys are in bad offenses. Panthers are 9.5 point favorites. I'm sorry, dogs. Giants are 12.5 point dogs. Both have the volume. It's up to you there, my friend. Jay Lima says full BBR start one, Jaleel Breida or Gabe Davis. We're going to go with Breida here. Also, should we go Stroud or Burrow this week? We are going to go Stroud. I mean, we're getting the reports saying that Burrow looks like he is closer to being back. But at the same time, then you go and look at Las Vegas spreads, and the Bengals are only favored by 3.5 points. So, yeah, I don't want really anything to do with them there. Okay. Shamil says start Montgomery or Jameson in the flex. Oh, Montgomery, not even close. Montgomery looks like a top 5 player, not top 5 player, but probably a top 12 option overall in fantasy football now that you have no Gibbs. And it's a great matchup. Sean says trade Stevenson, Dell for Pacheco and Jameson. Stevenson to Pacheco, you do you. Dell versus Jameson, I think Jameson has more long-term upside. We'll go with the other side. Juan says, Olave Puka is my main receivers. Kyron Pollard as our main running backs. Who do we start in the flex? We have Kupp, Watson, Hopkins. Would it be bad to start 3 Rams? I have a feeling Kupp has a great day today. Yeah, we're definitely going to go Cooper Kupp over Watson and Hopkins. Even if we have, Puka and Kyron Williams, not going to hesitate at us all. At all. Play all 3 Rams. They're the best plays, my man. They're the best plays here. Okay. So now our next question coming out from Nate says, Achane or Walker rest of season? I would go Kenneth Walker over Devon Achane just in case that they do turn this into a little bit more of a running back by committee with Jeff Wilson Jr. later in the year. Matt says for the flex, Sutton, Pierce, or Matt Breida. I will go Damian Pierce with the Houston Texans offensive line getting a little healthier. Bullish Snipe says start Ramondre or London in the flex in a 14-team format. We will go Ramondre Stevenson over Drake London, even if he has been disappointing as of late. Johnny says, happy football Sunday. Happy football Sunday, my man. Hope everybody is going to have a great day. Non-BBR, we need one for the flex. Addison, Sutton, or Rashee Rice. Rice is an intriguing hold for his long-term upside in terms of playing him right now. I don't know if that's something we're looking to do. Between Addison and Sutton, I think we can go either way. Addison has a much better matchup. Sutton has... Can everybody spam the chat? Don't say Rice. You should not play Rice over these guys. I want to be on record saying that. Spam the chat, everybody. Who would you rather play? Would you rather play Jordan Addison or Courtland Sutton? Please let me know. Addison or Sutton, ladies and gentlemen. Addison, Sutton, Addison. Addison, 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 Sutton, Sutton. Sutton, Addison, 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 Addison. It looks like most people are taking Jordan Addison here, my man. I mean, obviously, I would rather go with the upside. Y'all know I'm not a Sutton guy, so I would like to go Addison. I just wanted to make sure I wasn't biased in saying it. Cornell says, Tank Dell or Addison. We're definitely going to go Addison there. And Kyron or James Cook. We will go with Kyron Williams with a guaranteed workload. Adam says, trade requests, receive Waddle and Barkley for A.J. Brown. I think it's a very fair deal. And if you need long-term upside at the running back position, we probably go ahead and take Saquon Barkley and Waddle. Nate says, full BBR, one running back, one receiver, one flex. JT, Montgomery, Debo, Pittman, Hopkins. Thanks for all your hard work, Flock Up. Appreciate you, my man. Running back, you have to go Montgomery. Wide receiver, we have to go Pittman. And then for the flex between JT, Debo, or Hopkins, you have to bench Hopkins. Going to be down between Jonathan Taylor and Debo Samuel. Depends on what you believe the snap count's actually going to look like for JT. I probably end up going Jonathan Taylor, though. Joshua coming out with the donation. Thank you, my friend. And Kevin says, full BBR flex, Kirk or Jalen Warren. We are going to go ahead. We will take Christian Kirk in a full BBR format. Obviously, it's a little bit concerning now that you have Zay Jones back in, but still. Courtney says 10-team full BBR, need 2 for the flex. Hopkins, Judy, Davis, Thielen, Achane. Are we going to start the Cowboys or Texans defense? Tough spot. Love the cut. Appreciate you always know. Thank you so much, my man. Appreciate you. We're definitely going to go Achane and then honestly probably Adam Thielen there for the flex. Just give me 1 second. I'm trying to figure this out. Can y'all spam the chat? I'm going to need your help with this one as well. Would you rather have the Texans defense against Atlanta or the Cowboys defense against San Fran? Cowboys or Texans defense? I have no freaking idea. Please help, Courtney. Thank you so much, Courtney. Really appreciate you. Really appreciate you. Texans, Cowboys, Texans. So it looks like everybody's taking the better matchup over the better defense. Looks like everybody is going to go with Houston over San Fran, which is an interesting call. But thank you for being a longtime member of the flock, Courtney. You know I appreciate you, my friend. Maurice says, quick question. We have Henry, Swift, Kamara, Achane. We're going to be going with Henry, Swift, and Achane. Tough spot. I mean, obviously, Kamara looks like he has the target volume. I know most people will go Kamara, but still. Now, Richie says start Ridley or Breece in the flex. We are going to go Breece based off Ridley having a tough matchup and Breece having a great one. Jack says PBR, pick 2 for the flex. Aaron Jones, Ridley, Ayuk, and DeAndre Hopkins. We're going to be going with Ayuk and Calvin Ridley. I mean, before we get any news regarding Aaron Jones being good to go or not, it will be very difficult for me to go through and say to play Aaron Jones here. No. It'd be tough for us to make that call. Fred says Andrews or Kittle. Definitely going to go Andrews over Kittle. Jacob says start Myers or Ridley. I will still go Ridley over Myers. Now, if before this kickoff we got news that Avonte Adams was going to miss, then we could go Myers. But until we get that news, I think you have to plan on Ridley. Jared says for the flex, Kirk, Ridley, or Stevenson, full PBR format. If you look at the Underdog pick'ems, they'll tell you to go ahead and they'll tell you to take Stevenson. Like right now, you have Stevenson currently projected at 72.5 total yards. Whereas if you look at Calvin Ridley, you have Calvin Ridley with fewer yards at 54.5 and fewer receiving points. I'm sorry, just fewer fantasy points overall. I think Stevenson maybe gives you a little bit of a higher floor. I think Calvin Ridley gives you a little bit of a higher ceiling. So I do think it's kind of up to you, my friend. But real quick, we are one like away from hitting 1,000 likes on this live stream. Please, ladies and gentlemen, if you have not done so already, go down there, hit that like button. We have live streamed every single day since April, not missing a single day, and not going to miss a single day until 2024. So please go down there, drop a like on this live stream. Subscribe to the channel if you play fantasy football. And if you want to check out any of those pick'ems over on Underdog Fantasy, you can find that link in the live chat, in the description, in the comment section. Promo code FLOCK, you're going to be getting a 100% deposit match up to $100 on Underdog. Plus, you'll get our updated rest of season fantasy football rankings and tiers. And if you are new to Underdog Fantasy, you're also going to be getting a Tua special pick'em, more than less than half a total yard for the Giants game today. And also, we got everybody hooked up. Doesn't matter if you use promo code FLOCK on Underdog 2 years ago, last year, or you used it today. As long as you use promo code FLOCK, everybody's going to be getting set up with a Justin Herbert special pick'em, more than less than half a total yard for next week's game coming out of the bye, which I'm really excited about. So make sure you take advantage. Dylan says start to Dell, Rice, Hollywood. We're going to go Dell in Hollywood. Long term, I think you'd maybe say Rice has more upside than Dell, but I want to see it first. Ayuk is starting. Sun God is doubtful. Thank you very much. So thank you, my man. Thank you. Yeah, let's go with Hollywood and Dell, even though I understand why you'd want to go Rice. Big Route says Lawrence or Dobbs. I'm 2-2. If you look at my quarterback rankings this week, we do have these guys relatively close. I still probably end up going Trevor Lawrence, though, my man. Tough matchup. Hopefully Lawrence can get a little bit better because obviously Lawrence hasn't been someone that we're too excited about at this point. Okay. Now our next question coming out from, I believe, Joshua with another donation. Thank you. And Runyon says, Happy BR, Ridley or Kupp, slightly biased for the floor. We're going to go with Cooper Kupp. I think Kupp has a high floor and a high ceiling. Maybe I'm going to eat my words 12 hours from now, but yeah, I'm not hesitating to play Cooper Kupp today. Andrew says, I got offered Mixon for my Ayuk. I got Gibbs and Breece Hall. It's a 3 wide receiver double flex format. We have Ayuk, Chase, St. Brown, Puka, Zay. We have Burrow and Chase. All right, so I don't know. Hall to Mixon, up to you. Gibbs to Ayuk in a 3 wide receiver double flex format. Let's go with Ayuk and Mixon. Yeah, let's go through and let's make that one concentrated bet. And let's say that somehow, some way, Joe Burrow gets healthy and this Bengals offense starts producing. Noah says full BBR start Kamara, Adams, or Puka for the flex. Worried about the Adams status. I think we just go ahead, play it safe, and I think you go ahead and play Puka. Obviously, if we get news that Adams is fully good to go before we have to make that call, then we pivot. But yeah, if you're worried about Adams, just play Puka. Now, Hassan says, PBR, I get Jacobs, Ayuk, Myers for Swift and Puka. Jacobs, Swift, up to you. Puka versus Ayuk and Myers, probably give me Puka. I mean, I've been saying to sell Puka for quite some time now. I'm looking to sell Puka for like the Devonta Smith range, though. Camo Killer says Ridley, Pierce, or Tank Dell for the flex. We are going to go Ridley, even though Pierce getting close. Definitely not Tank Dell. Trust Log, always happy to see him. My man says Pickens or Kirk. We will go Kirk for one final week and then drop Javonte Warren or Dotson. We're going to drop Jahan Dotson. I mean, if you look at the overall offense, if you look at the usage, I don't see what the upside is. Lettuce coming out says Zach Moss, Warren, or Tank Bigsby in a full PPR format. We will go Jalen Warren in a full PPR league. Jonathan says full BBR, Pitts or Musgrave at tight ends. I am going to go Pitts, but I'm an idiot. We have Christian Watson at the flex. I just think that Musgrave maybe takes a step backwards if we have Aaron Jones and Christian Watson taking targets in Green Bay. Jay Get This Work says traded Diggs for Kelsey and Wilson and traded Barkley for Ayuk and Miles Sanders. Diggs for Kelsey and Wilson, up to you. Barkley for Ayuk and Sanders, I do not like. I like the Kelsey deal. The Barkley for Ayuk and Sanders, especially making multiple 1-for-2 deals. Like, we had to drop 2 players off our team to get this done. I mean, you have the opportunity cost of those roster spots as well. I think I would have stopped after the Stephon Diggs trade. BGH says, good morning. Church of Fantasy Football is in session. Thoughts on Pitts, Detroit or Dallas's defense? We're going to go with the Detroit defense. They are favored by 9.5 points there in Carolina. And any reason to pick up Taj Spears? Yeah. I mean, if Derrick Henry goes down, Spears is a must-start player. So I think that he's definitely worth a roster spot. Just don't play him. And then with Pitts, this is a tight end that's running the routes that you'd like to see. This is an offense that doesn't have the passing volume. And Pitts looks like he is not viable if Jonnu Smith is going to be drawing targets. Zachary says, Happy BR, should we trade Diggs for Puka and ETN? Ooh. 2 wide receiver, 1 flex league. We probably keep the best player in Diggs, my man. Younglock says, should we trade Terry for Jerry Jeudy? Yes, at this point. I mean, you see the passing volume on Thursday from Sam Howell, and you're just not getting really anything going in favor of Terry or Dotson. Don't think we're excited about either player. Joshua says, we need 2 between Michael Wilson, Jameson, Rice, London, or Sutton. We're going to be going with London and Sutton. Gleekmonger says, which 3? Achane, Brees, JT, James Cook, Mixon. We're going to be going Achane, James Cook, then between Brees, JT, Mixon. Really up to you. I think we maybe end up going ahead and taking Brees Hall this week based off matchup. And then JT long term. Ryan says, start Ridley or Addison. Also start Mixon or Kyron. Scary Terry let me down in the flex. We're going to go Ridley over Addison, and then we're going to be going Kyron over Mixon. Wheel says, full BBR, start 2 in the flex. Judy, Boyd, and Rashee Rice. We're going to go ahead. We're going to go with Jerry Judy and Tyler Boyd with no T. Higgins. With Rice, he's a player that we like the long-term upside of. Can't start him, though. Silent Apple says, pick 1 full BBR, Rice, Reynolds, or Joshua Downs. We will go ahead and we will take Josh Reynolds with no Amon-Ra St. Brown and with Jameson Williams only playing 20 snaps. Reggie says, should we trade away Kelsey for Walker, Achane, and Henry? Nope, not enough. I understand that we definitely need a running back, but if we're trading away Kelsey, I want someone back in return like the Pollard range. If we can go trade Kelsey for Pollard and Achane, then yes. Jake says, JT Pierce or Dell at the flex. I personally am going to go Jonathan Taylor, even in a tough matchup with him on a snap count. Daniel says, with Barkley out, start 2. Rice, Gabe Davis, or Breida. We're going to go Gabe Davis and Matt Breida, my friend. However, if I start Matt, I'd have to drop someone for the bench. If so, is Zach Moss or Ward worthy of a drop? I would drop Rashee Rice. Yeah, don't drop Ward. I mean, if you end up having, say, Najee Harris go down, Jalen Warren's a league-winning running back. I don't see what happens this week to turn Rashee Rice into a league-winning wide receiver. And even if you are a little bit intrigued by the upside. So yeah, I think you want to go ahead. You want to just simply drop Rashee Rice, play Gabe Davis, play Matt Breida. And yeah, I don't think we have to worry about this too much, my man. I think you're going to be in a good spot. Now, Chris says, pick 3 to start. Breida, Gus, Judy, Tank, and Gabe Davis. We are going to be going with Gabe Davis, Breida. Actually, no, we're going to go, if it's a non-BBR format, Gabe Davis, Breida, Gus Edwards. Full BBR league, we may go Breida, Gus Edwards, and Jerry Judy. I think Judy has a little more guaranteed target volume. However, I think that you get to be in a little bit of a better spot when it comes to the touchdown upside of Gabe. So it kind of depends on what we're looking for there. No, at least in my mind. Okay. Now, next question coming out from, I believe, Pro Jiggle. Is that how we pronounce this? Pro Jiggle says, happy BR. Mixon, Kyron, or Devonta Smith for the flex. Full BBR format, you can talk me into Smith. Happy BR league, we probably go with the guaranteed work of Kyron. Now, Kenshin coming out saying 12-team BBR format, single flex. We have Jefferson, Kupp, Waddle, Kyron, Taylor, Mixon, Hall, Pierce. Here we're going to start. Wide receiver, we're going to be going with Jefferson, Kupp. Running back, we're going to be going with Mixon and, we're going to go Kyron and Hall. And then for the flex, it'll be up to you between Jonathan Taylor and Joe Mixon, my friend. And if you're looking to trade 2 running backs for Austin Eckler, I would trade any 2 running backs together on this team not named Jonathan Taylor. I would trade Mixon and Kyron. I would trade Hall and Mixon. I would trade Hall and Kyron. Especially when we have this depth, I really do like that idea, my friend. SSG Yeti, always happy to see you, says 10-team double flex, Love, Etienne, Hill, Adams, Hall, Wilson, Laporta. And then on the bench, we have Lawrence, Cooper, Godwin, Gibbs, Goddard. I'm an OU fan. Hell of a game, my man. And congrats. Good team. We're going to be starting Etienne, James Cook, Hill, Adams, Hall, Wilson. And then if Adams is not going to go, then at that point, we probably, I guess we don't even have a pivoting option. Yeah, just, it'd be nice to play Adams in the flex over Garrett Wilson. That way we have as many options we can pivot to if we need to on Monday night. Sierra says PBR pick 2, Olave, Puka, and Kupp. Very close. If you look at our flex rankings this week, you'll see that we legitimately have all these guys ranked back to back to back. I have Olave 17, Puka 18, Kupp 19. So really it is up to you. I probably go Olave and Puka. Nicholas says Ridley, Pierce, or Debo. If you look at my rankings, I have Ridley 36 in our flex rankings, Debo 37. It will be up to you between these 2 guys. Maybe you give this slight edge to Debo now that you have no Elijah Mitchell. I don't know, my friend. Hudson says, injuries killing me. Start 1. Watson or Alexander Madison. We will go with Alexander Madison. Golvin Crypto says, Bijan, Jacobs, Hall, Achane. Need 3. Who's out? Probably going to be benching Breece Hall here. I understand that Breece Hall is in a great matchup and looks like he has a lot of upside. I would really like it if we didn't have to bench Breece Hall. But just when we're loaded like this, I don't know if we can get away from it. Johnny says top waiver wire running backs are Hubbard, Hill, or Brightwell. Probably Jim Hubbard is the best guy to go with there, my man. I do not be starting Brightwell. Please do not do that. Okay. Our next question coming out from Brandon says, who can we get for Mixon, Sutton, and Garrett Wilson? Not much. I mean, if you really wanted to shoot for the stars, if we can go get Kupp, go get JT coming back and say that we're taking on a little bit of risk, but getting a lot of upside, I think that would make sense. Adam says, full PBR, need help for the flex. We have Breida, Pierce, Dobbs. We're going to be going with Damian Pierce now that the offensive line's healthy. Love is my quarterback 4-0 with your help. Thank you. No, thank you so much, my man. Congrats on being 4-0. And yeah, I think we do want to go ahead. I think that we do want to be playing Damian Pierce here now that we have the offensive line just good to go in this offense. Chris says 16-team at BBR flex, Reed or Khalif Raymond. Probably Khalif Raymond now that you have Christian Watson fully healthy. And Tyler says trade Tyreek, Mostert, Waller for Eckler, Allen, Hawkinson. Waller to Hawkinson upgrade, Mostert to Allen upgrade, Tyreek to Eckler, slight downgrade. I think we go ahead and we make this move, my man. Especially if we look at this running back room, let's go out there and let's pay up for Austin Eckler. But real quick, if you have not done so already, ladies and gentlemen, it looks like actually about 1 out of every 8 of y'all have hit that like button. So thank you so much for everybody going down there and dropping a like. Usually way fewer of y'all actually do it, but yeah, go down there, hit that like button, subscribe to the channel if you play fantasy football. We have live streamed every single day since April, not going to stop until 2024. And of course, if you want to check out any of those pick'ems over on Underdog Fantasy, you can find that link in the live chat, in the description, in the comment section. Promo code FLOCK, we're going to be getting everybody a 100% deposit match. Plus, you'll get our updated rest of season fantasy football rankings and tiers. You'll get a Tua special pick'em, more than less than half a total yard for the Giants game today. And on top of that, ladies and gentlemen, next week we hooked up everybody, regardless if you use promo code FLOCK today or you used promo code FLOCK 2 years ago on Underdog Fantasy. Everybody will be hooked up with a Justin Herbert special pick'em, more than less than half a total yard. Super pumped that we are able to get y'all that, so please take advantage. Andy says, Etienne, Connor, Madison, Kyron, Kirk, Rice, pick 2. We are going to be going with Etienne and James Conner. Actually, oh no, never mind. Just pick 2 out of this entire list. We go Etienne, Kyron Williams. Etienne, Kyron. And we got to hurry before this Jags game starts. And we will be commentating over the Jags game. So definitely, while you're watching the Jags game, keep the live stream on. We'll be giving some in-depth fantasy football analysis. In reality, we're going to be like going, ooh, nice tackle. Ooh, nice throw. Camo says, Gus Edwards, Najee, Tank Dell, or Rice in the flex. Brutal, we're going to go ahead and we're going to take Gus Edwards. I mean, full BBR format, a little bit less excited about it. But at least Edwards has, the guaranteed work, right? At least we can say that. Dime says, opponent I DJ Moore this week. We played Nico last week. 1 and 3. Brutal spot, my man. Brutal spot. Matty Smo says, bye week injury bug. PBR, which one would you start? Jamison, Reynolds, or Breida? Full PBR format, I think you can go Josh Reynolds. If you wanted to go Matt Breida, not going to fault you at all. But obviously, Reynolds looks like he's in a good spot with both the St. Brown injury as well as Jamison only playing 20 snaps. David says, Mason projected a nail biter this week. Hall or Kamara? Current projection has Kamara in the lineup. Full PBR format, I think you go with Alvin Kamara with the target volume. Non-PBR league, I think you go Breece Hall with the touchdown upside in a good matchup. Daniel says, half PBR, Nico or Christian Kirk. We will go Nico Collins over Christian Kirk, my friend. The Notorious One says tight end options are Ferguson, Goddard, or Zach Ertz. We are going to go ahead and play Jake Ferguson. He's had the consistent target volume, and this is a game where the Giants probably have to throw the ball a little bit more. Tyler says full B. Honestly, my man, unless you specify otherwise, I assume everything's in full PBR format. Creighton says, go to morning from the Bobcat Quickie. Oh my gosh, my man. Love to see it. Yes. And quick side note, if y'all don't know, in Texas, there's a spot. It used to be called just Exxon Tacos. My girlfriend told me about it. It was like, oh, they're Exxon in San Marcos has the best tacos. And I was like, are you kidding me? We're going to get gas station tacos. And I was like, you are losing your mind. I thought she was crazy. We went, and the best tacos you would ever find in your entire life are in an Exxon in San Marcos, Texas. But Hopkins, Flowers, or Jerry Jeudy, I know it's a toss-up. Hoga Morris, OU still sucks. OU still does suck, my man. And we probably are going to go ahead. We probably end up taking DeAndre Hopkins now that you have no Treylon Burks. Don't feel super comfortable about it, though. Finley says, Flock Nation, let's ride. We have a Monroe C. Brown out this week. We need a wide receiver and a flex. Out of Pacheco's our flex, and then we are going to go Michael Pittman for the wide receiver slot, my friend. Michael Pittman, great matchup. Okay. Aiden says, Saquon hurt, start Breida or Jaleel. We are going to go with Matt Breida because if you are looking at what we have with Jaleel, we don't know if Javante's going to miss. He's a game time type decision. Von Miller rocking with the shaved head minus the back part of his head where he has a little mullet. Good luck, good luck. Kingdom says, would you trade Saquon for Taylor and Pierce? Yes, especially if you need to start someone this week. I think go ahead and make that call if you would like. It's up to you, though. Fair deal. Sanders says, Mason, Puka and Breece or Walker and Tank Dell. We're going to be going with Puka and Breece over Walker and Tank Dell. And you know I've been saying to sell Puka over the past few weeks, but it definitely had a much higher price tag than that. Jargo says, rest of season rank, Piggins, Wilson, Lockett, London. We're going to be going with Wilson, Lockett, Pickens, then London. Brett says, have Pollard and Kyron starting. We have Smith, Hill. We need a flex PBR. Do we go Taylor or Nico? We're going to be going, oh my gosh, we'll go Taylor. No, we'll go Nico in a full PBR format with Taylor on a snap count. I'm already getting away from Nico Collins. Love the channel. Keep up the great work, man. No, thank you so much, my man. Really do appreciate you. Now, Kingdo Got Game says, would you trade Saquon for Taylor Pierce? Keep in mind, I already have Bijan and Kyron. I think if you have Bijan, Kyron, you're just going for the player that has the highest ceiling possible. If that is going to be the case, it is up to you between Saquon and Taylor. I think both players have very high ceilings. Tiago says, do I take this trade away Anthony Richardson and Kenneth Walker for Mahomes and Nico Collins? We're going to go ahead. We will take Mahomes over Richardson, Walker over Collins. It's a fair deal. I probably just take Patrick Mahomes, though. It seems like a very reasonable price for Mahomes. Now, Eduardo coming out says, got Jefferson, Chase, Puka. Do I trade Puka for a running back? I mean, obviously it depends on what level running back that we'd be looking at. Like, if you can go get someone that you're super pumped about, like if you can go get like Jonathan Taylor, then hell yeah. Hell yeah. Which we could have last week. Dom Stone says, which side do you like in a full PBR league? Amon-Ra, Quentin Johnson. For Michael Thomas, Calvin Ridley. Only need to start 2 wide receivers weekly. If you only need to start 2 wide receivers, I'm going to be going with the best player. I will be going with Amon-Ra St. Brown. Obviously is a little bit concerning with this injury, though, and we don't know exactly what the timeline is. But thank you so much for being a long-time member of the flock, my man. You know I appreciate you. And Evan Ingram already getting going. All things AJ coming out saying, oh, come on, ETN, get there. Line Tua, HN, JT, Adams, Cup, Kyron. On the bench, we have Mixon, ETN. With these amount of solid running backs, would you trade away for what value in return? Hurting at tight end, we have Hunter Henry. If you wanted to send away like Kyron Williams and get back either Mark Andrews or TJ Hawkinson, I think that could be a viable move. If you wanted to send Mixon for either one of those tight ends, I think that could be great as well. Or if you could somehow send like Jonathan Taylor and get Travis Kelce. Obviously, we're willing to package, if we're trading for like a Kelce level player, Hunter Henry in that deal just to go ahead and get it done. God dang. Seems like there are a lot more Bills fans in this game than you initially assume. Brian says Kyron or Raheem Mostert. We will go Kyron, even though I do think Mostert is viable with no Jeff Wilson Jr. Siraj, always happy to see us. Says, Sup Mason, are we go Hollywood or Christian Watson? Excited about Watson this week, but you probably got to take the guaranteed volume in Hollywood. Noah says full BBR Kamara or Pittman. Probably want to go ahead and take the guaranteed target volume with Alvin Kamara for the time being. And Brian says trade Godwin and Waller for TJ Hawkinson. I mean, y'all know we spent all offseason screaming that we wanted to go ahead and we wanted to take TJ Hawkinson over Darren Waller. We're not stopping now. Give me Hawkinson over Waller, my man, especially as the Giants offense is worse than I ever would have thought it would be. I was not expecting the Giants offense to be this bad, if I'm going to be honest with you. Now, E. Willie says 10-team BBR 2-2-1. We have Herbert, Bijan, Kyron, JT, HN, Sanders, DK, Godwin, Thielen, Kirk, Thomas, Kelce. Any trade ideas? Got offered Waddle for HN. 2-2-1. Typically, we are going to lean with the running back. So actually, I'd probably keep HN here, especially in a 10-team format. I really like that we are loaded up at running back. If we were to go through and make a trade, instead of sending a running back for a wide receiver straight up, we would rather take one of our depth running backs like Miles Sanders, our RB5 here, and send him to like the Nick Chubb team, someone that needs help at the running back position, and see if we can go through and send like, say, Miles Sanders and Adam Thielen or Miles Sanders and Christian Kirk and go get an upgrade at wide receiver. I think that would make a lot of sense, but phenomenal squad. Great spot to be in, my man. Now, Ray says, Mason, help me not overthink it. I play JT right, or is it, oh, you definitely play JT over Zach Moss, Matt Breida. Like, the thing is, Matt Breida, Zach Moss, it's not like they're playing, like, JT versus Kyron Williams is interesting. So you can say, okay, well, JT is a better player, but he may not have the guaranteed workload like Kyren Williams. So they can go back and forth and say, okay, I guess we go ahead and we play Kyren Williams over Jonathan Taylor this week. But if you have like Matt Breida, you have Zach Moss, none of these guys have the guaranteed workload either. So might as well just play the better player, you know? Might as well just play Jonathan Taylor there. And RZ says play Pittman, Odell, Pollard for the flex. So Pollard definitely has a very tough matchup. And going up against a very good San Fran defense. But we probably still need to go ahead and play Tony Pollard. The thing with Pollard is he's kind of matchup proof, right? Where even if this team's unable to move the ball down the field, you're still going to be in a position where Pollard's going to be racking up targets out of this backfield. And he can give you just those cheap points per reception. So I think we do want to go ahead and we want to take Pollard almost regardless. And ladies and gentlemen, we are 10 likes away from hitting 1,300 likes on this live stream. If you have not done so already, go down there, drop a like on this stream, subscribe to the channel if you play fantasy football. We're going to be live streaming every single day until 2024. And of course, if you want to check out any of these pick'ems over on Underdog Fantasy, you can find that link in the live chat, in the description, in the comment section. Promo code FLOCK. You are going to be getting a 100% deposit match up to $500. Plus, you'll get our updated rest of season fantasy football rankings and tiers. And on top of that, ladies and gentlemen, you'll be getting a Tua special pick'em for the Giants today, more than less than half a total yard. And we hooked up everybody with a Justin Herbert special pick'em next week as well. On top of that, Justin Herbert more than less than half a total yard. That's only if you use promo code FLOCK though. Okay. Now, Caleb says, PBR for the flex, Sutton, JT, Tutu, or Ramadre. Interesting spot. I think we are going to go JT. This is one of those cases where like Ramadre has the guaranteed work. Jonathan Taylor is the better running back in the better offense. I think we roll the dice with JT. Pedro says, have PBR Purdy, Stafford, or Joe Burrow. I would love to tell you to go ahead and play Burrow here with the report saying that he is looking healthier. I still don't know if we can do it though. Probably end up having to go Brock Purdy, even in a tough matchup. Wide receiver down for the Bills. For the love of God, do not be Stephon Diggs. It is Diggs. He gets up. He's going back to the huddle. Okay, Stephon Diggs looks fine. He looks like he was in pain on the ground. Oh, I thought Stephon Diggs was going to be down there. Good. See him up. Aaron says, Hollywood or Puka? We have Cup as well. You definitely have to go ahead and you definitely have to take Puka. I mean, you know, we've been saying to sell Puka for quite some time. We've been saying go sell Puka and go get someone like Olave, go get someone like Devonta Smith. But yeah, you definitely want to go ahead and you definitely want to play him here in this range. James Cook dropped the ball on third down. Easily could have caught it. Easily could have picked up the first there, but it is what it is, and this is going to be an ugly game. 2-3 and outs to start the game. Disappointing. Okay. Kevin coming out saying, full BBR, JT or Kyren Williams. Here, this is the spot where, oh, okay, well, we don't have to take the risk. We don't have to roll the dice with Jonathan Taylor. Considering the fact that with JT here, it's a running back that is going to be on a snap count, isn't going to get to play the entire game, whereas Kyren Williams is going to play 100% of the snaps. So I think you go ahead, you play Kyren Williams, and then Laporta or TJ Hawkinson. Super tough spot. Like both tight ends look great. I mean, Hawkinson has a great matchup where they are going to have to throw the ball a ton. I think we probably still go Hawkinson, even though Laporta, I mean, you have no Amon-Ra St. Brown. And Jamison Williams on a snap count and no Gibbs. So I think Amon-Ra St. Brown is very appealing. I just think that Kirk Cousins leads the NFL this week in passing attempts, and Hawkinson's the better tight end at this point of his respective career. Okay. Now, our next question coming out from Aaron, who says, Addison, Myers, Wilson, Brees, Mims. We got to bench 2. Definitely bench Mims, and honestly bench Wilson as well. Michael Wilson's appealing, but it's still a bad offense. He's still not the wide receiver 1 in his set offense. Definitely want to roster him, and if he continues to go out there and if he continues to perform the way that he has been, I think we get excited. I just don't know if we can be playing him right now. Blake says, Judy or Josh Reynolds? We're going to be going with... We'll go Josh Reynolds now that you have no St. Brown. And then Pitts, Henry, or Zach Ertz. If you look at our rankings, we have Hunter Henry and Zach Ertz and Kyle Pitts all ranked back-to-back. We have Ertz at 12, Henry at 13, and Pitts at 14. Pedro says, at the flex, we're going to go Puka, Wilson, or James Conner. Full BBR format, we are going to go Puka here, my friend. Even though Garrett Wilson has a great matchup, and obviously James Conner has a guaranteed workload. Now, Joshua says, full BBR for the flex, Madison, Hopkins, or Christian Watson. Full BBR format's a little bit closer. I still think we go Alexander Madison. Not super pumped about Madison, though, just given the acres usage. And right now I'm watching I have 2 questions. One, I am watching the Gatorade Fast Twitch commercial, which is like the Gatorade energy drink that they have. Has anybody tried it? Let me know how it is. And 2, is it just me, or does it seem like energy drinks are way more popular than they used to be? We're hitting you with 2 of those. 1, has anybody tried the Gatorade energy drink, the Fast Twitch one? Has a really nice branding. Looks cool. And 2, are energy drinks just way more popular than they used to be? In college, I used to drink them when I was on the powerlifting team. I actually used to drink them as well when we started live streaming a ton, just so I could keep some energy. I personally stopped drinking energy drinks. I still have some caffeine. We actually got hooked up with some Morning Man. Our guy is not out in the live chat right now, but it's like a really cool, it's like Athletic Greens that has a little bit of caffeine in it. And then I'll do like Liquid IV with a little bit of caffeine. Yeah, so that's what I haven't done really. I'm off the energy drinks. My favorite ones, though, and I would recommend you get off energy drinks as well, to be honest. I don't want to be Mr. oh, blah, blah, blah. But big Christian Kirk reception. But yeah, my favorite one back in the day when I was still on them was the C4 energy drink. I'd go to the gym, drink a C4 energy drink, sit in the sauna, and be in pure heaven with the caffeine flowing through me. I believe our next question coming out from Jay, who says, PBR for the flex, Madison or Romeo Doubs? Now, we are going to go ahead and we are going to play Alexander Madison when we have Christian Watson get to go. Get there, Etienne. Get the edge. Hell yes. Travis Etienne, big plays. Let's go. Shane says, pick 3 wide receivers. Chase, Kupp, Watson, Wilson, or Puka. We're going to be going with Chase, Kupp, and Puka. I think you can start both of the Rams guys with the target volume that should be there in that offense. I know a lot of people would want to sneak in Wilson because he has a great matchup. But yeah, you can't bench Chase, Kupp, or Puka this week. Okay. Pablo says, full BBR, 2 flex spots. Which 2? Taylor, Brees, Pittman, Hollywood, and James Conner. We're going to go ahead. We will play Brees Hall and either Taylor or Pittman. Bench Hollywood, bench James Conner. If it's a full BBR format, I'm completely fine if you wanted to go through and if you wanted to go ahead and take Michael Pittman over Jonathan Taylor. I think Pittman has higher floor. Jonathan Taylor has higher ceiling. Obviously, you typically want to attack this Tennessee Titans defense through the air. And at the same time, JT is on the snap count. Jake says, higher ceiling this week, Andrews versus Laporta. Oh my gosh. It's hard to say who has thought. I think you want to go Laporta this week. I think we want to go Laporta when we have no Amon-Ra St. Brown. When we have Jameson Williams only playing about 20% of the snaps. And you have no Jahmyr Gibbs. So you will have a considerable amount of usage, right? I don't know. Because obviously Andrews is great. Can everybody spam the chat? Who would you rather have? Would you rather have Andrews or Laporta? The Credit Genius coming out says, Breida or Miles Sanders with Barkley out. Full BBR format if you want to go Matt Breida, not going to fault you for it. Obviously, neither running back's that appealing. Both guys are supposed to be in the biggest blowouts this week, where you have Miami favored by 12.5 over New York, and you have Detroit favored by 9.5 over Carolina. We got Laporta, Andrews, Laporta, Andrews, Laporta. See, I probably go Laporta this week, Andrews long-term. Like, I think it's easily, we want Sam Laporta. I mean, we definitely 100% want Mark Andrews in the long term. It's just more so this week with all the injuries in Detroit. Zach says, I need Hail Mary, Wan'Dale or Nick Westbrook-Ikhine. We will go Wan'Dale Robinson. I may or may not have drafted him on a ton of underdog teams, so may or may not be rooting for him to do very well this season. I'm very happy to see the usage that we are getting. I mean, obviously, someone coming off torn ACL, we're going to expect him to get better as the season goes on. Okay, our next question coming out from Connor says, 10-team PPR, my running backs are Saquon, Gibbs, Javonte. Should we trade A.J. Brown for Puka and Breece Hall? Ooh, interesting spot. 10-team league, typically I want the best player. I'd say we're probably losing out on a considerable amount of value here. But if you're telling us that we are losing all three of our running backs this week due to injuries, and we don't exactly know what the timeline is for every one of these guys, I think that while we are losing value, this is you're in one of those positions where it sucks to suck. It sucks to have every single one of our running backs get injured, and we may be forced to go out there and make this trade. Connor says, and Gazo says, I have Saquon in the starting lineup. On the bench, we have Stroud, Roschon, Higgins, Amari, Watson, Hollywood. Should I drop one for a waiver wire or write it out? Yes, yes, you have to. What sucks is you have Khalil Herbert missing multiple weeks with the ankle. Roschon has the concussion, so you don't know if Roschon will be viable. If we knew Roschon was going to miss this week, it'd be easy to go through and drop Roschon. Obviously, plan A is like to package Stroud and Amari just to get a slight wide receiver upgrade. Plan B is we may end up having to go through and drop Roschon to get a running back that we can play right now. Or it'd be really nice if our league would allow us to move Saquon to the IR with him being out, right? It's just going to depend. Pedro says got offered Anthony Richardson for James Cook. We have Jalen Hurts, by the way. If we have Jalen Hurts, we want to go ahead and take James Cook over Anthony Richardson. Even though Richardson looks like a borderline top 5 quarterback, obviously a straight up stud. Okay, first and goal for the Jags here. They're on the 6-yard line. Or maybe 5-yard line, tomato, tomato. They hand it off to Etienne. Etienne gets approximately 0.0 yards. Is lucky to get back to the line of scrimmage. Typical Etienne run at this point. But you, always happy to see you, my man. How have I not made you a moderator already? Let me go ahead and make you a mod. Good morning, Mason. Full BBR start 2. Pacheco, JT, Hopkins, or Stevenson. Thanks, man. Appreciate you, my dude. I think we are going to go with Pacheco, and honestly, full BBR format, your call between JT or Ramondre. I think you have a higher ceiling with Jonathan Taylor. I think you have a higher floor with Ramondre Stevenson. If it was a non-BBR format, I think we would go ahead and we would take JT relatively easily. In a full BBR league, Ramondre is definitely viable. Okay. Freezy Breezy, longtime member of the flock as well, says full BBR. We need a running back and a flex. Henry, Montgomery, Mostert, and Michael Pittman. You have to play David Montgomery with no Jahmyr Gibbs here in a matchup where they're favored by about 10 points. I think we probably still go Derrick Henry over Raheem Mostert. I will say, though, I think Raheem Mostert is a very intriguing play considering the fact you have no Jeff Wilson Jr. this week. And now one of my favorite pick'ems on Underdog is actually the Raheem Mostert, more than 8.5 fantasy points. Where if you're looking at this, they have Raheem Mostert right now at 8.35 fantasy points. I don't think we can start him over Henry. I don't think we can start him over Montgomery, but I do like the higher than on that total. Yeah, Buffalo has back-to-back guys going down on defense. Oliver says, could use some help in a full PBR league with 1.5x for tight ends. I don't know if that's just 1.5 PBR for tight end or if you're getting 1.5x for touchdowns and for yardage. Oh. Got a flag coming in the secondary. Jags just look bad. Mixon, Hill, Hall, or Laporta. Am I crazy for thinking Laporta? You are crazy for thinking Laporta if it's just 1.5x per reception. However, if it's 1.5x across all scoring, where you're getting that bonus for yards, you're getting that bonus for touchdowns as well. I played in both formats. Definitely the just receptions aspect is going to be the more popular between the two. We probably go Breece Hall if it's just the receptions. We go Sam Laporta if it's overall scoring, based off absolutely nobody being here, right? Okay. Adam coming out with a donation. Thank you, my man. Thank you. And real quick, we've been live for over 2 hours at this point, ladies and gentlemen. We are going to be live all the way until kickoff. So if you have not done so already, please go down there, drop a like on this live stream, subscribe to the channel if you play fantasy football. And if you want to check out any of these pick'ems for later today on Underdog Fantasy, you can find that link in the live chat, in the description, in the comment section. Promo code FLOCK, you're going to get a 100% deposit match up to $100. Plus, you'll get our updated rest of season fantasy football rankings and tiers. You'll be getting a Tua special pick'em, more than less than half a total yard if you're new to Underdog Fantasy with promo code FLOCK. And on top of that, we hooked up everybody regardless if you use promo code FLOCK 2 years ago, last year, or today. If you use promo code FLOCK, you're going to get a Justin Herbert special pick'em on top of that next week. Super pumped that we're able to get y'all all that, so please make sure you take advantage. You had an impressive Zay Jones touchdown here. There's a flag on the play. Let's see if this is getting called back. Hopefully not. No, it looks like it's on the defense, maybe hitting Lawrence on the head. God, I like Zay Jones. Maybe I was a little bit biased in saying to sell Zay Jones. I'm sorry, sell Christian Watson because of Zay Jones coming back. I mean, I really do like Zay, but still. I think the game's only on ESPN Plus. I don't know. If you can't watch it, I will go through and I'll keep you posted on everything that's going on from a fantasy football perspective now. If you're looking for defensive player takes, your boy's not going to be able to help you out. If you're looking for knowing what's going on from a fantasy football perspective, they're going for 2 here. They go quick. They pitch it to ETN. ETN hits the edge. That was a nice call. Honestly, that was really smart. So what ends up happening is they get the time to go through and like huddle up and kind of make a plan because you do have that flag. And they rush to the line ASAP. Instead of sending the kicker out, they send the offense. Line up quickly, pitch it to ETN, and easy on the edge. Okay. People are saying it's on NFL Network as well if you're wanting to pull up the game, but don't leave me for it. Don't leave me for it. Hang out with us during this game. But we have BD says Madison or Jaleel. Who are we going to start? We're going to go with Alexander Madison. Not super pumped about Alexander Madison, obviously, because this is someone that, we'll probably split with Akers, right? So I don't know how excited we can be about it. Okay. Now, Jorge says, start JT or Gus the Bus. We're going to go ahead. We will take JT over Gus Bus. Durant says, or do both. Hang here and watch. Oh, hell yeah. Definitely got to watch it while you're in the live stream. I'm assuming everybody has 2 devices and 2 screens. Throw it on the TV and keep us on your phone. And you don't even have to, I mean, if you want to look at my beautiful face, you're more than welcome to, but we can just go through and commentate. But I believe BMGT says last spot, Waddle, Thielen, Pickens, or Pittman. I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to take Jalen Waddle. But with that being said, I'm an idiot. And I've been playing Waddle and getting nothing as of late. So I don't know how much you want to follow me there. Okay. The game's on ESPN Plus or NFL Network. I have Hulu Live. So I guess maybe since ESPN and Hulu are kind of connected, I get it naturally. I mean, I just go on Hulu Live and type in like Bills and it pops up for me. I don't know what exactly. Jorge says, thanks, man. Been watching you since you streamed in your room in a t-shirt and explaining why you had the jerseys in the back. Appreciate you, my man. That is awesome. Thank you so much for all the support. Okay. Other people are saying it's on NFL Network then. I don't know. Okay. So Mark is coming out saying 10-team PPR. We have Hull, Jacobs, Eckler, Pierce, White. Receiver, we have Thielen, Moore, Wilson, Collins, Metcalf. Travis Kelce and Fields and Lawrence. What are we asking here? Fields and Lawrence, question mark. Are you asking we should start? We're going to go Hull, Jacobs, Wilson, Collins, and then for the flex, Dameon Pierce. Dameon Pierce is actually an intriguing play now that we have the Houston Texans offensive line getting a little healthier. And what's been so impressive about CJ Stroud's performance is he's done so behind a decimated offensive line. Like, we haven't seen the ability for Dameon Pierce to remain efficient behind this horrendous offensive line. But obviously, it can get better as the season goes on. Lindsay coming out, happy to see you, says, good morning, Mason. Happy BR, need a flex between Watsondale, Atwell, or Addison. Interesting case here. I think we're going to be looking between Watson and Addison. Not too interested in Atwell now that we have Kupp coming back in. Can everybody help out Lindsay? What direction are you going to go in? Are you going to go with Christian Watson or Jordan Addison in the live chat? And then with the DST, are we going to go Miami or Baltimore? We're actually going to play the Miami defense. I mean, right now, Baltimore is favored by about 3 points in their game, whereas Miami's favored by about 12.5. Typically, you're wanting your defense up in the game because then you can just force the other team to drop back consistently and you can generate sacks, you can generate turnovers more often. So I do think we want to be playing Miami. Watson. Looks like everybody going Watson over Jordan Addison at this point. Andrew says Rashee Rice or Zay Flowers this weekend. We want to go through and we want to play Zay Flowers over Rashee Rice. If you are looking at what we have with Rashee Rice, this is a wide receiver that is long-term upside, and I understand why people are excited to go through and play him. But in reality, he's not getting the job done for us. Like, not at least this week. It'd be way too early to go through and play him. I think we have back-to-back Dalton Kincaid receptions here. I mean, both of them are just like little passes out in the flat where he doesn't really do anything. Playing in a full BBR format obviously does help you, but it's just nice to see him get involved at least. But Chief Reefer coming out saying, Chief or Reefer, desperate. My man, how do I pronounce your name? I mean, you've been out here with years for us. I go Chief Reefer, I go Chief or Reefer. Let me know which one it is. Desperate plug and play for Saquon. McKinnon, Dillon, Rivers, Elliott, Gainwell. Oh, this is a desperate spot, my friend. I think we probably want to go ahead and we probably want to be taking A.J. Dillon just off the off chance that we have no Aaron Jones. Now, if Aaron Jones were guaranteed to play, then at that point, we probably go ahead and we pivot over to Jerick McKinnon. But assuming that it looks like Jones has the possibility of missing, we probably should be holding on, and we should probably be going with Dillon just on that off chance. Because all these guys are similar if Aaron Jones plays. If Aaron Jones misses, it's clearly A.J. Dillon. Syndicate says Richardson or C.J. Stroud. So obviously C.J. Stroud, a lot more appealing now that you're in a spot with a healthier offensive line. Now, still with that being said, I mean, you're not going to be able to go through and play C.J. Stroud over Anthony Richardson. Anthony Richardson is still a must-start quarterback. Looks like a borderline top 5 option, my friend. And then also the Baltimore, Dallas, or Philly defense. Probably go with the Baltimore defense if you think Kenny Pickett's going to be limited with the knee injury. It's not a super easy call, but it is something that we would look to do. Brian says, should we play Davante Adams? It is very difficult to know if you want to play Davante Adams. Adams has not been cleared to play on Monday. We don't really have news on that. With that being said, it really comes down to your viable backup options, your tolerance for risk, and your other plays that you have on Sunday. So I don't want to say anything right now. Oh, God, ETN. ETN just dropped a screen pass. Probably wasn't going to go anywhere anyway, but still. But yeah, it's very hard for me to just say, oh, yes, play Davante Adams, or oh, no, play Davante Adams. There are a lot of variables that go into that. Saul says, JT or Kyron. Thank you, Mason. Thank you, my friend. We are going to go with JT rest of season. We'll go Kyron Williams this week with the tough matchup for JT and him on a snap count. VKP says, should we just go and start Chuba Hubbard over Javonte to be safe? If you have no viable backup options, then yes. If you could go like Jaleel if Javonte misses, then no. Depends on what your backup option is. MH says, hey Mason, for the flex pick 2, Myers, Mostert, Pierce, or Hopkins. Always appreciate your advice, my man. No, thank you so much. I think we are going to go ahead and we are probably going to be taking, honestly, the running backs. I'm going to go Damian Pierce with the healthy offensive line. We're going to be going with Raheem Mostert with no Jeb Wilson Jr. as well. I think it does make a lot of sense. Lawrence looks pretty good so far in this game, ladies and gentlemen. Lawrence looks good. Okay. Low Rise says, good morning. Currently in Asia, and this London game start time is awesome at 9 p.m. Oh, that is awesome. I didn't know that you were in Asia. Are you just in Asia for like the weekend? Are you just vacation? Let me know. But start to Lamb, HN, or Christian Watson. We're going to be going with Lamb and Devon HN, like the upside of Christian Watson. I don't think we can make that play right now, though. And then start one DST between KC, Indianapolis, and Arizona. Lawrence finds Ridley. God, Lawrence is cooking here. Indy, I believe, is a 1.5 favorite over Tennessee. The game's pretty much a pick. Arizona's a 3-point dog against the Bengals. The KC Minnesota game is supposed to be the highest scoring game of the week, so we're probably going to avoid that. I think we maybe end up going ahead and playing the Indianapolis Colts against Ryan Tannehill and see if we get some cheap Tannehill turnovers. Oh my gosh, we almost had back-to-back Zay Jones touchdowns. Almost a 40-yard touchdown for Zay Jones. Lawrence over there smiling. 44 MSU says, PBR Barkley's out, which he is, my friend. Breida or Zay Flowers? Oh, Zay should have caught that. Can everybody let me know in the chat, with no Barkley, are you going to go Matt Breida or Zay Flowers? You also have Odell and Rashad Bateman playing this week. The issue is, I mean, it's just going to be a tough spot whenever you look at. Oh, that was Ingram, not Zay Jones. I apologize. Spam the chat. Are you going to go Breida or Flowers? Just looks like a tough spot with how bad this offenses for the New York Giants, right? We got 1 vote for Flowers, 2 votes for Flowers, 1 vote for Matt Breida. Honestly, I hate to say it, my friend. It looks like most people are going Zay. I think it's really, really close. Full BBR format, maybe we go Flowers. D-Dot, welcome to the flock. Happy to have you, my man. Thank you so much for all the support. Aaron says Miami's defense is not good either. Well, if you look at the implied team total for the Giants, I mean, Vegas sportsbooks are telling us the Giants are going to have a very bad offense this week. And they're going to be trailing in this game, so I don't know how often they're going to be actually going out there and running the ball. Now, we just hit 1,400 likes on the stream. Thank you so much, everybody, going down there and dropping a like on the live stream for us. If you have not done so already, hit that like button, ladies and gentlemen. Subscribe to the channel if you play fantasy football. And, of course, if you want to check out any of those pick'ems over on Underdog Fantasy, you can find that link in the live chat, in the description, in the comment section. Promo code FLOCK, you will get a 100% deposit match. Plus, you'll get our updated rest of season fantasy football rankings and tiers. And on top of that, you'll be getting a Tua special pick'em, more than less than half a total yard. And only with promo code FLOCK are you also going to get hooked up with a Justin Herbert special pick'em next week, more than less than half a total yard. Happy that we're able to get y'all all of that. Please make sure you're going to take advantage. Now, Honeys and Money coming out saying need 3. We have Kupp, Myers, Addison, Mostert, and Taylor. We are going to go with Kupp, Mostert, and Taylor. The one circumstance that you can get away from this is if you are in a full PPR format and Devontae Adams is ruled out sometimes in the next 2.5 hours before we have to make this call. And if you want to go ahead, if you want to play, say, Jacoby Myers over a player like Mostert or Taylor, you could do that, but we're probably not. Probably not. Braden coming out with, I believe, the University of Tampa logo. My man, I actually live near the University of Tampa for a little bit. But should I drop Akers for Javonte or Jaleel? Yeah, I probably would drop Akers for Javonte. I don't know how excited we could be about it, but still. I mean, neither guy's that startable. I mean, neither guy's startable unless we get an injury. But we don't know. It could happen. Could happen. I think Javonte is like the starting running back outside of an injury, whereas we just don't have that when it comes to Akers, at least for now. Wade says full BBR start 1. Watson, Addison, Dell. Thanks, Mason. Thank you, my man. I think we are going to go ahead. We probably will play Christian Watson over Jordan Addison. It's close. I'm really not considering Dell here in this range. But yeah, I think we can go Watson here. Number 1 Stunna says 18 full PBR. Pick 3 RBs. We have Taylor, Kyron, Pollard, Kamara, Pacheco, HN. We're going to go with Pollard even in the tough matchup. We're going to go Kyron Williams with a guaranteed workload. Between Kamara, HN, Taylor, it really is up to you. Now that we have Carr playing and it's a full PBR format in particular, I think we can go ahead and we can take Alvin Kamara for the target volume. We'll go Kamara for the target volume, which it's not that easy though. Not that easy. David says, full PBR, Tua, CMC, Jacobs, Diggs, Olave, Andrews. And then on the bench, we have Love, Mitchell, Walker, St. Brown, Waddle, Ingram. Losing due to DJ Moore. Recommended any switches. So we are supposed to be shooting for the highest ceiling possible if we played against DJ Moore. If we wanted to get someone from the bench into the starting lineup, it would be Jalen Waddle. We play Diggs, Olave, and we play Diggs, Olave over Jalen Waddle. It really comes down to Waddle or JT. It is going to be up to you there, my friend. We have a Gabe Davis 9-yard reception. Nothing special, just on the outside. Just like a curl route. Ben says, I'm in a dynasty league and have been offered Jacobs for my 2 future firsts and Rachaad White. The last thing you should ever do in your dynasty format is go out there and trade away your 2026 first round picks. That is so far away. You have no idea what your team's going to look like then. You'd be giving up all flexibility to go ahead and make a move like that. Please hold on to your 2026 picks. There's no reason at all to make that trade. And I mean, I have a ton of dynasty experience. Just in case if you don't know, I mean, I played dynasty since 2014, 20 plus leagues every single year. I actually got started on YouTube just making dynasty fantasy football content. That's what I do all offseason as well. During the year, we focus more on redraft, but I love dynasty. I mean, I'd say that I'm probably better at dynasty than I am at redraft, but yeah, do not be trading away your 2024 and 2026 first round picks, let alone Rachaad White on top of it, to go get Josh Jacobs. Chris says, stuck. We have Aaron Jones and Devontae Adams on Monday. Replacements would be Mixon, Zay. Okay, if you're looking at this, I think we're going to go ahead. I think we're most likely going to be taking I hate to say it. I think we're at least going to be playing one of these guys. Play Mixon. That way we have some optionality and then plan on going with either Aaron Jones or Devontae Adams at the flex. I'm sure that at least one of these guys will play. So go Mixon at RB2 and then plan on Adams, Aaron Jones at the flex. If one of them misses, then we're fine to start the other. And if both of them play, then we go Devontae Adams. But I don't think we want to rely on both guys because then obviously we are taking a considerable amount of risk if we're planning on playing both players. Okay. Okay. Mark says, would y'all play Jalen Warren or Tyler Boyd? Both players I feel like are relatively low ceiling options. I mean, if we knew Burrow was 100% good to go, I think we would just say, oh, okay, well, let's go ahead and let's take Tyler Boyd here. But without Burrow being for sure good, I think instead we probably want to go through and we're going to play Jalen Warren. It's not like we're in a situation where the Cincinnati Bengals are guaranteed to have passing volume. And Tyler Boyd's going to step in with no T. Higgins and absolutely crush, right? By no means is that a guarantee. Shooter says Christian Watson or Nico Collins. I would love to tell you to start Christian Watson over Nico Collins. I personally went through and ranked Christian Watson over Nico Collins coming into the season. Clearly, we are too low on Nico Collins. I think at this point, based off what we've seen over the past few weeks with volume, even if I expect that Christian Watson does improve, you need to go ahead. You need to have Nico Collins over Christian Watson. Starting the second quarter, you have the Jags up 11-0. 2nd and 9. Handoff to Damian Harris, I believe. Yeah, 22 is Harris. Looked like Harris from the body. Get it 3rd and short. KJ says, Matt Breida or Najee Harris. Can everybody spam the chat? Are you going to go Breida or Najee? Breida is the larger workload. Najee's in a better offense. I probably go Matt Breida just because I think like Najee Harris isn't a good running back. So if we're going to go with a running back that's not talented with a smaller workload, I don't really know what we're doing here. So I probably go Breida over Najee, but please let me know in the live chat what you're doing here. Allen goes from looking lost to finding an open receiver in Dawson Knox. Dawson Knox drops the ball, though, on 3rd down. Yeah, it looks like most people are saying Matt Breida as well. We got Breida. I prefer Najee. Yeah, 3 now Bills. The Bills just look horrible. Breida. I mean, these London games are obviously so hard to take anything away from. I mean, in terms of usage, in terms of overall performance, I don't want to say we can completely ignore them, but you're going to have some crazy things like the Buffalo Bills just looking really bad. Now, seriously awesome coming out. Appreciate you, my friend. Says, flex Mostert or Jonathan Taylor. Happy BR format. Love the videos. Appreciate you. I could go back and forth with these guys. Like, I think that you have Raheem Mostert as an exciting player, considering the game environment he'll be in, as well as the fact that we have no Jeff Wilson Jr., so we don't have to worry about him taking touches out of this backfield. I could go back and forth. I think we are going to go ahead and most likely take Jonathan Taylor, though. As both running backs are going to be in a running back by committee, I think Jonathan Taylor is the more talented back. It's not like the Indianapolis Colts offense is bad either. So yeah, let's go JT. Let's go JT. And a quick side note, actually, one of my favorite pick'ems on Underdog this week is going to be the Raheem Mostert one. Like, if you look at Mostert right now, on Underdog, they only have him at 8.35 fantasy points. Now, the reason we don't have him highlighted is by the time we highlighted our choices, we didn't know if Jeff Wilson Jr. was going to be playing or not. But now that we have confirmation that Jeff Wilson Jr. is someone that we're not worried about for the foreseeable future, I think we need to go through and we need to take like the more than on Raheem Mostert. Honestly, I'd be fine with either 46.5 rushing yards or 8.5 fantasy points. I really like that spot on Mostert, but I think we go JT over him. Now, Dean of Deans, always happy to see us, says, need two to play. One running back, one flex. We have Wilson, Dell, Warren, or Jaleel. My opponent has a big lead already. I'm 1-3. Okay. So our running back, we are going to be going with Warren, considering the fact that we don't know if Javonte will play or not. And if Javonte plays, playing Jaleel would be a massive mistake. He could be the RB3. And then for our flex, I think we're probably going to end up going with Tank Dell. Unless we get confirmation that Javonte is going to miss by the time we have to make that decision. It's just going to be really tough to go through and start Jaleel when Javonte's a game time decision. And they play at 3 p.m., right? So if Javonte ends up playing and then you have like Javonte number 1, P. Ryan number 2, Jaleel number 3, it would be brutal to play him. Now, Top Gun coming out says, should we drop JSN for the Jets defense today? The Jets defense should be in a really good spot. Now, with that being said, do not drop Jackson Smith-Njigba. He's a great prospect. He has played 4 weeks. And he has 20 targets. Not be dropping JSN. X says, would you trade JT and Evans for Diggs and Gibbs? We have Kamara, Swift, and ETN as well. JT to Diggs upgrade. Evans to Gibbs. Probably would rather have Evans at this point with the Gibbs injury. I think it's a very fair deal. And if you wanted to go get Stephon Diggs, I'm not going to fault you at all for it. Dave says, full BBR pick 2. Jones, Myers, George Pickens. We're going to go ahead. We're probably going to end up playing Jacoby Myers for sure. Then between Aaron Jones, Pickens, it's going to depend on the backup option that you have for Monday. If you have a viable option you can pivot to if Aaron Jones doesn't play, we're going to plan on Aaron Jones. If you have no backup option, then we may be in a spot where you have to go through and you have to play George Pickens. Shadow VK, always happy to see it. Says PBR start Addison over Wilson or Mims. Yes, I'd start Addison over both guys. I'd go with him over Mims specifically. Also trade Addison, Njoku, Jaleel for Nico Collins. We're good at tight ends. I honestly probably would do this if it was a shallowish format. If it's a shallow league and we just want the best player in the deal, let's go ahead and let's do it. So Evan Ingram caught the ball. We have a challenge flag coming in saying that he didn't catch it to pick up the first down. Let's see. What does this look like? I literally never know. The defender had his hand on it. I don't know. That will be interesting. Michael says, need to flex. Got Pickens, Dell, Wilson, and Jameson. We're going to go with George Pickens with Kenny Pickett being good to go. And we will go Tank Dell. If you would have asked me last night, we would have said Jameson Williams. But now at this point where we're getting the report saying Jameson's only going to play about 20 snaps, we probably need to pivot and instead bench Jameson. Okay. Now 420 Gall says currently 2-2 in a 12-team full PBR, 1 point per rushing first down, and 1 flex. We have Jalen Hurts, Alvin Kamara, Montgomery Swift, Ford, Najee, Roshan Spears, Tyreek, Hollywood, Thomas, Addison, Johnson, and Zach Ertz. Would you move any pieces here? Love that we have the rushing quarterback and a point per first down for rushing. Last week, we had Jerome Ford as a sell-high candidate. I mean, I would still stand by if you could sell Jerome Ford as a depth running back with this team. Package him with either Hollywood, Thomas, or Addison and go get a wide receiver upgrade. That'd make a lot of sense. But in reality, it's going to be much harder to say that now where, I mean, I think people have more realistic expectations with Jerome Ford. Okay. Jonas says, do I bench Kyron for Brees today? I personally am going to go Kyron Williams with him seeing literally everything. D-Dot says 9-team full BBR. We have Kyron, Jaleel, Lamb, Evans, Godwin. Would you trade Kyron for Devonta Smith and Brian Robinson? I think you can if you would like. The issue is Kyron just has such a safe workload that it is hard to get away from him. I think in a 9-team league, Brian Robinson's not going to make too much of a difference. So honestly, it really just comes down to who do you think the best player in the deal is, especially in a 9-team format. That really is just what it is. You think you would rather have Kyron or Devonta Smith the rest of the season? Don't really be valuing Brian Robinson much there. Mark James says, hey Mason, at BBR flexible on Moss or Jaleel? Ugh. We will go with Jaleel just in case. Dave says, would he play St. Brown if he's available to play today or just stick with Pickens? Any worries about possibility of a snap count? I would, based off the reports that we've gotten, I'm not playing Amon-Ra St. Brown today. I think that there's a very low probability that he does play. How many times have we ever seen a player be doubtful, then go out there and play well? Let me see if we have any updated news with Amon-Ra St. Brown. Yeah, there's Amon-Ra St. Brown's not playing. Yeah, I can't find anything about him playing there, my man. Now, John says, oh, I'm sorry. No, we skipped ahead. Cheech Chong says 12-team at BBR pick 2, Watson, Achane, and Puka. Definitely going to go with Puka and Achane, especially as we have no Jeff Wilson Jr. in here. Bone says start Robert Woods or Khalif Raymond. We will go Khalif Raymond under the assumption that Amon-Ra does not play, and we have Jameson on the snap count. Vincent says, help Mason, do we play Kyron or Jonathan Taylor? I'm going to go Kyron Williams this week, Jonathan Taylor long-term. Also, do we start Christian Watson or Nico Collins at the flex? I'm excited about the upside of Christian Watson, but we will go Nico Collins. Or hope Adams plays on Monday. If we have a viable option, obviously we'd roll the dice that Devontae Adams plays. If we have like a decent player we can pivot to. Like if you have Myers and Adams, then we plan on Adams. But if we don't have another guy that we like, then you can go ahead and you can take Nico. And then I like Christian Watson, but just reasonable expectations that you have with Christian Watson right now. Like going over and seeing what you have with the underdog pick'ems. They have met 40.5 receiving yards. Now I like more than 40.5 receiving yards, but still That just gives us a sense overall saying like, oh, okay, well, we probably don't want to go through and start this guy this week. Top Gun Finn says drop Kincaid for the Jets defense. We have Laporta already. Yeah, if you don't have a defense, I don't know why we aren't just dropping our defense for a defense, if that's a possibility. John says for the flex, Debo Jaleel or Matt Breida. Definitely not Jaleel. It's either Breida or Debo. I think we probably just go Debo Samuel. Especially even though Elijah Mitchell, I think can get a little bit more usage as a rusher here as well. Chris says full BBR for the flex. We're going to go Najee or Romeo Dobbs. Full BBR format, we probably go Dobbs, even with Christian Watson being good to go. Not too excited about either way, but we go Dobbs. Okay. Jacob says 12-team happy BR, where we have Hurts, Anthony Richardson, Jacobs, Kamara, Achane, Brees, Watson, Dell, Kelsey, MT. Oh, this is a great team. I agree that we need to upgrade a wide receiver. And when we have Jalen Hurts, Anthony Richardson, we have an easy way to do this as well. You take Anthony Richardson, you go through and you package him with a wide receiver like Tank Dell. You go get an upgrade that way. Should be a very comfortable and easy spot, my friend. Now, Eddie says, need a running back too between Javonte, Jaleel, Moss, Spears, and Breida. Ooh, I think we just play Matt Breida. I don't want to deal with the Denver headache. It's not like Denver has a great matchup either. The thing is with these Denver backs, it could very easily turn out to be a 3-man running back by committee in a spot where we're not excited about anybody. But real quick, we are 1 like away from hitting 1,500 likes on this live stream. If you have not done so already, please go down there, hit that like button for us, ladies and gentlemen. I mean, we have live streamed every single day since April. Not going to miss a day until 2024. And of course, Sunday's by far and away the most important day for us. So if you're ever going to drop a like, do it now for us. And if you want to check out any of these pick'ems over on Underdog Fantasy, you can find that link in the live chat in the description in the comment section. Promo code FLOCK, you're going to be getting a 100% deposit match up to $100. Plus, you'll get our updated rest of season fantasy football rankings and tiers. And you'll be getting a Tua special pick'em, more than less than half a total yard for today's game against the Giants. And we also hooked everybody up that used promo code FLOCK next week. Doesn't matter if you used promo code FLOCK 2 years ago, last year, or today. You will get the Justin Herbert special pick'em, more than less than half a total yard, but only if you use code FLOCK. Now, Blaine says, full BBR Swift or Waddle at the flex. We will go ahead and we will play DeAndre Swift with the guaranteed touches, even if I do like a Waddle bounce back. Williams says Tua or Stafford this week. Excited to see what we have with Stafford in terms of Kupp and Puka. But no, we're still going to go Stafford. I don't care about it raining or not in Miami. Yeah, I'm excited to see Stafford, but you got to go Tua based off what we've had so far this season. Have to. Colin says PBR 1 and 3. Stroud, Bijan, Williams, Flowers, Waddle, Andrews, Kupp. And then on the bench, we have Goff, JT, Watson. Any changes? We traded Kirk and Lockett for hopeful Waddle upside. If it's a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex league, I really do like making this move. And if we were going to change anything, we would get JT in the starting lineup. But no, we are going to be playing Kyron Williams over Jonathan Taylor for this week. And then Goff, Stroud, it would be interesting. But now that we have, say, no Amon-Ra St. Brown, not only no Amon-Ra St. Brown, but Jameson Williams on a snap count, no Jahmyr Gibbs. I think we do have to go Stroud. So honestly, I think we keep this lineup as is. Jetty says, boy, I'm enjoying the Bills being sluggish and playing against Diggs. Yeah, the Bills are not great right now. Like these London games are very much a wild card where anything can happen. And you almost had a big Zay Jones catch to move the chains as well. I'm kind of rooting for the Jags. I don't know why. I like Lawrence. Don't have a reason for it, but I want to see Lawrence do well. Let me see the percentage. Y'all know I drafted like 500 teams on Underdog this year. Let me see the percentage of guys that I have in Buffalo versus Jacksonville. I have 13% Diggs, 11% Knox, 10% Cook, 10% Allen, 9% Kincaid, 9% Damian Harris, 6% Gabe Davis. So it looks like I'm overweight Bills. Jaguars, I have 14% ETN, 10% Evan Ingram, 8% Zay, 6% Kirk, 6% Bigsby, 6% Lawrence, and only 2% Calvin Ridley. Yeah, so you will see that I am, at least coming into the season, I was lower than most on Calvin Ridley. So we are open on a big ETN game. And also, I'm hoping the Bills score a lot of points in general. Eric says, non-BBRs are 3, Mostert, Bijan, Mixon, and JT. We're going to go Mostert, Bijan, and Jonathan Taylor, Mixon. Probably Mixon this week. Jonathan Taylor long-term. Ryan says PBR, Pickens or Dobbs. We're going to be going George Pickens down. The Kenny Pickett's good to go. And then Aaron Jones or James Conner. With the uncertainty of Aaron Jones for tomorrow night, I mean, really no reason for us to go through and say, oh yeah, you have to play Aaron Jones on Monday over James Conner. Just take the guaranteed touches that we'll have with James Conner here. Knight says, is JT worth a start? I am ranking Jonathan Taylor with the news that he is going to be on a snap count as a high-end RB2, mid RB2 this week. If you're looking at him compared to guys like, say, Kyron Williams that have the guaranteed workload, I'm probably going to go with the guaranteed workload guys like Kyron. But if you're looking at him with some other, say, committee running backs, and kind of go back and forth. I don't know, though. Like, I would say in a vacuum, yes, we want to be starting Jonathan Taylor. If we can, we want to start JT. Now, Tom coming out saying, Henry, Sanders, White, Hill, Ayuk, Puka, DK, Waddle. Is it worth selling Puka for Swift/Achane? Yes, if we could sell Puka for Swift, I'm doing it, especially if we get Achane on top. Same offer for Ayuk. Got an offer for Puka, none on Ayuk at the moment. Yeah, I mean, I'd sell either wide receiver for DeAndre Swift. I mean, DeAndre Swift is just the locked and loaded starting running back for the Philadelphia Eagles, getting a ton of volume, you know? So I think you have to go ahead. You have to do it. Jack says, full BBR, who to start for wide receiver 2 in a flex out of Nico Collins, Raheem Mostert, and Michael Pittman. Now that we have no Jeff Wilson Jr. and you have Miami favored by 12.5 points, I think Mostert is very, very appealing. If it was like a non-PBR league, I think we would go ahead and play Nico Collins and Raheem Mostert. With it being a full PBR format, we may be in a spot where we still have to play Michael Pittman over Mostert, though. I think full BBR league, we still go Pittman. Now, Nathan says Alexander Madison or Jaleel. We're going to go with Alexander Madison. I think it's going to be a gross running back by committee in Denver, where I don't know if we're too excited about anybody there. Gets Knowledge says, hey, brother, 2 running back slots and a flex. We have Alvin, Brees, Montgomery, Achane, who are going to start, and then the Jets or Chiefs defense. We will go with the Jets defense against Russ, even if they are dogs in their game. And then if we're looking at Alvin, Brees, Montgomery, Achane, essentially we need to be benching one of these guys. You have to play Montgomery. Alvin, Brees, Achane, all very close. If it's a non-BBR format, I think we bench Alvin. If it's a full BBR league, then I think we bench Brees. But it is very, very close with Brees Hall getting the positive news of no snap count and with them having a great matchup as well. James says Moss or Adam Thielen in a 10-team league. We're definitely going to go Adam Thielen over Zach Moss for this week with JT coming back, even if JT's on a snap count. Judy says Kamara or Connor. Leaning towards Kamara if Carr plays. Carr will play, my friend, and If it's a full PPR format, I think we want Alvin Kamara. If it's a non-PPR league, I think we want James Conner. Noah says, should I pick up Baker or Garoppolo? We only have Dak, Watson, and Daniel Jones in a 2 QB league. So it depends if you're wanting to start someone this week. If you're wanting to start someone this week, obviously we have to go through and we have to go with Jimmy G. However, if we're looking for long-term upside based off what we've seen so far, I think we're probably going to go ahead and probably pick up Baker Mayfield. Eddie says 2 running backs, 2 receivers, and a flex. We have Bijan, Montgomery, Achane, Swift, Olave, Puka, Ayuk, and Pittman. Our 2 running backs, we're going to go Bijan, Montgomery. Everybody, please, for the love of God, play him. No Gibbs. In a game they're favored by 10 points, you have to play Montgomery. Bijan, Montgomery, wide receiver, we're going to be going with Olave, Puka. And then for that flex spot, we will play DeAndre Swift. Tough spot having to bench Devon Achane, though. I mean, I really, really do like Achane this week as well. Derek says, Allen is playing terrible. I don't really want to blame it on Josh Allen. I mean, ultimately, it's the London game. It's a game that you're going to have an extremely wide range of outcomes. Crazy things are going to happen. We've seen a quarter and a half of play. Allen can get better, you know. Like last night in the USC game, Caleb Williams did not look good at the beginning of the year. I'm sorry, not at the beginning of the year, the beginning of the game. And then USC ended up coming back and winning that game. Obviously, college a little bit different, but still. We played, 23 minutes of football? Rough Time says, we need Matt Breida. Should we drop Pitts, Tajee, or Algier? We have Bijan. Depends who our other tight end is. If I had to drop, I'm not dropping Tyler Algier. Bijan goes down. Tyler Algier is an RB1. I think we probably drop either Tajee Spears or Kyle Pitts, and it's going to depend on our other tight end, my friend. Hockey Girl coming out saying, Aaron Jones or Zach Moss / Jaden Reed. We will go with Aaron Jones, and if Aaron Jones is not going to go, then we will panic to Jaden Reed, assuming that we can get Aaron Jones in that flex spot, right? Which I'm assuming based off how we asked this question. Gets Knowledge says, Tank Dell or Devontae Adams, do I play it safe? I'm going to roll the dice with Devontae Adams here because the thing is, if Adams misses, the worst case scenario is we go and pick up Hunter Renfrow from the waiver wire. And that is absolute worst case scenario, right? It could be better than that. We don't know. And I think the difference between Tank Dell and Hunter Renfrow is a lot slimmer between the difference between Adams and Tank Dell. So I want to go through and I want to take Devontae Adams. Roast Beef says, I traded CMC for Justin Tucker. What are your thoughts? Hook'em Orange, great trade, my man. Hook'em Orange. Sam says, morning, Mr. Flock. Let's have a good NFL day. Yes, sir. Hope I don't regret starting James Cook over Aaron Jones. Definitely the right call to start James Cook over Aaron Jones. Not going to blame you at all for that, my man, with no clarity on James Cook for Monday night. Obviously, not looking too hot right now, but regardless of the outcome, I think he made the right call. Phil says, start 2 running backs in a full PPR format. Aaron Jones, JT, and Breece Hall. Here, when JT and Breece Hall are very viable options, you don't have to be that worried about it. Where we can just go through and we can play JT and Breece Hall and avoid any of the downside case and what we would have there with Aaron Jones potentially not playing on Monday. Okay, so big 3rd and 10 for Jacksonville. Looked like that pass maybe got tipped. That's why I missed Ingram. Evan Ingram's pretty much being used as a wide receiver. This is very reminiscent of what you had with Evan Ingram back, say, in his rookie season in New York. I mean, you'll have Jacksonville up by 2 touchdowns regardless. Actually, oh, no, never mind. They're on the opposite side of the field. We need to pay a little less attention to the stream, a little more attention to the game. Noah says, drop Tyler Algier or Elijah Moore for Baker. We will go Elijah Moore because the thing is, like, if we're telling a story here, right, and we're just thinking about our last roster spot, if it's your last roster spot, the only thing that we care about is upside, upside, upside. And ultimately, How does Elijah Moore turn into a league winner? Amari Cooper goes down. Are we excited to rank Elijah Moore as a top 12 wide receiver? Hell no. If Bijan Robinson goes down, Tyler Algier is immediately a top 12 RB. So if we're thinking our last spot and trying to chase the highest ceiling possible, we probably want Tyler Algier, my friend. But real quick, we've been alive for about 3 hours, ladies and gentlemen. Please, if you have not done so already, go down there, hit that like button for us. We have live streamed every single day since April, and we are not stopping until 2024. So go down there, drop a like if you have not done so already. Subscribe to the channel if you play fantasy football. Like we said, we're going to live stream every single day until 2024. And if you want to check out any of these pick'ems over on Underdog Fantasy, you can find that link in the live chat, in the description, in the comment section. Promo code FLOCK, you're going to be getting a 100% deposit match up to $500 on Underdog. Plus, you're going to be getting our updated rest of season fantasy football rankings and tiers. And on top of that, you're going to be getting a Tua special pick'em, more than less than half a total yard for today's game against the Giants. And we got everybody hooked up. This is a Flock exclusive only with promo code FLOCK. Next week, you're going to get a Justin Herbert special pick'em, more than less than half a total yard. Doesn't matter if you signed up to Underdog 2 years ago with promo code FLOCK. Doesn't matter if you signed up to Underdog today with promo code FLOCK. You will get hooked up with that. Have we been with Underdog for 3 years now? 2021, 2022, 2023. Yeah, so this is our third season with Underdog. Doesn't matter if you signed up with Underdog 3 years ago, you are going to get that. With promo code FLOCK, that is. Now, Roast Beef says, I can see Miami having an explosive game, 60-plus points. Definitely a possibility. I mean, if you are looking at Miami, we saw them drop 70 points 2 weeks back. And they are the largest spread of any game this week. EC coming out, always appreciate you. Says, Goff or Stafford, loved your content. Are you based in Southern Cali? No, sir. Based in Texas. Never been to California before. We are going to go ahead. We are going to be taking Stafford over Goff, considering that we have cut back in. Not only do we have cut back in, but at the same time, you have Noah Monroe St. Brown. You have Jameson Williams not at 100% just yet. And we have no Jahmyr Gibbs as well for Goff. So Goff missing a lot of his weapons. Stafford adding weapons into his offense. I think we will go ahead and we will take Stafford. Now, D-Dot says Kyron for Brian Robinson, Moss, and Devonta Smith. So this is the same trade as earlier. It was a shallow format where it's, do you want Kyron or Devonta Smith? Zach Moss does not move the needle in the slightest here for you, my friend. It's who do you want? Do you want Kyron or Devonta Smith? It is up to you. I think you can go either way. Okay. We have Stephon Diggs smothered. Allen fits it into a tight window. If that Diggs would have caught that, that would have been incredible. But still, Buffalo unable to move the ball down the field. Dylan says, about to trade Kyron and Hollywood for Pollard. Oh my gosh, great move. I'd rather have Pollard straight up over Kyron and Hollywood, let alone getting Rashad White. Give me White over Hollywood. Give me Pollard over Kyron. That's an absolute no-brainer trade. No-brainer. Okay, is that Latavius? Yeah, Latavius is out there. They're slowly turning this into a 3-man running back by committee. Agon says, help, 10 TPBR flex, Waddle, Kyron, Achane, or Mostert. I really like a lot of these players. I do like this Miami offense this week. I think we have to go Kyron Williams, even in a tough matchup going up against Philadelphia. Just because what we have seen from Kyron Williams, this is a running back that so far this season has been guaranteed to essentially get 80 to 90% of the touches out of his backfield. And it looks like most weeks getting 20 plus touches every week. Okay. What kind of field are they playing on? This like turf looks very weird. Like, look. The color doesn't look... The color makes it kind of look like a video game. Is this normal turf that they're playing on in London? I could be wrong. James Cook, big 16-yard reception. Maybe fumbled, maybe flag. Definitely not fumble. Don't know what you're trolling about here, my man. It's cricket grass. I don't know. We don't know if Aaron Jones is playing. We do not know if Devontae Adams is playing or not. Like it kind of sucks. Obviously, these guys going on Mondays, so you don't necessarily know exactly how we are submitting starting lineups right now. I'd be very careful and make sure that we have a backup option to pivot to if we are planning on playing them. Okay. We have Gabe Davis in motion. Beautiful run from Allen. You can just see Allen literally checked 3 different guys, scrambled out of the pocket, looked downfield again, see if those players, they got open a second time. They didn't. Just goes, picks up 7 yards. Beautiful. Yes, holy moly, Cook gained some yards. I mean, Cook's out there. I'm really interested to see what the snaps are going to be in this game because we are seeing a considerable amount of Latavius. We are seeing some Damian Harris as well. So I'm interested to see what the snaps are because, I mean, James Cook doesn't look like he's out there very often. Google said it's synthetic turf. So I saw someone on Twitter saying or put out a clip of Roger Goodell talking about Zay Jones about the turf. And just because I looked up Zay Jones on Twitter and that was what came up. Phil, that's what I have been doing, my friend. That's what I have been doing. Right now, the Bills are 3rd and 1, though. So we are trying to see what's happening here. Okay, play action. They don't bite, but Josh Allen's just faster than that linebacker. So Allen picks up the first regardless. Chris says, full BBR, need a running back bad. Trade Amon-Ra for Kenneth Walker or Jacobs. If you really wanted to trade St. Brown for Walker, you do you. I would say probably want Amon-Ra St. Brown in a full BBR league. Probably want him. Soren says, I think it's at Tottenham Stadium, so it should probably be just grass. But no, I'm seeing it's clearly turf. Allen got tackled there and turf threw up everywhere in the air. But Mana says, 10-team BBR 4-0, single flex. We have Richardson, Jefferson, Allen, Olave, Hopkins, Walker, Kamara, JT, Mostert, Warren, Andrews, Laporta. So obviously when we have a team like this where we're so loaded at tight end, it would make a lot of sense to go through and sell a tight end and a running back to get an elite level RB. I even go like Laporta and say Alvin Kamara and go get to someone like Tony Pollard. That'd be an absolute no-brainer. In terms of the starting lineup this week, we're going to be starting Anthony Richardson, Jefferson, Olave, Jonathan Taylor, Alvin Kamara, then Raheem Mostert in the flex, and then at tight end, I hate to say it, but based off all the injuries that we have in Detroit, we probably actually pivot off of Mark Andrews, and we probably play Sam Laporta. Laporta can easily get 12 targets in this game. Roast Beef says Fields has 11 touchdowns, Mahomes with 8, and Allen with 9. I am unsure if you know this, my friend, but Justin Fields has also played an extra game over Patrick Mahomes. So to compare that, I don't know if it's fair. Big Route says Miles Sanders or Matt Breida today. I'm 3-1 in this league. I probably go Miles Sanders over Matt Breida. I think neither player is too appealing. But still, we can do it. LO Scorpion says, 2 questions. This for a happy BR format. Dobbs or Stafford? And then start 2 of Swift, JT, Wilson. Going to go with the running backs. We'll play JT and Swift in happy BR format. Joshua Dobbs and Matthew Stafford a little bit closer for us If you look at our rankings this week, we had Dobbs at 15. We had Stafford at 16. But I think now we're probably going to pivot over actually to go ahead and play Matthew Stafford instead, knowing that we have Cooper Kupp fully good to go. Henry says we need a flex Ramondre, Judy, Warren, Ertz, Dobbs, and Algier. We will go with Ramondre Stevenson with the guaranteed volume, even if he just does not look good. Connor says 14-team BBR. Do we flex Adam Thielen or Jonathan Taylor today? We will go ahead. We will take Jonathan Taylor. I understand he does have a low floor, but I would say that Adam Thielen has a low floor as well. 14-team format, I think you have to get Jonathan Taylor into your lineup. GK coming out saying PBR, 2 receivers, Rice, Gallup, Westbrook, Atwell, Robinson, Raymond, Woods, Parker, or any deep sleepers. Oh my gosh, this is a tough spot to be in, my man. Probably going to go Tutu, and then your call between Wan'Dale and Rashee Rice. Tutu, I don't want to start with Cooper Kupp back in here, but in this range, I mean, we can. Just hope for a big play. And then your call between Wan'Dale Robinson and Rashee Rice. Most people would say Rashee Rice. Memphis Bears says started running back in a flex and a receiver. Aaron Jones, Brees, Pierce, Garrett Wilson, Pickens, Sanders, Christian Watson. We had Brian Robinson on Thursday, so we need some upside. Okay. Running back, we're going to go ahead. We're going to take we're going to go Brees Hall with the good matchup. Wide receiver, we're going to go Nico Collins. And then for the flex, if it's a full BBR league, we're going to go Garrett Wilson. If it's a non-BBR format, we probably go Dameon Pierce, knowing that he has an improved offensive line now that it is healthy. Michael says 14-team BBR need 2. Wilson, Pierce, Watson, Dobbs. Thanks, Mason. No, thank you, my friend. We are going to go ahead. We will take the combo of Wilson and Dameon Pierce, Watson and Dobbs. I'm excited to see Watson this week. I don't think he's a must-start player right now, though. I mean, even if you look at his underdog pick, he's only had 40 receiving yards. Anthony says, maybe I missed, but what's the plan with Davante Adams? The plan with Davante Adams would be very specific to your exact situation. Because with Adams, we don't know if he's going to be playing on Monday. Stephon Diggs, touchdown, let's go. We don't know if Adams will be playing on Monday. And at the same time, it just depends. Do we have a safe option to go with today? Or is it like we have the question, do we play Davante Adams or Tank Dell? It's like, oh no, you definitely play Adams. You roll the dice, you see what happens. And worst case scenario, we end up playing Hunter Renfrow. But if it's like, oh, do we play Davante Adams or Puka? I'm like, oh, okay, well, who's our backup option? If Adams doesn't play, who are we going with? Do we then have Myers to pivot to? You know? So it is very, very dependent on your exact situation. But real quick, I'll be back in a second. I don't know if we have any fellow Texans out in the chat. But it has finally cooled down. I was actually able to turn the AC off. We are a long ways away from the days of it being 115 every single day. Thank God. And, oh my gosh, I'm just excited. A couple days ago, went on a run, and we were supposed to run, like I was I'm training for an Ironman next year, but I haven't been able to work out a ton just because I've been working. So, I mean, we've been live streaming so much. But went on a run on Friday for the first time in a while and was going to run like 10 miles. And the weather was so damn nice. Ended up literally running a marathon. Ran like 26 miles. Like, I am just so excited about the weather. Y'all don't even know. I'm going to go on a nice walk during the games. It'll be fun. It'll be fun. And also my birthday's in 2 days. So the girlfriend has like a birthday surprise for today, which I'm excited about. We got some H-Town out here. Hornsdale, are you kidding me, my man? Kidding me? Kid a mod ban, Nork. What are we doing here? Obviously joking. Do not ban him. In Houston, yes, we love to see it. Love to see it. Moneymaker says Ramondre or Jonathan Taylor. Ramondre's a larger workload. Jonathan Taylor is a better running back and a better offense. Even if he has a tougher matchup, I'd probably go with JT over Ramondre Stevenson. Luke says, how old are you turning? Can everybody take a guess? My birthday's on the 10th. We will be live streaming on it. I mean, years past, we've done like shots and stuff. This year, it's not going to be anything wild like that. We will be streaming on it, though, on the 10th. Now, take a guess in the live chat. How old do you think I am? Okay. 27, 26, 28, 55, 27, 26, 30. Yeah, Mason's girlfriend is Bijan Robinson, maybe. 27, 29, 26, 27, 26, 25. Mark turning 30th on the 10th. Happy birthday, my man. None of y'all have gotten my age correct. I'm 24 years old. Ladies and gentlemen. I know. I look like an old man. Live streaming every single day. Working 80 hours a week. We'll take it out of you. But it is what it is. It is what it is. Steve says, with Barkley out, should we start Mostert or Pacheco? Also, happy early birthday. Thank you, my man. We are going to go ahead. We will take Mostert. I know most people will take Pacheco. I think Pacheco's a little bit of the safer play. I just think that Mostert's in a very good spot, even with Achane expanding his role. Knowing that we have no Jeff Wilson Jr., knowing that they are favored by 12.5, they'll be able to run the ball consistently in the second half. And yeah, I mean, going into last week, Mostert was a running back that was the number one overall scoring player in fantasy football. Head of quarterbacks, head of Tyreek, head of all wide receivers. I'm not expecting that to be the case again, but I do think it's going to be somewhat close, right? It'll be somewhat close. Okay. Justin says Jalen Hurts or Anthony Richardson. Really like Anthony Richardson. I think you can project Anthony Richardson out to be a top 5 quarterback rest of season, or at least a borderline top 5 QB rest of year. But we're definitely going to go Jalen Hurts over Anthony Richardson. Jason says traded DJ Moore, Brian Robinson for CeeDee Lamb. Great trade. If you can get this kind of price for DJ Moore, I think we want to go ahead and we want to make that play. Calvin Ridley almost had a really nice touchdown, but was about maybe 6 inches away from getting both feet down. Christian Watson or Hollywood Brown? No, he's further than that. He's like 2 feet away from getting both feet down. I am going to go Hollywood Brown this week. I would rather have Christian Watson long term. I mean, if you look at like our underdog pick'ems, like our favorite ones this week, I really like Christian Watson more than 40.5 receiving yards, but I mean, for the time being, it's not like this is some must start player, right? Where, I mean, you can go through and you can kind of go either direction. I think I want to go with Watson in the long term and Hollywood for right now. Natasha, should we look to trade Amon-Ra St. Brown? Also, happy birthday. It's mine too. Happy birthday, my friend. And with Amon-Ra St. Brown, it really depends on what you think about the injury, and it depends on the price point that you're going to get in return. If you could go through and if you could just pivot off of St. Brown for someone like CeeDee Lamb, I think it would make a lot of sense if you just stay in that same tier and you essentially just de-risk yourself in this situation. The issue is, I don't know if anybody's going to be excited to trade for Amon-Ra St. Brown. But Phil coming out against us, start 2 receivers in a flex, full BBR league. Chase, Lamb, Puka, Smith, Waddle, 100% hard to sit these guys. We have to sit 2. I think we are going to have to sit Waddle as much as it pains me. I do think that we get a Waddle bounce back. I mean, obviously, this offense is phenomenal. Oh, my gosh. Lawrence just got destroyed. Sack, fumble. Bills recovered. Massive play. It was 3rd and 10. Lawrence they get the first down. I mean, they had a shot at the end zone. Even if they have an incompleted pass or something, you still have a field goal to go up by 2 touchdowns. That is massive. I mean, God, that must have hurt Trevor Lawrence. Yeah, but going to this, you have to start Chase. You have to start Lamb. It really comes down to Puka, Smith, and Waddle. Waddle's going to be the bench. I think we're looking at Smith and Puka here. If you look at where we rank these guys in our flex rankings, they're very close. We had Smith at 16 and we had Puka at 18. Steve says also trading Debo for Swift. What are your thoughts? We definitely want Swift there. Sawyer says risk Adams or play Shaquille Wandale. We are definitely going to risk Devontae Adams because like worst case scenario, right, is Adams misses. We go to Hunter Renfrow and get the 4 points from him. Like it's not like you're going to be in that much of a better spot going ahead and taking Wan'Dale Robinson over Hunter Renfrow, right? Like the gap between Wan'Dale Robinson and Devontae Adams, in my mind, is a much larger gap between Wan'Dale Robinson and Hunter Renfrow. So we're going to risk it with Adams. Yuan says, full BBR for the flex. Pierce, Jamison, Tank, or Jaleel. We will go ahead. We will take Dameon Pierce. I was excited about Jamison last night. Now, the issue that you have with Jamison Williams is we had a report coming out saying that he's only going to play about 20 snaps. And if that's the case, can't really play Jamison. You just got to go with Pierce. Antonio says 12-team full BBR pick 2. Lamb, Waddle, and Olave. We are going to go ahead. We will play Lamb and Olave. Really like all these options. And I am expecting to get a bounce back performance from Jalen Waddle. But Olave and Lamb, we've seen the consistent target volume. I think we have to go in that direction. I just checked week 6. We have a Europe game as well. God, they're doing a ton of these. Week 9, we have one as well. Week 10, we have one. That is crazy. We have so many of these now. But our next question coming out from, I believe, Javi Red asked James Conner or Devon Achane. I'm going to go Devon Achane. Don't have to worry about Jeff Wilson Jr. being good to go. Plus, it is a phenomenal Miami Dolphins offense. And with Achane, I mean, the man is averaging like 11 yards per carry. The man's at the very top of the NFL in touchdowns through 2 weeks. Glenn says, go Europe. Can I ask something in the live chat? 1, if you're in America, do you like the Europe games? And 2, if you are in Europe, do you think having the NFL games in Europe is actually making Europeans more excited about football? Please let me know. Tresner says, HN averaging a touchdown per carry, 100%. Gavin, Derek Carr should be playing for the Saints today. Should be. Brandon says, sad that Barkley is not going to play. I am sad as well. I thought Barkley would play. I mean, with Barkley, this is a running back that got in 3 practices last week. Really tough not to have Barkley. So it looks like people like the football game starting at 8:30. Mercury says it's annoying for fantasy. Yeah, I could definitely see, like, if you're a casual NFL fan and, like, you're just going through and you're just trying to enjoy the games on Sunday, liking the European games and liking waking up and the fact that there is football immediately. But if you're on, like, the West Coast and you're trying to submit your starting lineup and you got to wake up at 6 in the morning on Sunday to get that done, doesn't seem ideal. I'm going to wake up at 6 in the morning to start live streaming anyway on Sunday, you know, but if you're just like the regular fantasy football player, I don't know. Yeah, I think it's a good way to put it. Gillen says, I didn't realize there were so many fans in the UK until they did so many games. It's too many now. Move the Jags to London or quit tickling us with NFL games. Okay, so are you telling me that you're in the UK, my man, and like there are a lot of UK football fans? And you think that they are actually becoming more because of this? That's what I'm trying to figure out. Are there more fans because of this? The real Yannick says, traded DJ Moore for Ridley. Tell me I'm stupid. Let me see the actual box score. I mean, Ridley looks like he's actually doing something near the end here. No. I mean, the man was 2 feet away from that receiving touchdown. Lawrence looks good for the first time since week 1. Calvin Ridley currently sitting there with a whopping 2 receptions for 30 receiving yards. He did get the sweep. He has 14 rushing yards on the day as well. But yeah, it does look to be in a tough spot. You look to be in a tough spot. I mean, before the week would have started, I probably would have told you, good move. I probably would have liked it. Norrick says Ridley had almost like 4 touchdowns, 100%. He was close. And please do not just copy and paste your message over and over again in the live chat. It's going to ruin the chat for everybody else. Okay. Now, Jerry coming out says, drop Jaleel for Breida or play Ramondre. We are going to be playing Ramondre Stevenson. I don't mind what you're doing in terms of rostering Jaleel or Breida. Both of them are similar spots, right? Neither running back's that talented. They're really only startable if the starter is down in front of them. But almost regardless, we will be playing Ramondre Stevenson this week. Ryan says start sit 3 out of 4. So we need to bench one guy between Swift, HN, Taylor, and Pittman. If it is a non-PPR format, here I think we bench Pittman. But with this being a full PPR league, it's sad, but I think we end up probably having to go through and bench Jonathan Taylor in a full PPR format. Oh my gosh. With him being on a snap count and at the same time with him in a tough matchup. I do really like JT. I think the majority of instances I'll tell people to play Jonathan Taylor. It's just specifically when you have a great roster like that. Damari says, flex Gus Edwards or George Pickens. Thanks, Mason. Thank you, my friend. In a full PPR format, we're going to go Pickens. Non-PPR league, we'll go Gus Edwards. I was planning on avoiding Pickens coming into the week, just given the fact that you do have the Kenny Pickett injury. But it sounds like we've had some pretty good news with Kenny Pickett where, I mean, he sounds like he's good to go this week. So if he's good to go, probably just go ahead and play Kenny Pickett there, my friend. We have a question. What are we doing with Saquon going forward? Saquon, you have no real option but to hold at the moment, no? Like, is there a single person in your league that would trade you for Saquon? I think we hold Saquon Barkley. I mean, I was expecting him to play. He got in multiple practices last week, got 3 straight limited practices. After practicing this week, I was like, okay, I guess Barkley's playing this weekend. Does suck that we don't have Barkley. It does make sense for him to sit, though. Like, it's the largest spread of the week. New York versus Miami. Very tough spot to be in. Isaac says, happy BR sit 1. We have Connor, Olave, Puka, Achant. We need the points. I think we all need points, my man. That's the goal of this. I think we're probably going to end up benching James Conner. I mean, Olave, Puka get the target volume. Devon Achant's in the elite level offense. Connor has the workload. The issue is obviously we have offensive struggles. So yeah, I think that we go ahead and we bench James Conner there. Now, Jared says, happy BR Dobbs or Flowers. We will go Flowers over Dobbs with Christian Watson in. Wounded says, PBR. We have Hurts, Jacobs, Achane, Tyreek, Watson, Kittle, Thielen. And then on the bench, we have London, Gabe Davis, Mitchell, Hunt, Palmer, Johnston, Jaleel. Do I trade Achane and Thielen for Ayuk and Gibbs? Love you. Love you, my friend. Thank you so much. And going from Thielen to Ayuk, big time upgrade. Achane to Gibbs, big time downgrade. The only instance in which I would do this is if it's like a 4-0 team where we're really only looking at long-term and you go, Mason, I know Achane to Gibbs is a big downgrade now, but maybe long-term Gibbs continues to expand his role and you're in a good spot. I think we are probably sitting on our hands, though, for the time being. Once we get closer to Gibbs coming back, then we can go ahead and make that move. Zach says, should we start Ramondre or wait to see if Aaron Jones is going to go on Monday? Really is going to depend on your backup option that you have on Monday. Like if you say, okay, if Aaron Jones doesn't play, then I can pivot over to A.J. Dillon. But if it's like, oh crap, if Aaron Jones doesn't play, I'm going to be playing Zamir White. If that's the case, then you just go ahead and you play Ramondre Stevenson. And I mean, it's very hard for me to just go through and give out some generic advice and say, overall, yes, everybody played Davante Adams, or nobody played Davante Adams, or everybody play Aaron Jones, or nobody play Aaron Jones. It really does depend on your exact situation, your risk tolerance, and the backup options that we could pivot to. But real quick, ladies and gentlemen, it looks like only about 11% of y'all have gone down there and hit that like button. If you have not done so already, go down there, drop a like on this live stream, ladies and gentlemen. We've been live for about 3.5 hours. I have live streamed every single day since April. Not going to miss a day until 2024. And Sundays are by far and away the most important live streams for us. So go down there, hit that like, subscribe to the channel if you play fantasy football. And of course, if you want to check out any of these pick'ems over on Underdog Fantasy, you can find that link in the live chat, in the description, in the comment section. Promo code FLOCK, you're going to be getting a 100% deposit match up to $100. And you'll be getting a Tua special pick'em for later today against the New York Giants. I mean, that's about in an hour and a half. And also, ladies and gentlemen, we got everybody hooked up with a Justin Herbert special pick'em. Doesn't matter if you use promo code FLOCK on Underdog. 3 years ago, 2 years ago, last year, yesterday, or today, everybody next week's going to get hooked up with that Justin Herbert special pick'em. Super happy that we were able to get y'all that only with promo code FLOCK. So make sure you take advantage. Now, OK Red says 4 bench spots. We're starting JT now. Do we drop Moss? If there are only 4 bench spots, then sure, I would say in general, probably looking to hold on to Zach Moss. Just looking at the fact that if JT were to go down, we've seen for a fact that Zach Moss is a startable running back. Duro Moody says, Flock, I need some help. Need an RB2. We currently have Jacobs, Javonte Spears. Getting offered Achane, AJ Brown, and White for my Chase and Jacobs. It's a 12-team PPR league. Let me know what you think. Okay. AJ Brown to Chase, upgrade. Or, I mean, you're going from Chase to AJ Brown, downgrade. Jacobs to Achane, downgrade / lateral move. We're getting Rashad White to do it. Honestly, I think we are going to keep Josh Jacobs as well as Jamar Chase, especially with the positive news that we have surrounding that. I mean, Burrow, in that he may be a little bit better. And it may be closer to being good to go. Okay. Now, our next question coming out from Damari says, how about Gus versus Ramondre? Appreciate you, my man. And we will go ahead and we will take Ramondre Stevenson in a full PPR format here. John says, 8-team full PPR league. We have Mahomes, Pollard, Jacobs, Jefferson, Smith, Higgins, TJ Hawkinson, Hopkins, Lockett, Pickens, Moss, Laporta, Charbonnet. Any Laporta / trade ideas? I mean, I'm trying to figure, do we have another tight end? If we don't have another tight end, we're not going to sell Laporta now. It would be after this week. If you wanted to send like Laporta and Hopkins or Laporta and Lockett or Laporta and like Higgins. Oh, no, we have TJ Hawkinson. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. To go get an elite level wide receiver, let's send it, my man. If we can go like Lockett and Laporta after Laporta crushes with no St. Brown this week and go get to someone like CeeDee Lamb in an 8-team format where we have Hawkinson, I would love that. Now, Blake says, have a great NFL Sunday. You're a beast. Appreciate you, my man. And yes, have a great Sunday. Jacob says, love the show, man. Tank Dell or Michael Gallup? We will go Tank Dell over Michael Gallup, even if I'm not super, super pumped about him. AWS says, start 2, happy BR, Rice, Dobbs, Watson, Michael Wilson. We will go ahead and we will play the Green Bay Packers, guys. We'll go with Romeo Dobbs and Christian Watson here, my friend. Now, Ryan says, Sutton or Jalen Warren, or do we hit the waiver wire with injuries? If it is a full BBR format, if you wanted to go Sutton, not going to fault you for it. Now, Sutton does have a very tough matchup overall, so it kind of is up to you here. And then with Jalen Warren, obviously, you have concerns about both the matchup and the overall offense with the Kenny Pickett injury. Nathaniel says Waller or Laporta. Laporta by a mile, especially with the St. Brown injury. And then flex Flowers or Dell. We will go Zay Flowers, even though he's a little bit less appealing now that we have Bateman and Odell both good to go. Now, Vito says full BBR, second flex, Michael Thomas or Tank Dell. We are going to go ahead. We probably will take Michael Thomas here, my friend. Prince says, should we start Najee, Judy, Michael Thomas, or Josh Reynolds? Sounds crazy to say, but at this point, we go Josh Reynolds in a full BBR format, no? Like, if Jameson's only playing 20 snaps, Amon-Ra St. Brown is out, Jahmyr Gibbs is out, Reynolds has the guaranteed target volume in an offense that should be able to effectively move the ball down the field. Young Lock says, should I trade Hollywood for Waddle? This would be a no-brainer. Hell yes. This would be a great price for Waddle if we can buy him low. Brad coming out saying, traded Ayuk, Eckler for Kelsey, Etienne. Eckler to Kelsey, up to you. Ayuk to Etienne. I'd probably rather have Etienne, to be honest. I mean, Etienne has the usage as a receiver. Etienne has the volume as a rusher. Henry, HN, Kyron, Mostert, Warren, AJ, Gabe, Dotson, Kincaid, Tutu, Rice on the bench. Appreciate my dude. Happy early birthday. Thank you, my man. I think we are going to go ahead and say it's a decent deal, but now we do have a little bit of a lack of wide receiver depth. Would be really nice if we can hit on one of these wide receivers like Rashee Rice. If Rashee Rice breaks out, then you will be in a great spot. Wheel says Jaleel or Judy if Olave doesn't play. Olave's playing, no? If Olave does not play, we may be in a world of pain here. Let's figure this out. So there's a tweet that goes out. Chris Olave ankle concern, question mark. Chris Olave testing something out pregame with the trainers. Interesting spot. It looks like Olave's out there pregame testing things with his ankle. Doesn't look great. I still plan on going with Olave over these guys, assuming that Olave is good to go. But maybe like if you're looking at Olave versus some other elite options, then we can pivot elsewhere. And we will go Judy just in case he's not good. D says trade Mixon for Cooper Kupp. Hell yeah, my man. My running backs are Stevenson, Jaleel, Javonte, and Roschon. So we have bad running backs. We have great receivers. I still do go ahead and I still take the best player. I still take Cooper Kupp. Okay. Now, Prideful Tech says, hey, good sir, keep 2 in a full BBR league. Jay Sanders Herbert. I don't know if this is Jameson. I don't know if this is Javonte. We're going to go with Javonte and Miles Sanders with Khalil Herbert dealing with the ankle. Because now I think that you're in a spot where you possibly have OG, we did answer this. We're going to go Taylor over Stevenson. I mean, Khalil Herbert with the ankle, this opens the door, this opens the window, right, for Roschon Johnson to kind of take over. Look at Morans. Maybe I'm a little bit biased here, but still. I'm a flocker. Always happy to see this. This full BBR, Thielen, Burrito, or Raheem Mostert. We will be going ahead. We'll be playing Raheem Mostert. No Jeff Wilson Jr. A game where they're going to be able to run the ball consistently in the second half. I think this is someone that we are excited to play. Okay. Flo says, why are people so convinced Laporte will have a big game? Panthers run defense is bottom 5, while pass defense is top 6. They're going to feed Montgomery. Of course they're going to feed Montgomery. You think they're favored by 9.5 points in this game, my friend. I don't think they're just going to have one good player in this offense. I've already said, I think Montgomery with no Gibbs this week in this matchup in particular is a top 6-ish running back. But even with that being said, Montgomery can be a top 6-ish running back. And you can still be in a spot where Sam Laporte has a great game, right? It's not one or the other. Promise you that. Radam says, are you going to make rest of season rankings anytime soon? Yeah, so we already have rest of season rankings on flockfantasy.com, my friend. And of course, if you want, you can always go sign up for flockfantasy.com, promo code FLOCK, 30% off any subscription. Or you can get those rest of season rankings by just signing up to Underdog, depositing $10 on Underdog. They'll match first deposit dollar for dollar. Plus, you'll get our rest of season fantasy football rankings in tiers. And you'll be getting a Tua special pick'em on top of that, more than less than half a total yard against the Giants. And you'll be getting a Justin Herbert special pick'em on top of that, more than less than half a total yard next week, only with promo code FLOCK. So yeah, I mean, just go take advantage of that. Use promo code FLOCK and go get our rest of season that way. We're going to be updating those this Tuesday, my friends. I don't want to guarantee on Monday because I want to take into account the Monday night games. Alex says, Edwards or Kyle Pitts? We are going to go ahead and we will take Gus Edwards over Kyle Pitts. I mean, if you look at the Underdog Pick'ems this week, they literally have Jonnu Smith for more receiving yards than Pitts. Very difficult to get excited about that. Now, Jerry says, Myers or Hollywood? Interesting call in that I believe we initially ranked Hollywood over Jacoby Myers. But that was before Devontae Adams essentially missed practice all week, but on Saturday. There's an outside chance that we have no Devontae Adams on Monday night. Jimmy Garoppolo is good to go. So we actually probably want to go ahead and we probably want to play Jacoby Myers over Hollywood. No, I think we do. Isaiah says start Flowers, Puka, or Christian Watson. And then trade Henry for Chase. If it's a full BBR format, yes, trade Derrick Henry for Jamar Chase or even a half PPR league. And then between Puka, Watson, Flowers, we've been screaming to sell Puka and go get Devonta Smith, go get Chris Olave. But still, at this point, you want to go through and you want to play Puka, especially Cup's first game back. Play him over guys like Flowers and Watson. Red Rune Bard says 10-team BBR just traded Andrews and Mostert for Eckler. Great move, my man. Do we make any more trades or do we sit tight? Richardson, Swift, Achane, Cup, Ayuk, Kelsey, Hall. And then on the bench, we have Higgins, White, JT, Lockett, Kirk, Eckler, Dobbs. We have a lot of depth, so this was a phenomenal deal, especially if we had Travis Kelce. I think we sit tight for the time being and see what we get with, Eckler coming out of the bye, then JT week 1, the Higgins injury. But once we have these guys coming back and are good to go, then at that point, obviously this depth is a little bit expendable where you could send Brandon Ayuk and Rachaad White to go get an elite level receiver such as Cooper Kupp. But great team. Great team. I think we just wait with it as is for now. Okay, our next question coming out from Bo says, traded Chase, Alvin Kamara, and we got back Puka, Waddle, and Devon Achane. Achane, Kamara, give me Achane. Not too far off. Chase versus Puka. Waddle, probably going to be Chase. Very fair deal. I think it depends on your format and your team. Gabriel says, happy early birthday, my man. Thank you. With this Olave news, should we start Thomas or Dobbs in a full PPR format? It is tough because it sounds like Derek Carr is going to be good to go, right? Obviously, if Olave were to miss, then at that point, we easily go with Michael Thomas. We have Michael Thomas and Dobbs kind of ranked similarly anyway. So I think it is up to you if Olave plays. If Olave misses, we'll for sure go with Thomas. And we're going to know for sure in about 3 minutes. I'll keep you posted, and I'll give you all the news that we have in 3 minutes when the actives and inactives come out. God, Ridley got crushed. Anonymous says, at BBR, Ferguson or Waller, do we sit Adams for Javonte? I would rather roll the dice with Adams, especially if it's for the flex, so we'd have some more options just in case things were to go wrong. And then Ferguson or Waller, I did rank Jake Ferguson over Darren Waller this week. I mean, obviously, tough spot when you have the guaranteed target volume when it comes to Darren Waller, but the offense is just so damn bad. I don't think we want anything to do with it. Now, the Weather Dog says, sit one, Jefferson, Puka, Cup, Nico. Oh, tough spot, my friend. We have Cup, Puka, Collins, all very close. Collins is going to be behind the Rams, guys. For me, he is going to be behind Justin Jefferson. Really do like what we have with Jefferson. Duh. But having Jefferson, Cup, Puka all paired together, I think we have to go in that direction and bench Nico, even if we would love Nico, right? I love my in-depth analysis. I really like what we have with Justin Jefferson. Great call, Mason. Tim says, PBR start to Montgomery, Jacobs, or Achane. Thanks. Thank you. I think we're going to go with Montgomery and Jacobs, especially if you possibly have a banged up Davante Adams, where Jacobs can just be locked into that crazy target share, where Jacobs right now is leading the NFL in receiving yards at the running back position. And then obviously Montgomery looks like a top 6 running back, both given the matchup as well as what we have in terms of no Jahmyr Gibbs. Scott says, start one, wide receiver 2. We're going to go Pickens, Judy, Rice. And do we keep Mixon in the flex? Yes, sir. We're going to flex Mixon over these guys. And then for wide receiver 2, we will go ahead and we'll take George Pickens. Probably wouldn't have done that earlier on. However, if you were looking at what we have now with Kenny Pickett being good to go, I think we probably want to go Pickens there. Black Jesus says, what's up, my guy? Full BBR Udi flex between Tank Dell, Wan'Dale Robinson, and Michael Wilson. So here it is a little bit of a tougher spot. I think we can go ahead and play Tank Dell and hope that we see what we saw in weeks 2 or 3. I am confident now in saying that Nico Collins is the dominant alpha. Nico Collins is going to get the majority of the volume. But still, nonetheless, it looks like Tank Dell does have those random spike weeks in his range of outcomes. Yeah. WTF. I mean, why don't you just punt it on a 4th and 36? Michael asking, do we take our luck with Aaron Jones? Very much dependent on what we have in terms of the options to go with elsewhere, right? Like if you could pivot over to A.J. Dillon if need be, then sure, let's go ahead and let's plan on Aaron Jones. But if your backup option would be Zamir White, and probably who knows. Cade says 14-team PBR, Raymond, Jameson, Javonte, or Dillon. I would have said Jameson last night, but now Jameson's only going to play 20 snaps. I think now, honestly, kind of plan on going with the running back. I mean, if you were to have no Aaron Jones, we go A.J. Dillon over a wide receiver playing 20 snaps and Khalif Raymond. Hopefully we have that clarity by the time we get to the Denver game. That's in another 5-ish hours. So we probably plan on Dillon or Javonte. But Eames says, Mason must be happy today with all those JT bags. You better believe it, my man. You better believe it. We are excited to see what happens. You know, when you're drafting underdog basketball teams, if you actually want to win tournaments, you got to go through. You got to take some swings. You got to chase for the ceiling weeks 15, 16, 17. We did just that. And I have a couple teams that I think will look really good if we can make it 2 weeks 15, 16, 17. Now, let's go ahead. And I want to see the updated reports that we have when it comes to actives, inactives. So Ridley being evaluated for the concussion. Justice Hill is active. Odell Beckham Jr. is active. Josh Reynolds is active. Jamison Williams is active. Jahmyr Gibbs is inactive. Amon-Ra St. Brown is inactive. Saquon Barkley is inactive. And we'll keep updating you when we get more here. Noah says Flowers or Ramondre. I mean, obviously Ramondre, gross spot to be in. But you still got to play him, right? He still has the guaranteed volume. It kind of is what it is. Even if you're not excited about it, you probably put him in your starting lineup. Okay. Zach says, 12-team full BBR. At the flex, start JT, Aaron Jones, Sutton, or Williams. Worried about the snap counts and the Aaron Jones injury. Yeah, so for this reason, we are definitely going to go ahead and we will definitely take Jonathan Taylor in this range. I think with Taylor, based off him being on the snap count, will be very difficult to go out there and say that he's a must-start running back. The second he signed, I was like, oh, must start him. Get him in there ASAP. But then we get the report a couple hours after saying he's going to be slowly worked in. So I understand the little bit of hesitation. And for that reason, instead of ranking JT as like a low-end RB1 his first week back in, I'd rank JT more so as like a mid RB2. But still, with that being said, I'd rather have a mid RB2 than roll the dice on Aaron Jones. Then take Sutton in a bad matchup. Then take Williams. Unless that's Kyron. If that's Kyron Williams, then we go Kyron Williams. But I'm assuming that's like Jamison or Javonte. Fabian says, is JT a must start? Hopefully we just answered that. It's a little more nuanced. I think JT has a low floor, a high ceiling. Kind of depends on your team structure overall. Okay. Paris says, we have Kupp, Puka. Do we start both? We have Lamb and Nico Collins. I would start Lamb over Kupp and Puka, but then I would start Kupp and Puka right after. So yes, and I would like one of these guys in our flexes. So I think we're going to start Lamb, Puka, and Cooper Kupp, my friend. God dang, Stephon Diggs. Norg says, okay, Ridley cleared to return. Stephon Diggs is catching bombs here. Diggs, 6 receptions on 1 receiving yards and the receiving touchdown. Stephon Diggs' bag's not looking too bad either. Yeah, Diggs doing great, my man. Alex Songrass Real Estate coming out. Appreciate you, my man, as always. Standard start to Puka, Wilson, Mostert. Ooh. I'm going to go Puka and Mostert. I mean, you have no Jeff Wilson Jr. You have a game where the Dolphins are favored by 12.5. Going to be running the ball in the second half. Full BBR start Olave, Tank Dell, or Michael Wilson with the Olave ankle. We're still definitely going to go Olave over this range. More so it's like Olave versus Puka. There maybe instead, if we would have said Olave previously, then we probably go Puka now with the ankle. But it's not like we can pivot off of Olave and go down to Michael Wilson or Tank Dell. Now, Caleb coming out saying, today's lineup, we have Tua, CMC, Mixon, Garrett Wilson, Lamb, Hawkinson. For the flex, we have Hall. And then on the bench, we have Thielen, Christian Watson, Myers, Keenan. Who should we start at the flex? Yeah, so I mean, if you were changing anything here, I'd say the best player on the bench would be Jacoby Myers. If we were to swap something, would I rather have Jacoby Myers or Breece Hall? I would definitely rather have Breece Hall. I mean, in the great matchup, obviously we're playing both Garrett Wilson and Breece Hall, so it's a little bit nerve-wracking when your quarterback is Garrett Wilson. But nonetheless, great matchup going up against Denver. If you're ever going to do it, now's the time. Nabil says, Bipocalypse got me. Pick 2, London, Bobby Woods, Brandon Cooks. We also have Rashee Rice on the waiver wire. Got to roll with, oh my gosh, man, you're getting crushed here. We're definitely going to go Drake London, even if it's a game where you most likely have the Atlanta Falcons able to effectively run it. They are favored by 2 points in this contest. I think we pick up Rashee Rice, and honestly, we probably start him. I'm telling the majority of people to hold Rice and take his long-term upside, but probably not start him initially. But here, I think we can drop Robert Woods and pick up Rashee Rice and play Rice right now. Okay. Samuel says Taylor and Waller for Kittle and Bijan. Waller to Kittle, who cares? Give me Bijan way over Taylor. Coming from someone who has a lot of Bijan and a lot of Taylor. So yeah, we're going to go Kittle and Bijan there, my friend. Now, Work says, should we start Jalen Waddle over Michael Pittman? I personally would, yes. But I also am an idiot. I'm also an idiot. Now, we have one more update in terms of active players. Ramondre Stevenson, who was questionable, will be active with the thigh injury today. Ramondre, not excited about the offense, not excited about the talent, but probably do have to play him, right? Now, so Laramie Tunsil is going to be in. Ronnie Staley is in. And Marlon Humphrey is in as well. Just to give you all an update on that front. And yeah, so I do think that, I mean, if you're looking at Dameon Pierce, you have multiple Houston Texans offensive linemen coming back this week, where you possibly can be inclined to go through and give a bump to Dameon Pierce overall. LeBron coming out says, full BBR Madison and Addison for Mixon. Is this a W? Yes, I think it is. Now that you have Cam Akers taking some work there in Minnesota, probably want to be going with Joe Mixon there. Now, Caesar says, start 1 in a half BBR league. We have Sutton, Reed, Jamison, Michael Wilson. Who has the most upside? You look very handsome, Mason. Did you get a haircut? Go Flock. Appreciate you, my friend. And yes, we may or may not gotten a haircut. Appreciate you. And I think we are going to go ahead and take Cortland Sutton. I know Michael Wilson has, I mean, he was great last week, right? But ultimately, this is a very bad offense still, even if they've been better. Vegas is projecting this to be a bad team this week. Like, let me go ahead and pull up the implied team totals that we have here. You have Arizona at 21 points. You have Denver almost at 23 for their implied team totals. I think we want to go Sutton, even if it's a tough matchup. It's close, though. Now, Work says, also, do you think Devontae Adams is going to play? If I was a betting man, I would say, yes, he most likely plays. Now, with that being said, should we come out here and be super pumped to rely on Devontae Adams Monday night? Probably not, right? I don't think we're going to rely upon him. Trying to think. It's just so dependent on your situation, on your backup plays, on who your options are right now. I would say Devontae Adams is most likely going to play, but does that mean we should play him over someone like CeeDee Lamb when we don't know? Probably not, right? Joseph says, have BBR Rice, Boyd, Michael Wilson, or Jalen Warren. I'd probably go Jalen Warren. I mean, Jalen Warren played 50% of the snaps in Pittsburgh last week. He's the guy getting involved as a receiver as well instead of Najee. Scott says Addison or Jamison in wide receiver 3, and then Jaleel or Warren in the flex. We're going to go we're going to go Warren over Jaleel in the flex because we won't know the status on Javonte before we have to make that call. And then Addison or Jameson, if you would have asked me last night, I would have said Jameson. But now that Jameson's only supposed to play 20 snaps, we're going to go Addison. Mason says, should we start London or Rashee Rice? I'm excited about the long-term upside of Rice. I understand why people would be interested in him in like a DFS tournament when he does have the upside, but I think we probably want to go ahead and bench Rice this week, go with Drake London instead, and hold on to Rice for that long-term upside. Ridley finally does something. Okay. Cizik says Stroud or Stafford this week. I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to take CJ Stroud. Matthew Stafford is intriguing. Matthew Stafford is exciting. Getting Cooper Kupp back in, but also with Stroud, he's been more productive. And now the offensive line's getting healthier for Houston as well. Julian says, at the flex in a PBR format, should I start Wan'Dale at 1 or wait for the Javonte news at 4 to start Jaleel instead? If Javonte's active, I can start Michael Wilson there. If Michael Wilson's the pivot, then we're going to plan on Jaleel and pivot to Michael Wilson because you can go back and forth with Michael Wilson or Wan'Dale. I think a lot of people would tell you to go Michael Wilson straight up. So yeah, I think we are going to be planning on Jaleel, and then if Javonte is active, then pivot to Michael Wilson. Quino says start Wilson, Thielen, or Laporte at the flex. Andrews at tight ends. Oh, dear God. 99.99% of the time, you're wanting to go through and you're wanting to bench the tight end you're considering putting in the flex. 99% of the time, it is a horrendous decision for you to go through and flex the tight ends. In this one circumstance, where it's not like the wide receivers are awesome, and we have no St. Brown, we have no Gibbs, Jameson's only going to be running about 20 routes. Probably want to go through, probably want to play Sam Laporte at tight end. Ridley out there again doing something. Ooh. Rob says, Mason, thanks for all the content. Thank you, my man. How BBR started running back in a flex. We have Pacheco, JT, Pittman, Nico, Mostert. And thoughts on Hunt going forward. I think Kareem Hunt is viable if you are looking at a handcuff where if Jerome Ford goes down, we can start him. In reality, I think the Ford situation is going to be similar to the Akers situation, where he's going to be a thorn in the side of Jerome Ford, where he makes it where nobody is exciting in this Cleveland Browns offense. I have a lot of Kareem Hunt in best ball, so I'd love for Kareem Hunt to do something. I just don't know if it's realistic. And then running back, I'm going to be going with JT. And then for the flex, either Nico or Mostert, up to you. Kind of go back and forth. I know JT obviously is a very low floor. I do think the ceiling case is there, though. BC says, full BBR, Hawk or Laporta? We went back and forth on this because of how high scoring this KC-Minnesota game is supposed to be. Even with all the injuries that we have in Detroit, I think we're going to go Hawkinson. I think you could easily see Cousins leading the NFL in pass attempts this week. Now, YY says, will Aaron Jones play? If not, should we start Jalen Warren or Jaleel at RB? Then who would be my flex? Warren, Jaleel, or Jameson? Let's plan on starting Warren at running back. Then Aaron Jones in the flex. Keep Aaron Jones in the flex. That way we have more pivoting options if he does not play on Monday. I do not know if Aaron Jones will play. Super Scissor coming out with a donation. Thank you so much. My man says, happy training, Mason. Wishing you the best. Thank you. 12 team at BBR. Triple wide receiver, 1 flex. Traded away James Cook and Puka for Kelsey and Andrews. Oh, phenomenal deal. Kelsey and Algier. We have Andrews already, which is why it's a great trade. Honestly, I mean, I think we're getting a nice value. Ooh, actually, no. You're telling me we have Andrews. And we got Kelsey. I think it's a great value. The thing is, if you're in that spot where we have Mark Andrews already, then we need to immediately turn around and throw Andrews on the trade block, right? Especially in a 3 wide receiver league where wide receiver depth will matter just a little bit more. So I really like the value that we got, but I'm not going to be wanting to like start Andrews at the flex and Travis Kelce at tight end every single week. I mean, if you are looking at what kind of value Andrews gives you, it's not that he's going to be so high with his points per game that he's just a great based off that. The value that you get is not necessarily his raw points per game, but his points per game over a typical tight end replacement level player. You know, so if we can then flip Andrews for a little more value, I think it'd make a lot of sense. But I think you got a great price on this for now, my friend. And then should we drop Algier or Elijah Mitchell to start Matt Breida? So now, if you needed to start Breida, we will be dropping Elijah Mitchell. Reason being, super simple. Elijah Mitchell's not healthy. Tyler Algier is. Tyler Algier has a larger role than Elijah Mitchell on a week-to-week perspective now, even if they are both fully healthy. And then at the same time, if you are looking at this, if you have Bijan going down, then all of a sudden Tyler Algier is a top 12 running back in fantasy. Okay. Now, Ryan says, PBR, McKinnon or Zeke or any other waiver wire running back, we add Barkley. If we can go get Matt Breida, I think that makes sense. I'd definitely go Matt Breida, and if we had to choose one between the two here, I think we're going to go ahead and we are going to be taking Jarrett McKinnon over Ezekiel Elliott. Okay, so now our next question coming out from Bid Moon says, Warren or Jaleel shows on fire. Appreciate you, my friend. The issue is if you are looking at what we have with Jaleel, Javonte's a game time decision and plays at 3, so we're not going to have that confirmation by the time we have to make this call. So I don't want to have to rely on playing him and then potentially be in a spot where you have a 3-man running back by committee where we're not excited about anybody. So I probably just play Jaylen Warren at noon and get the guaranteed touches. Now, quick side note, ladies and gentlemen. So despite Chris Olave testing out his ankle and stuff pregame, Olave is officially active. Olave is active. Singh says start Breida or Jaleel. We will go Matt Breida for those same reasons. I just don't have to rely on Jaleel. Then Javonte ends up being a surprise active. Now, Mr. Philly Webb says Breida or Gus Edwards. In a full BBR format, I'm going to go Matt Breida. In a non-BBR league, I think you could go ahead and take Gus Edwards. Now, Davion says, should we start JT even if he's on a snap count? Yes, I think a fully healthy Jonathan Taylor not on a snap count is a mid RB1 in fantasy, potentially more upside than that. I think Jonathan Taylor on a snap count, you do bump him down a bit, but most running backs are in committees anyway, you know. So we would rather have someone like Kyron Williams who has the guaranteed workload over him. But with that being said, like, would I rather have Jonathan Taylor or another running back that's there sitting at like RB18? Probably rather have Jonathan Taylor. Even in a tough matchup on a snap count, we'd be moving him down from being like an RB1 to a mid RB2. Navi says start Breece, Olave, or James Conner. Thanks. Thank you, my friend. We are going to go ahead and we are going to be taking Chris Olave in a full PBR format. If it's a non-PBR league and you wanted to go through and take Breece Hall, given the matchup, I would not fault you at all for that. Seth says, should I trade Ramondre and Hopkins for JT? Hell yes. With how bad the Tennessee Titans offense is, with how bad the New England Patriots offense is, no brainer to go get JT there. Now, Tristan says Matt Breida or Christian Watson for the flex. I actually really like Christian Watson in terms of like him being a sneaky play this week. Like, I think I'd rather have Christian. I mean, like, I'm going with the more than 40.5 receiving yards for Christian Watson on Underdog. But I think we do go Matt Breida over Christian Watson for our starting lineup if he has the guaranteed volume, right? I think Matt Breida maybe has a slightly higher floor. Christian Watson has a higher ceiling, so maybe depends on what you need. Definitely like more than 40 receiving yards for Christian Watson on Underdog this week, but I don't know if we're that excited to play him over Matt Breida like a starting running back. And D-Tub says, Henry, CMC, Kyron, Achane, full BBR. We got to bench one. We will bench Devon Achane, I guess, because he's in the committee with Mostert. It's close, though. I mean, I would love to play Achane if we can. And real quick, ladies and gentlemen, if you have not done so already, please go down there, drop a like on this live stream. Subscribe to the channel if you play fantasy football. I mean, we've been live for this point over 4 hours. Sunday, we've live streamed every single day since April. We're live streaming every single day since 2024. So please make sure you drop a like. Sunday morning streams are by far and away the most important for us as well. And of course, if you want to check out any of these pick'ems over on Underdog Fantasy, like I said, my favorite's going to be Christian Watson for more than 40.5 receiving yards. You can find that link in the live chat in the description in the comment section. Promo code FLOCK, you're going to be getting a 100% deposit match up to $500. Plus, you're going to be getting our updated rest of season fantasy football rankings and tiers. You're going to be getting a Tua special pick'em for today's game against the New York Giants, more than less than half a total yard. And we got everybody who used promo code FLOCK hooked up. Doesn't matter if you used it 3 years ago, 2 years ago, last year, yesterday, today, or tomorrow. If you use promo code FLOCK, you're going to be getting a Justin Herbert special pick of more than less than half a total yard next week as well. Super pumped we are able to get you all that. Okay. Now, our next question coming out from EJ, who says, you and CMC helped me win a championship in 2022. I'm going to imagine CMC did the heavy lifting, my man. I mean, on Underdog, I won $150,000 in drafts last year, and 2 tournaments I won was because of CMC. But Goff, Lawrence, CMC, Jacobs, Mostert, Sanders, Moss, Olave, Thomas, Addison, Amari, Pickens, Dell, Ertz. What are your thoughts? Well-balanced team. I mean, obviously, it's a team that it looks better if Lawrence is playing well. We don't have like a solidified running back one that we're super pumped about. If we could somehow, some way take like George Pickens and go send him with Miles Sanders to go get a running back upgrade, I think we would really like that. But in reality, it's much easier said than done, right? And then RM says, hey, Mason, hope you're having a good one. Hat is fire. Hell yes, super happy to hear that you like it, my man. Happy to hear that you like it. Carly, happy to see a long time no see, says, yo, Flock, pick 3. Flowers, Pierce, Sanders, and Pirine. We're going to go with Pierce with the improved offensive line. We're going to go Miles Sanders and Zay Flowers as well. Pirine will be in the mix. I just don't know what the ceiling is. Like, even if, I don't know, like, it can end up being a 3-man running back by committee. Like, Samaje Pirine may be the 3rd running back in the Denver Broncos offense, you know? So I think we're going to go with Flowers, Pierce, and Sanders. Ty says, thoughts on my wide receiver 2. We have Flowers, Cup, or Dobbs. You go Cup, and it's not even close. Worried about Cup's comeback game and thought Dobbs may have a big week. But still have Zay in for now. No, you want to go ahead. You want to play Cooper Kupp. I understand maybe the floor is going to be a little bit lower than usual. And a fully healthy Cooper Kupp, obviously, I mean, you can make an argument he's the QB1 in fantasy or at least a top 4 guy. But I don't expect Kupp to be a top 5 wide receiver his first week back in. But I'm still probably going to go ahead and put him in there as a low-end QB1, right? Like, it would be very tough for me to go through and play either Zay Flowers or Romeo Dobbs over Cooper Kupp. Now, Tyler says, Taylor or Pierce, who are we going to start? Can everybody spam the chat? Because this is interesting how things have changed. Because we now have the report saying Taylor's going to be on a snap count. On top of this, you're in a spot where Dameon Pierce gets a few offensive line members back. Can y'all spam the chat? Are you going to go JT or Dameon Pierce? We got JT, Pierce, JT. So it does look like it's split about 50-50 in the live chat. I'm probably going to go Jonathan Taylor over Dameon Pierce. But I'm always willing to lean a little bit more in on risk. Okay. Jason says, Olave, Watson, Thielen, or Josh Reynolds for the flex. We will go with Chris Olave. Olave, a little frustrating that now he's dealing with an ankle. A little scary. Obviously, you have Derek Carr banged up as well. But Olave, Was averaging 10 targets per game going into last week. Was averaging over 100 receiving yards per game as well. I mean, we saw him his rookie season as well. Olave is a bona fide stud. I think we want to go through and still view Chris Olave as a must-start wide receiver and just send up a prayer that the ankle may not be not that serious. Okay. Carlos says, want to say sorry for being gone a while. You the GOAT. Appreciate you, my man. Of course. I understand. You got a life. I know y'all. This may be my only life. I understand. Hanging out in the live stream, though, for y'all is y'all got more going on than this. So I completely understand if y'all bounce out of the live stream for a while and come back a few months later. Benjamin says, 10-team PBR 3-1. Am I benching Mostert, Jones, or Jonathan Taylor? We're going to be benching Aaron Jones. I mean, here, this is about the range where there's no reason to take the risk. Also, Hollywood or Thielen at the flex or a third running back at the flex. I'd probably go Aaron Jones here if we have a pivoting option that we can look at Monday nights. But yeah, play JT Mostert. They're at running back. And in terms of the flex between Hollywood, Thielen, and Aaron Jones, I think Thielen is the safe play in a full PPR format. If you had like another option you could pivot to, I'd probably roll the dice with Aaron Jones. Chase coming out saying, Mostert or Brees, Michael Wilson or Boyd. Mostert Brees is going to be super tough for us. If you ask me this question 100 times, I can go back and forth. Now, with that being said, if you look at the underdog pick'ems, if you look at what people will tell you in the live chat as well, everybody and their mom will tell you to go ahead and take Brees Hall. Brees Hall is a great matchup. He's no longer on a snap count. So I think you probably go Brees Hall. And then between Michael Wilson and Tyler Boyd, it's up to you. I go Tyler Boyd, but I'm also stupid. Brian says Wandale or Luke Musgrave in the flex. We will go with Wandale in the flex spot over Luke Musgrave. I mean, really bad offense. They're going to get crushed. But with Musgrave, I am not super confident what the volume is going to look like whenever we have a fully healthy Christian Watson in this offense. And at the same time, possibly have Aaron Jones coming back as well. John says, Josh Reynolds or Jameson at the flex. If you would have asked me last night, I would have said Jameson Williams. Now that we've had the report saying that Jameson Williams is only going to be playing 20 or so snaps, I think we need to go through and I think that we need to take Josh Reynolds. Frank says, pick two, Pickens, Tutu, Hopkins, Jameson for a wide receiver, half PPR format. We're going to go Hopkins and Pickens with Cooper Kupp coming back in Los Angeles. And now with Jameson Williams only playing 20 snaps. I think we want to go with Pickens and Hopkins. And Kenny Pickett's going to go as well, which is a bump. Now, Captain Sano says trade Higgins and Pierce for James Conner. No, I think we want Higgins and Pierce, especially as the Texans' offensive line gets healthier. Obviously, Higgins is not appealing in the slightest right now with him dealing with the rib injury and Burrow dealing with the calf strain. But in the long term, you could have you could have Higgins being viable. Now, Knight says, do I pick up Rashee Rice and drop Spears, Palmer, or Moss? I probably don't. Rice and drop the Dallas defense? Probably not. Warren, Jameson, or Jefferson Jr. Jefferson Jr., based off the reports on the timeline of him coming back, may be someone that if he's not on your IR, there's no reason to roster him. We shouldn't have been rostering him for the first 4 weeks, burning the spot. Like those guys that have no foreseeable timetable to return, unless they're like Jonathan Taylor, Cooper Kupp, you're probably in a position where you're much better to just go ahead, keep them on the waiver wire, and just continue to roster as many guys with eye upside like Rashee Rice as possible. So I'm sitting here thinking, I think that the only thing that we would do is drop Jeff Wilson Jr. for Rashee Rice if you wanted to. Okay. Now, Atrophy says Andrews or Laporta. Long term, we are going to be going with Andrews. This week, we are going to be going with Laporta. Okay. Evan says, Waddle, Collins, or Taylor in the flex. Full BBR format, if you wanted to go Waddle, I'm not going to fault you. I think that it's all very close. These players have low floors, high ceilings. I'd probably go Jalen Waddle, but if you wanted to go, honestly, either JT or Nico, they're all extremely close there. Kicker says, Rashid, New Orleans. Okay, so Shaheed, Rice, Wilson, Reynolds, one spot. We are going to go with Josh Reynolds with no Amon-Ra St. Brown, no Jahmyr Gibbs, Jamison only playing about 20 snaps. I think we will have a considerable amount of target volume going for Josh Reynolds. Atrophied screaming, I did not skip your chat, my friend. We literally just answered it. Logan says, pick 2 at BBR format. Tutu, Jamison, Pirine, Spears. Amari Godwin on bye, and now Saquon is out, killing me. This is super tough. We probably go Jamison and Tutu, to be honest. Expectations are really low. Now I'm saying probably don't want to start Jamison Williams based off him only running routes. 20 snaps. It is tough. Rawlings says 12-team BBR, 1-3. Trade Eckler, Madison, Dell for Pacheco, Pierce, Cup, and try to get a win this week. So if you're 1-3, I understand wanting to get a win this week. And there's a big difference between trading an injured player that is going to be missing time, and you're saying, Mason, I need this points right now, versus going ahead and trading a player that's just on his bye week. Because if he's just going to be on his bye, then ultimately it doesn't really matter. Because all these other guys are going to have to be on their bye as well. So I would say I'm actually probably going to be holding on to Austin Eckler. It'd be different if we were worried about him missing time after the bye week, but I think he will be good to go. Okay, Josh Allen with another pick. Honestly, it was just a great play by the defensive back. Okay, so now our next question coming out from, I believe, Trotting Turan says, rate in any changes to make. It's a 10-team full BBR format where we have Hurts, Jacobs, Swift, Diggs, DJ, Andrews, Montgomery. And then on the bench, we have Hopkins, Gabe Davis, Myers, Mostert, Zay, Dobbs, Evan Ingram. Great team. I think that if you were going to be making any trades long-term, it'd be really nice to see if we can take like Evan Ingram, a tight end that, is a great option in getting considerable volume. But send like Evan Ingram and maybe DJ Moore to go get a player like CeeDee Lamb. I think that could make a lot of sense on a roster like this where we're absolutely loaded everywhere and we have so much depth as well. Okay. Now, Bobby says Romeo Dobbs or Tank Dell at the flex. We will go with Romeo Dobbs, my friend. Peyton says Sanders or Josh Reynolds in the flex. Full BBR format, you can go with Josh Reynolds if you would like. AJ says standard PPR. Puka, Watson, Pacheco. Pick a receiver and a flex. Wide receiver, we're going to be going with Puka. Pacheco, we are going to be going in the flex. I really like the upside of Christian Watson. You literally see, on Underdog right now, one of my favorite pick'ems is the Christian Watson more than 40.5 receiving yards. I like the upside. I like him as a sneaky play, but I don't know if we can go through and start him over like Isaiah Pacheco, who's getting the guaranteed workload, right? Jay says JT on a snap count or Jaleel. We're going to go JT over Jaleel, my man, especially if we don't know if Javonte's going to be out or not. Last thing we want to do is plan on going Jaleel, and then all of a sudden he's in a 3-man running back by committee in Denver. Nathan says start Jonathan Taylor or Aaron Jones in the flex. I'm going to go Jonathan Taylor. Like, we don't even know if Aaron Jones is going to go, right? Like, I'm going JT unless we have like a running back with a guaranteed 3-down workload. Unless you're like JT or Kyron Williams. I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to take Jonathan Taylor. Okay. Fishing with James says, should we start DeAndre Swift or James Conner? You have to start James Conner. I'm sorry, you have to start DeAndre Swift every single week. He's in an elite level offense. He's playing behind the best offensive line in the NFL. I don't think you can get away with that. Please start DeAndre Swift. Calvin Ridley actually viable right now. Calvin Ridley doing something for you. Breida is a decent start if you're in a full PPR format. The issue is, if you look at implied team totals right now, Las Vegas Sportsbooks have the Giants the second worst offense in the NFL this week. Not only are they projected to be the second worst offense in the NFL this week, but at the same time, I mean, Matt Breida himself's not a super efficient running back. Full PPR league, though, he will have the receiving volume, so you're okay with it. Ryan coming out says, quarterback, 2 wide receivers, 2 running backs, and a flex. We have Kupp and Chase in. We played Khalil and CMC. And my flex, we have either Puka or Mostert. It's a non-PPR format. Full PPR league, I go Puka relatively easily. Non-PPR format, we're going to go with the touchdown upside. And I actually probably take Raheem Mostert there, if I'm being honest with you, my friend. I hate to say it, I think we go with Raheem Mostert over Puka in a non-PPR format. Can y'all let me know in the live chat? Can you spam? I would be very interested to see if y'all think I'm losing my mind here. Are you going Mostert or Puka in a non-PPR league? Max says, Collins or Pittman for the flex. We are going to go Nico Collins and also traded Jones for Waddle. Very interesting, my friend. Okay. Non-PPR, Puka, Mostert, Puka. Yeah, looks like most people in the chat are saying Puka. Let me pull this up. How many non-PPR points does Puka have so far this season? There's a big difference between PPR and non-PPR, ladies and gentlemen. Like, Puka is a wide receiver that has 95 points in a non-PPR league. Let me just double check my math. No, I apologize. I'm wrong. I'm an idiot. He has 56 points in a non-PPR format. Puka has 56 points in a non-PPR league. In comparison, Raheem Mostert has... We're really going to have to get out the calculator for this. $73. So Raheem Mostert has almost, I don't want to say doubled, but it's come pretty close. He's closer to doubling Puka's total points in a non-PPR format than being equal. Obviously, that doesn't mean that that's going to be the case going forward. You may have some you're definitely going to have some touchdown regression from Raheem Mostert. Devon Achane's going to continue to expand, but Cooper Kupp's going to expand too. So I don't know. I think in a PPR league, you definitely go Puka as our flex rankings indicate. But in a non-PPR format, I may go Mostert. Okay. Jonathan says, full PPR, Stevenson or pick up Breida and pray. I will go Ramondre Stevenson over Matt Breida, my man. Sending up a prayer regardless if we're playing Ramondre. Delicious Dan coming out saying, start Jaleel, Algier, or Warren in a PPR league. Full PPR format, I think we're going to go ahead and take Jaylen Warren. I don't want to rely on Jaleel and then Javonte ends up playing and Jaleel ends up being in a 3-man running back by committee. Warren has the receiving role in Pittsburgh and is playing about half the snaps as well. Non-PPR, then we go Algier there. Okay. Bodie says, full PPR, Laporta, Watson, Wilson, and Ayuk. We are going to go ahead. We will take Brandt and Ayuk here. Obviously, Laporta is a great play, and I would love to go through, and I'd love to get Laporta in our starting lineup at tight end if we can. And if you have, say, Kelsey or Andrews, and that's why you, or Hawkinson, and that's why you can't start Laporta, you probably should send someone like Laporta and Garrett Wilson and go get a stud receiver like CeeDee Lamb from a team that possibly needs a wide receiver, right? I mean, sorry, needs a tight ends. Yeah, like there's no reason to ever bench Laporta. If we don't have a good tight end, Laporta needs to be in our starting lineup. And if we do have an elite tight end like Kelsey, we probably should look to go ahead and sell Laporta. Justin says Zach Ertz or George Kittle. Non-PPR league, give me Kittle with the big playability and the touchdown upside. Full PPR format, I think it'll be much closer. Or if you look at my rankings for a full PPR league at this point, we do have Kittle and Ertz separated only by a tier, but I still probably go Kittle regardless, even if Ertz has been better this year. Batman Gaming says Osborne or Terrace Marshall. Terrace Marshall had a considerable amount of volume last week with Jonathan Mingo out. With that being said, I think the Minnesota Vikings lead the NFL in pass attempts this week, or at least have a good shot to. I think I'm going to go ahead. I think that we are going to be taking KJ Osborne. Now, Criminal Kid says start Tank Dell, JT, or Josh Reynolds with Noah Monroe St. Brown. I mean, even with Noah Monroe St. Brown, I think we definitely want to go ahead and we want to take Jonathan Taylor here. I mean, obviously, JT, a little bit nerve-wracking considering the fact that he is on the snap count, and it's a tough matchup as well. But still, nonetheless, I want to go through. I want to take Jonathan Taylor. Okay. Now, Laporta potty this. How have I not thought of that before? That's pretty good. Riley says non-PBR, Kamara or Taylor. Full PBR, give me Kamara over Taylor. Non-PBR, give me Taylor. I'm living Laporta Loca. That one's a really good one, my man. That's a good one. Let me know. Did you come up with that, or did you hear that someone else? Reynolds will have 28 fantasy points today. Reynolds will have a good day. I mean, we were coming into the season. Remember, we were saying after the first 2 weeks, don't roster picking up Josh Reynolds. I go pick up a running back. We like Tajay Spears instead, where the starting running back ahead of him goes down. He has a lot of upside. And yeah, little did I know that both Amon-Ra St. Brown and Jahmyr Gibbs were going to get injured, and Jamison Williams is going to be only playing 20 snaps. Yeah, Reynolds does look like he's a viable play today for damn sure. Okay. Hall or Mostert. Really like both backs. I think you have more touchdown upside with Mostert. I think you have more usage as a receiver with Breece Hall. Probably going to end up going Breece Hall, but it's close. Now, Dom says, pick one, Happy BR, Dobbs, Myers, Hopkins, Addison, Dell. We will go with Jacoby Myers because I think he's not going to be that much worse than the other best play here if Devontae Adams does play. But if Devontae Adams misses, then we clearly want Myers. Kudos says, full BBR. Quarterback, we have Love and Stroud. Wide receiver, we have Waddle, Puka, Ayuk, Judy, Kupp. Running back, we have CMC, Gibbs, HN, Hall, Swift, Kyron. Who do we start? We need to drop, could drop one. Okay, so if we need to drop someone here, the drop's probably going to be, oh my gosh. Can't drop one of the receivers, can't drop one of the running backs. Our worst running back is Jerome Ford. We're not dropping the starting running back for the Bears. We drop a quarterback here. You figure out who do you want to start between Love and Stroud. I probably go Stroud. And then you drop the other QB. If we have to drop someone, obviously a 2-for-1 trade would be a little more ideal. And then wide receiver, we're going to be starting both Kupp and Puka. Running back, we're going to be going with Gibbs and Swift. And for the flex, we will go Kyron Williams. And then I guess you have to drop a quarterback if we're that loaded elsewhere. Chaz says Breece or Nico. Full BBR format, give me Nico Collins. Anything less, I think you can go Breece Hall given the matchup. We have Achan, Kyron, Puka, and AJ. Yeah, you definitely need to be starting those guys. Full PPR league, I think we are going to go ahead and we are going to take Nico. Even if Brees obviously has that great matchup going up against the Denver Broncos. Not only is it a great matchup going up against Denver, but at the same time, I mean, you're in a spot where it's a running back that's no longer going to be on snap count. We're going to be pretty excited. Ladies and gentlemen, we are closing in right now on 1,900 likes on this stream. Please, if you have not done so already, go down there, drop a like on this live stream. Help us get to 1,900. We have live streamed every single day since April. Gonna stream every single day until 2024. So if you have not done so already, subscribe to the channel. And if you want to check out any of those pick'ems over on Underdog Fantasy, you can find that link in the live chat, in the description, in the comment section. Promo code FLOCK, 100% deposit match up to $500, plus our updated rest of season fantasy football rankings and tiers. And on top of that, ladies and gentlemen, you'll be getting a Tua special pick'em, more than less than half a total yard for the games today, and a Justin Herbert special pick'em, more than less than half a total yard going up against Dallas next week. That's only going to be with promo code FLOCK, so make sure you take advantage. But yes, get a Travis Etienne touchdown. You know your boy's on the Etienne train. You know your boy's the conductor of the Etienne train. Beautiful. Believe Ryan says Breida, Sutton, London, Warren. We got to pick one. Probably Matt Breida here, even though it's gross. Myro says need a flex, Happy BR, Javonte, Jacoby, and Hopkins. We will go with Jacoby Myers with his target volume, with Jimmy G good to go, and with Devontae Adams banged up. Let me see, what is the setup here for Travis Etienne now? Etienne, 89 rushing yards, rushing touchdown, 4 receptions, 48 receiving yards. Hell yes. Let's go, Etienne. Let me see how many running backs do y'all think I drafted over Travis Etienne this year? Y'all know I drafted like 400, 500 teams on Underdog. Let's see. My number one, Travis Etienne is my third most drafted running back. My third most drafted back is Etienne. Let's get this going. Love to see it. Love to see it. Now, Mark coming out saying, pick 2, Cup, Puka, JT, Waddle, Happy BR. Also, thank you for the badass hat. Really happy that you enjoyed the hat, my man. Hell yeah, happy to hear that. We're going to go ahead. We will be playing in a Happy BR format. It's a little bit tougher. Still probably end up going Cup and Puka. I mean, I'm not going to fault you at all if you want to pivot off of either one here. But I mean, I think both wide receivers will be viable, guys. We have both ranked as like low end wide receiver ones this week. John says, Addison or Hopkins, full PPR. We are going to go ahead. We're going to go DeAndre Hopkins this week, especially with no Treylon Burks. We will go Jordan Addison long term, even though I really do like the matchup for Addison going up against KC. Jay says, drop Rice for Wandale. This is coming from someone who drafted a ton of Wandale on Underdog. We're going to be printing money if Wandale does well. Trying to think. I think, honestly, we'd probably rather have the long-term upside of Rice. Probably want Rice here, my man. And we do not know if Devontae Adams will play tomorrow or not. I do think that it's likely he plays. Of course, I have no idea, though. So I would say it really depends on your backup option on if you are going to be playing Devontae Adams. Cranbo says, full BBR, double flex. We have Lamar, Henry, JT, Warren, Pacheco, Wilson, London, Judy, Dell, Downs, Mims, Andrews, Laporta. Need help setting the wide receivers and flexes. So wide receiver, we are going to go ahead and we are going to be starting Garrett Wilson and Jerry Judy. The running back, we're going to go Henry, JT. And then for the flex, we're going to go Isaiah Pacheco. Tight end, we are going to go Laporta this week with all the injuries that we've had in Detroit. And we're going to be benching Mark Andrews. But overall, we should go through and we should try to sell Andrews in a package and get a wide receiver upgrade if we also have Laporta. Or sell Laporta in a package and get there. Ryan says, sorry, last one, Burrow or Stroud. We're going to go Burrow long-term. We're going to be going Stroud this week when we're still waiting for Burrow to get fully healthy. Eugene says, here's where it gets ugly. 2 running backs on bye. Gibbs inactive due to waivers. Choices are Hill, Bam Knight, or P. Ryan. Oh my gosh, my man. We're going to go P. Ryan and Justice Hill. There's no way in hell we can go Bam Knight, right? Bam Knight, fun name to remember, but we can't start him. We can't start him. People saying stuff coming out. Thank you, my man. Appreciate you. Appreciate you. Scotto says, Brits love them some sweet Caroline, LOL. It's funny. Sports Nutritionist says they're loving having the NFL out there. Hopefully it grows the NFL. I mean, I don't like it from a fantasy perspective, especially a content perspective as well. But if it's growing the NFL in Europe, then let's do it. If it's actually doing something positive, you know? Peyton says, Love or Burrow in at quarterback. 14 team, full PBR, 2-1-1. I'm going to go Love this week. I will be going Burrow long term. Like, we got the report coming out saying, yeah, Burrow's healthy, blah, blah, blah. But ultimately, still you're in a spot where, I mean, they're, I believe, 3-point favorites over Arizona. If Burrow was actually better, if we could rely on Burrow, I mean, it would be a completely different spot. They would be 7-10 point favorites. So then we have to assume that Burrow's not going to go until we see otherwise. I think you play Jordan Love. Similar to what we said last week. Like, you just can't start Burrow anytime soon. Now, Moroff says Cup or Puka, full PPR. I'm going to go Cup for the long term. I'm going to go Puka for this week. I want Cup rest of season, though. Okay. Now, Ryan says, I lied one more. Drop Kareem Hunt to play Matt Breida this week. If you don't have another viable play, then yes, we will go ahead and do that. I mean, with Kareem Hunt, like I said, I don't think he himself is going to be a phenomenal option from a fantasy perspective. I think he's going to probably split the backfield with Jerome Ford and make sure that Jerome Ford is not that exciting. But in reality, I don't know if either guy is going to be great here. Prod Jed says, we have Achane and Mostert. Should I play both or not? We also have CMC, James Conner. Just want to know your thoughts. We're definitely going to play CMC, and then I'm going to play Achane over James Conner. If you wanted to go through and play Raheem Mostert over Conner or Conner over Mostert, I'm going to be fine either way. I do think that we have seen time and time again that there are enough points for us to actually spread these out between the running backs in Miami and for them to be just fine. So yeah, I mean, I think that you have to play CMC, you have to play Devon Achane, and then between Mostert and Conner, it will be up to you. Foster says, Breida or Jaleel, my only options. I'm going to go Matt Breida. The reason being is if you are looking at what we have here, Matt Breida, we at least know that this is a running back that is going to be in a spot where he has the guaranteed role. And he is going to be the starting running back. However, if you look at what we have with Jaleel, Javante's that game time call, right? So if Javante's a game time call, really hard to go through and say, oh yeah, play Jaleel when Javante goes at 3 p.m. Like, I don't know. I don't know how I just noticed this in this game, but I just noticed the massive NFL logo on the 50. That is kind of funny to see. Max says Collins, Atwell, or Cooper Kupp. We're definitely going to go ahead and play Cooper Kupp. I mean, Tutu Atwell's not anywhere close to this range. If you were worried about Kupp not being 100% week one in, sure, play Nico Collins over him. But Tutu Atwell is no longer a viable play now that you have Cooper Kupp and Puka both in this offense. I do not play Atwell. If you're watching this and somehow you have Tutu Atwell in your lineup, fix that ASAP. Cranebow says London or Andrews. 99% of the time we are going through and we are saying, let's bench the tight ends, flex the wide receiver. But here we will start Andrews over London. Fotu says, single flex, we have Pierce, Edwards, Hill, Moss, Debo, Ayuk, Puka, Myers, Jameson. Tight end, we're going to go Pitts or Henry. We're going to go Henry over Pitts. When our two running backs, we're going to be going with Damian Pierce and Gus Edwards. Our two wide receivers, we're going to be going with Puka and Ayuk. And then for our flex, we are going to go Debo Samuel. Maybe if we had Devontae Adams fully ruled out, then at that point we could go with Jacoby Myers. But until that happens, we can't. People saying stuff says 12-team PPR, TJ and Josh Jacobs. For Ayuk, Kamara, and Gabe. Jacobs to Ayuk. Let's go Jacobs to Kamara. Give me Jacobs. TJ to Ayuk and Gabe. Honestly, probably give me TJ. I think that TJ is an elite level wide receiver. I really don't have any hesitation at all with TJ Hawkins. I'm sorry, an elite level tight end. I have no hesitation. Scotto says refs trying to save the Bills. Yeah, I was staring at that and I was saying like, oh my gosh, do we really need to call that roughing the passer? Okay, I'm going to say something I probably should not say on the live stream. Should I? I don't know. When I see NFL calls like that, and like especially defensive holding and like key moments, when you can make an argument that there's almost holding on every single play, it does kind of seem like if there was going to be a sport that decided which way the game that would go, you know, it seems like the NFL would be that. Like if it was ever going to be decided up by calls, if you can call a holding on every play, defensive holding, offensive, it does seem like it's just, and I don't think it's like nefarious. I don't think it's like, oh, okay, they're wanting to go through and they're wanting to make it where the Josh Allen legacy or the Patrick Mahomes legacy needs to win. I think it's more like, oh, okay, the team that's losing probably needs to get this call so the game's more appealing at the end. You know what I mean? We don't want this to be a complete blowout, so we're not going to give any calls to the team that's up by 2 touchdowns. But we're going to give the calls to the team that's down by 2 touchdowns. You know what I mean? So what? Obviously, I'm just an idiot, though. I have no idea. Like, literally, every single play has a flag. Every single one. Okay. Now, Mike says, Dobbs or Olave? Thanks, man. You're the best. Really appreciate you, my friend. We are going to go ahead. We will be taking Chris Olave relatively easily over Romeo Dobbs, even with him dealing with the ankle. And DeBruto says, who are we starting 2 wide receivers? Michael Wilson, Christian Watson, Drake London, and then a running back, Stevenson, Zeke, or Jaleel. We'll go Stevenson at running back, and our 2 wide receivers are going to go Watson and London, even though Michael Wilson looked pretty good, right? Wilson did look good. So was this flag. God knows what that was. Prod says, should I play Piggins or Jacoby Myers? Probably going to go Myers over Piggins, especially if we have the outside chance that Devontae Adams misses. Like if there's any shot Devontae Adams misses, you need to go ahead. You need to play. Nice tackle. You need to go ahead. You need to play Jacoby Myers. Nathan says, my emotions, bro. I have Gabe Davis. Gabe Davis just scores a touchdown every single game. No? Like how many touchdowns does Gabe Davis have so far this season? Let me pull this up. Just seems like it's clockwork. Gabe Davis touchdown. Gabe Davis touchdown. I had no Davis at all last year. He was going like the round 3 of underdog drafts. It was ridiculous. So I would be very upset. But this year I actually drafted a considerable amount of him. And yeah, he has 4 touchdowns now in the season. 4 touchdowns out of 5 games for Gabe Davis so far. CJ says, Waddle for Garrett Wilson, happy BR 12 team, undefeated team. Thinking ahead right now, we have Ayuk, CMC, Etienne, Terry, Waller, and Love. I really do like Waddle, but honestly, if you're looking at Wilson and Breece Hall, and if I'm looking at the fact that your profile pick is Sauce Gardner with the Jets logo in the background, I probably got to tell you to go Breece Hall and Garrett Wilson, right? I mean, obviously, they do have upside, and I think you can go in that direction now that Breece is not on the snap count anymore. Mark says, Michael Wilson, Sutton, Tutu, Atwell. Probably going to go ahead and probably take Sutton. Probably going to go Sutton here. You got people in the chat saying the NFL is scripted, and I'm not trying to say the NFL is scripted at all. I think that it's like a crazy conspiracy to say the NFL tells the refs before the game, hey, this team needs to win, you know? Like, I don't think that happens at all. I think maybe it's even just human nature where the game is kind of going back and forth. You kind of want the team that's down to go back. That way it's a better game overall, and you kind of feel bad for the team that's... I think maybe it's just a subconscious thing. But it does seem like the NFL is the number one sport when it comes to making subjective calls, you know, where it's all a gray area, it seems. Very, very rarely is there, like, baseball, it seems like it's black and white, right? It's either a strike or it's a ball. He's either safe or he's out. Football, it really seems like everything's a gray area. Crazy Ninja says, start Wan'Dale or Drake London. I will go London over Wan'Dale, even though I'd love it if Wan'Dale was more productive. Jan says, trade Olave, Judy for Watson and Hall, and then Colts or the Texans defense. We're going to go with the Colts defense going up against Ryan Tannehill. And then Olave and Jerry Judy for Christian and Hall. I'd rather have Olave over Hall, Judy over Watson. I'd rather have Watson. I think it's a very fair trade and up to you. And honestly, those defenses are super close. I think both of them are kind of up to you. Okay. Scott says, refs definitely told blah, 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 the Chiefs to beat the Jets. See, in my mind, that's just taking it too far, where if that was happening, I think it would have gotten out at this point. You know what I mean? Where if like the NFL goes through and tells the refs, like Goodell calls up or has a person call at me, like, hey, just let you know, Taylor Swift's watching this game, so we need the Chiefs to win. I think that's taking it one step too far. I do think that the fact of the matter is a lot of these calls are subjective. It's a massive gray area. And typically, whatever call would make the game a little more interesting, even if it's a subconscious thing, is what it's called, you know? I don't think it's not straight up scripted. Durkis says 12-team PBR flex question. We have Taylor, Jaleel, Jefferson, Olave. Breeder or Ferguson left for the flex. Definitely going to go Matt Breida over Jake Ferguson. I mean, Jake Ferguson looks like a solid low-end tight end one, right? But if you just look at how tight ends project out from week-to-week perspective, super difficult for you to ever go through and play a tight end in that flex spot, especially over a running back that's going to get that volume guaranteed pretty much. Ice Cold Skittle says start Olave or Hollywood. We are going to go ahead. We will take Olave over Hollywood Brown, even with the ankle. Bloody Eli says Jacoby, Michael Wilson, or Puka and Watson. Definitely going to go Puka. Actually, no, Jacoby or Michael Wilson. We're going to go Myers. And then Puka or Watson, we're going to go Puka. Yeah. And I'm in on it, ladies and gentlemen. The NFL reached out and said, hey, you know what we need on our side? We're going to keep up this scripted business. We need a YouTuber, a fantasy football YouTuber, to go tell 700 people that it's not scripted. I may or may not be on the Goodell payroll. And if that is a possibility, Goodell, please reach out to me. I'll say whatever you need me to. If I can get on the payroll, I'll be your puppet. You tell me to jump, I ask how high, okay? Please reach out. Okay, so the Filthy Wub says Ertz or Jake Ferguson. I will go Jake Ferguson over Zach Ertz. I know Zach Ertz had a considerable amount of target volume, but it is what it is. Calvin Ridley, massive catch. Calvin Ridley saves his day. What is the final stat line here? Game over pretty much with that. Calvin Ridley, 6 receptions, 90 receiving yards. So an underdog, he gives you 12 points. I'll be fine with that. I don't have a lot of Calvin really. I'll let people get their 12 points in happy BR format. Rec, always happy to see you. My man says, hey man, happy BR for the flex. We're going to go Hollywood Judy or Tyler Boyd. Jerry Judy has a very tough matchup. Tyler Boyd, you don't have a healthy Joe Burrow. So I think we are going to go ahead. We will be taking Hollywood Brown here, my friend. And then C. Hype says, do we start Nico or Olave in the flex? Here, this is about the range where you could say, oh, okay, you can go either way, right? You can say, okay, Olave has bum ankle. Olave's not fully healthy. Derek Carr's not fully healthy. Give me Nico Collins. If you wanted to go there, I'm completely fine with you. I personally probably go Chris Olave because I'm a Chris Olave fanboy. I just really don't want anybody like going through and starting like Tank Dell over Olave by any means. Trent says Burrito or Jaleel. We're going to go Burrito over Jaleel, and then Sutton or Jameson. We're going to go Sutton over Jameson. If you would have asked me last night, I maybe would have said Jameson. But now that we have it as, I believe, Jameson Williams playing 20 snaps, you got to go Sutton. Got to go Sutton. Now, Durga Bomb says, do my Panthers finally get their first win today? I have bad news for you, my friend. The Panthers are 10-point dogs. The Panthers have the, oh my gosh, ETN, big run. Does he score or does he slide? He scores. Smart man. Smart man. Travis Etienne, big time touchdown there. And no, your Panthers are not going to get a win today. Now, game's over. GG Buffalo. It's all done. Wrapped up. Etienne puts it in the bag. Etienne giving us a zillion points in all our leagues. Love to see it. Love to see it. I know your Panthers do not get their first win. Okay. MVS, always happy to see you, my friend says, play Jameson or wait for Javonte. We have Reed as the backup play. Oh my gosh. Probably go Jameson. I don't know, because the thing is, like, if you look at Javonte, is Javonte exciting? He was already in a pseudo three-man running back by committee. Now that he's injured, even if he plays, he's probably really going to be in that three-man running back by committee. So, yeah, I think we just go Jameson, send up a prayer. Theo says Moster or JT at the flex. Kind of been going back and forth between these guys. Really, actually, I think both of them are similar. Low floor, high ceiling options, kind of banking on a touchdown. Probably going to go ahead and play Jonathan Taylor, but I don't mind you at all playing Raheem Mostert. I think Mostert's actually in a pretty damn good spot if you're looking at the fact that, I mean, you have no Jeff Wilson Jr., and they are favored by 12.5 points. They're going to run the ball in the second half. Sportis says this is their home. Really sounds as loud as Jacksonville real home games. How do you think the NFL could get away with having Jacksonville move to London? How long is the flight? Would they literally only play East Coast teams? Let me look this up. Let's go Buffalo to London. Flight time. Okay, it's 9 hours. Or 7 hours. Let's go Miami. Yeah, 9 hours. Nonstop. It's tough to ask teams to do that. Yeah, I mean, if they would literally never have a team like Seattle go. You just couldn't do it. But maybe you send Buffalo and have them only play East Coast teams. Gabe Davis, nasty grab, dear God. Trevor says, who do I flex, Nico, Jacoby, or Ramadre, or Tank? I think we are going to go ahead. We will play Nico Collins here, my friend. Jerma says, I have some tough choices. 10-team happy BR. We have Chase, Cup, Connor, you sadder guy, ETN. Are you kidding me? Wide receiver, we're going to go Chase Cup, running back Kyron, and JT if we're shooting for upside. And we're going to go Puka for the flex. Yeah, if we're shooting for upside, we have to. Okay. Brother Man says London or Michael Wilson at the flex. We will go Drake London over Michael Wilson. Not too excited about either guy, though. Nabil says happy BR pick 2. Hopkins, Boyd, Jacoby, or London. We're going to be going with Hopkins and Jacoby. Christian says start Jamison Williams, London, or Boyd in the flex. If you would have asked me last night, I would have said Jamison, but with Jamison now only playing 20 snaps, I think we got to go London. Now, I'm going to be on record, not excited about London. This is going to be a team that looks to run the ball against Houston. They'll be able to effectively run the ball against Houston as well. Okay. Got Josh Allen gets the cheap touchdown where his offensive line just pushes him in. Rex says, I don't know why the Bills suck against Jacksonville. 2 years ago, didn't they lose like 12-9? I don't know, my man. I honestly think that if you're looking at these London games, I mean, it's really hard to take anything away from it, right? It's just so different than anything else. That I'm not taking away a lot from the London games. Nathaniel says, Etienne saved my week. I'm facing DJ Moore. Love to hear it. Let me know in the live chat right now. Everybody spam the chat. Do you have Travis Etienne? Y'all know we've just been recommending people to trade for Etienne literally all year. My third most drafted running back. We just pulled this up. Could not be more pumped. Spam the chat. Let me know who here has Travis Etienne. And also, real quick, if you have not done so already, we are less than 40 likes away from hitting 2,000 likes on this live stream. Please go down there, drop a like on this stream. Subscribe to the channel if you play fantasy football. We've live streamed every single day since April. Gonna live stream every single day until 2024. Sunday morning live streams are by far and away the most important for us. And of course, if you want to check out any of these pick'ems, right now my favorite pick'em is going to be Christian Watson for more than 40.5 receiving yards. You can find that link on Underdog Fantasy. You can find it in the description and in the live chat. 100% deposit match up to $100 with promo code FLOCK, plus our updated rest of season fantasy football rankings and tiers, plus a Tua special pick'em more than less than half a total yard for today's games, and a Justin Herbert special pick'em next week only for people who use promo code FLOCK. Super pumped that I was able to hook y'all both up. Hook you up with both of those more than less than half a total yard. So please make sure you take advantage, ladies and gentlemen. Now, Germ says, Olave or Watson? Already up 50, need a safe floor. I think Olave has a safer floor even with dealing with the ankle. I think he even has a safer floor just based off target volume. But the game's over. Buffalo has no touchdowns. They do not get the onside. So let me move this over. Jeremiah out again. Always out here. Says 10 team full PBR. Swift, Bijan, Jefferson, Smith, Kittle, Kamara, Mostert, JT, Thielen. For another league, same format. We need 3 running backs. CMC, Montgomery, Connor, Mixon. Okay, so we're definitely going to be benching either Joe Mixon or James Conner in that league. You have to play CMC and Montgomery. Between Connor and Mixon, if you look at our rankings, if you look at Underdog Pick'ems, they'll tell you the same thing. They're kind of up to you. I maybe play Mixon. They're favored in the game. And then the other league, we're going to go Bijan, Swift at running back, Jefferson, Smith at wide receiver. And then we'll be going with Alvin Kamara in a full BBR format for the flex. Non-BBR league, I think we go JT over Kamara, but Jedi says AFC East might be overrated. I mean, AFC East was quote unquote overrated coming into the season because Aaron Rodgers gets injured. If Aaron Rodgers wasn't injured, you'd be crushing. You'd be crushing. Okay. Now, Damon says Purdy up against Dallas. Yeah, so I have Brock Purdy ranked as a low-end QB. I believe actually as a high-end QB2. I think we have Brock Purdy ranked around like QB 13. The thing is with Purdy, he's been one of the, if not the most efficient quarterbacks this season. Obviously, you haven't had much to do here, but if you are looking at what you have with Brock Purdy, he's may actually going to be able to throw the ball in the second half this game. It may not be a spot where San Fran just goes out there and absolutely dominates. Now, Bloody Eli says JT or Devon Achane. We are going to go Achane this week. Long term, we are going to go Jonathan Taylor. I mean, but with him in a tough matchup and with him reportedly being on a snap count, I think we can't go JT here. I'm sorry, Achane over JT. Steve says, will the Jags pull a Miami Hurricane game killer? What did Miami do yesterday? Let me pull this up. We are a little bit distraught from our Longhorns loss yesterday that I did not get to see whatever happened here. Let's search Miami on Twitter. That Miami coach has to be fired. What did the Miami coach, what had happened here? Miami Hurricanes. Single worst coaching decision of all time belongs to the Miami Hurricanes and Mario Cristobal. This is loading. They're up 20-17. 3rd and 10. They run the ball instead of kneel it. They fumble. Georgia Tech gets it. Oh my gosh. And Georgia Tech win. That is the craziest thing I've ever seen. Yeah, I would agree with y'all. That man needs to be fired. I cannot believe that. Durgabomb says, I benched Ridley for Brees. Similar numbers. I mean, Ridley was, it depends. Like, half PPR format, what, really gave you 12 points? Ridley looked good. I'm happy for anybody who has Ridley. Let me just double check. I thought Ridley had like, what, 12 points? Are you that concerned? Oh, no, Ridley had 122 yards. Never mind. I didn't see that last reception. So I guess in half PPR format, he gave you 15. You're hoping for a touchdown. If Brees is going to get there, he needs a touchdown, be in that Ridley range. GB says Raheem or Ayuk for the flex. Full PPR, we're going to be going with Ayuk. Non-PPR, if you wanted to go, we'll probably go Raheem. Full PPR, go Ayuk, though. Joe says Jalen Warren or Aaron Jones. Depends on your backup options and the rest of your team, my friend. Andy says James Conner or Christian Watson. We are going to go James Conner over Christian Watson. A Miami player was clearly down before the ball was ripped out. I mean, who cares? Just kneel the ball and end the game. Diehard says, I'm starting Myers over Nico this week. Am I crazy? If Adams plays, you're probably crazy. If he doesn't, sure, go for it. Olave's good to go. Olave is officially active. You don't have to be worried about the Olave pregame injury based off what we've seen. Dime says, opponent add Moore and ETN. Hey, at least, my man, you can rack up those points against, right? You go up against DJ Moore, might as well know that you are done by the time, I mean, before noon kickoff even happens. Now you can go enjoy your Sunday. You don't have to sit here and stress. You know, ETN just put you in the coffin. Lone Wolf says Gus Edwards or Jonathan Taylor. We are going to go ahead and we are going to be taking Jonathan Taylor here over Gus Edwards, my friend. Jonathan Taylor over Gus Edwards. Now, Rex says Pitts or Jake Ferguson. As much as it pains me to say, we will have to play Jake Ferguson over Kyle Pitts. Kyle Pitts, literally, if you look at these underdog pick'ems right now, is projected behind Jonnu Smith. Brees or Connor, probably got to go Brees now that he's on a snap count and has a great matchup. Steve says Jaleel, Javonte, or McKinnon in a full PPR format. Probably going to go with whoever ends up starting in Denver. We're going to bench McKinnon and go with whoever ends up starting. We don't know if Javonte's playing or not yet. Nathaniel says Pats or Dallas defense this week and going forward. Dallas defense definitely going forward. This week, probably the Pats defense because Dallas plays San Fran. Reggie says start London or Addison. I'm going to go Addison given the game environment against KC. Mike says full PPR, Henry or Higbee. We are going to be going, honestly, it's tough. We're going to go Tyler Higbee. I do want to lower expectations, though, with Higbee, knowing that we have Cooper Kupp coming back in. And ladies and gentlemen, we're about 10 likes away from hitting 2,000 likes on this stream. Go down there, drop a like, subscribe to the channel if you have not done so already. And as always, if you want to check out any of those pick'ems over on Underdog, promo code FLOCK, 100% a positive match, plus our rest of season fantasy football rankings, plus a Tua special pick'em for the game in about 10 minutes. And next week, only for people who use promo code FLOCK, everybody's going to be getting a Justin Herbert special pick'em more than less than half a total yards. So make sure you take advantage of that. Jacob says, flex George Pickens or Miles Sanders. Full PPR format, we're probably going to be going Pickens. Miles Sanders supposed to be one of the lowest scoring offenses of the week. And with George Pickens here, you do have a healthy Kenny Pickett. Okay, I think Diggs tried a lateral and ended up fumbling. I don't know if he intended to fumble. I don't know if he intended a lateral. Yeah, so I saw the Olave ankle injury stuff. He was testing it out with the trainer pregame. You are going to go through. You're still going to start Olave, though. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. If it's like Olave or another stud player like Devonta Smith, and sure, pivot over to Smith, or like if you really wanted to pivot over to Ayuk, the last thing I want you to do, though, is go through and play like Tank Dell over Olave. Oscar says Puka or Kupp. Thank you, my friend. We are going to be going Puka over Kupp this week. We're going to be going Kupp over Puka long term, though. Okay. A lesson learned says sit Bijan, Achane, or Taylor. You have to play Bijan, Achane, or Taylor. It is going to be kind of up to you. You probably want to go ahead and you probably want to end up benching Jonathan Taylor this week. And then long term, you're going to be pivoting from Achane to Taylor. Now, JT or Breece, very close call. Can everybody spam the chat? Who would you rather have? Would you rather have Jonathan Taylor or Breece Hall this week? Obviously, Breece Hall has the better matchup. Jonathan Taylor's in the better offense. I think JT is probably the better running back, even if they're both great. All right, to go JT or Breece Hall. Hall, JT, Hall. Hall, JT. Hall, JT. It looks like most people are saying Breece Hall there. Peter says, flex Dell or Addison. Thank you. No, thank you, my friend. We are going to go ahead. We will take Jordan Addison over Tank Dell. I think the Vikings can lead the NFL in passing attempts this week in particular. Reef says Aaron Jones or Jonathan Taylor. Here you're going to go JT. You don't know if Aaron Jones will be good to go or not. Isaiah says ETN went off. Yes, sir. You know your boy is pumped about the ETN game. I think a ton of us have Travis Etienne overall. At least from what I've seen. And yes, we are doing quite well with our Travis Etienne exposure now. Let's pull this up. Doing quite well with Travis Etienne. Love to see it. Okay. How's Ridley rest of season? I think Ridley's going to be like a low-end wide receiver 1, high-end wide receiver 2. I think he's still in like the Olave Waddle range, Devonta Smith range. Etienne gang, yes. News on Chris Olave dealing with a slight ankle thing. Tested out pre-game. He is active for the game today, so I'm starting Chris Olave. Olave or Breece, if it's a non-PBR format, you go Breece. If it's a full PBR format, I think it is up to you. Full PBR format, you can go either way. Mark says Jameson Thielen or Jaleel in a non-PBR format. If we knew that you had no Javonte, I think you'd pivot to Jaleel. But the thing is, we can't plan on Jaleel with Javonte being a game time decision. And then all of a sudden, we're in a spot that Javonte plays and Jalil's in a 3-man running back by committee in Denver. So we probably got to go Adam Thielen here. We just answered JT or Brees. Literally everybody answered in the chat. Brees or Pacheco. I'm going to be going with Brees Hall over Isaiah Pacheco. Taylor or Gus Edwards. It's Taylor, not even close. Do I trade Jalen Hurts for CeeDee Lamb, Anthony Richardson, and Alvin Kamara? Hell yes, I think you do this. I love me some Jalen Hurts. But still, this is a no-brainer move. You have to go ahead. You have to make that trade. Okay. Julian says, who to start, Mixon or Pacheco? Probably Mixon. They are relatively close, though. Now, Matthew says, Ramondre or Jalen Warren. We have nobody on the bench. We will go with Ramondre Stevenson. I mean, obviously, Ramondre doesn't look great. Obviously, with Ramondre, not a super exciting player. This offense is bad. But still, you are getting the guaranteed touches. Mark says we have Dylan and Brandon Cooks as well. Ooh, interesting. Yeah, I don't think we change anything. I mean, you wanted to in a non-PBR format. What you could say is, let's plan on Jaleel. If Javonte plays, then we pivot to a Hail Mary of A.J. Dillon if Aaron Jones isn't going to go. Or we can just keep it simple and we can just say, okay, let's go ahead and let's play Adam Thielen. Okay. Pickens or Dobbs? We're going to be going with George Pickens over Dobbs now that Kenny Pickett is good to go. But I think that should be it again. Thank you so much for everybody hanging out with us this live stream. We've been live for about 5.5 hours. And if you haven't done so already, go down there, hit that like button, subscribe to the channel if you play fantasy football. And if you want to check out any of those pick'ems over on Underdog Fantasy, you can find that link in the live chat, find it in the description, find it in the comment section. Promo code FLOCK, you'll get a 100% deposit match up to $500 on Underdog. Plus, you'll get our updated rest of season fantasy football rankings and tiers. And for today, you'll be getting a Tua special pick of more than less than half a total yard. And on top of that, ladies and gentlemen, we got everybody hooked up that use promo code FLOCK next week with a Justin Herbert special pick'em as well, more than less than half a total yard. So make sure you take advantage. But thank you again. I really do appreciate y'all. I really hope you have a great day and really hope we get to see you out in the live stream. I'm sorry, with the video after the games later tonight.